Spoon, are you good?
Look, Aiden.
Okay.
Aiden.
Hello.
Listen, all I'm saying
Yes,
is
chat.
that
Say hello to V.
you have the opportunity now. Sorry, let me increase my volume. But like, you have the opportunity now to be 2 degrees of separation away from Piers Morgan.
Wow.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
I have
What an
debated
honor that
Destiny
is.
before. I have no desire to. So, hello, also from Broken Crown. We're dual streaming with V right now. So, because there was a little bit of an odd thing that happened earlier today that involved. Well, Bill is here
All
as
of
well.
us?
That involved
Hello.
everyone except for Bill. Bill didn't catch any strays from it. But I guess just to talk about what happened is to reiterate, Dev tagged let's see, Arch, UV, Sargon, and then Scrump, me, and Spoon to challenge us all, I guess,
To a debate off.
to a debate.
But where I think like he's not even participating. Like I would have had to go on someone else's channel to debate Destiny.
That's not even
weak one.
clear, right? Or was it, actually that's a good point. Here, I'm sharing my screen, Spoon. If you'll pull it up, I've got the tweets
Yeah,
here.
okay, 1 second.
Because
Ever since I was born, I wanted to debate Destiny. It's like,
I know it is life goals, right?
There we go.
Because you're right, though. It actually isn't clear if he is going to engage in this debate, or if he's challenging all of us on behalf of Destiny to debate Destiny on something that I don't think any of us give a fuck about.
Someone wants to tell Dev that it's Epstein that's the nonce we care about in the news nowadays, not Destiny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
So
I mean, okay, so the topic for the debate was there was no threat to censorship like there is now under Donald Trump in the last generation.
in the last
When-
generation.
Yeah.
They say
And I'm
it's-
listening to that, and I'm looking at, okay, so I suppose like we may have skipped over the Democrats under COVID, like we missed that part.
That didn't
but-
happen.
That didn't happen. We are skipping over Australia, trying to censor the internet right now. We're skipping over the United Kingdom with people
yeah,
arrested
UK.
for shit that's happening on social media. We're skipping over the European Union, and we're stopping at Donald Trump. Yeah, I think you're a little bit insane, buddy. Like, I think that you're a little
we are also skipping
Right?
over back in 2009 when the FBI found out about the Epstein list and were offered it on a silver platter.
Well, sure,
And
but
all about
yeah.
the Epstein stuff, which is probably the most current censorship issue.
Well,
that's
I mean,
probably out.
hold on. Like the Epstein thing, like that's not really about censorship. That's more about corruption, right? Like
Yeah,
the
and it
elites,
is
yeah.
also, by the way, about protecting victims, which Pam Bondi fucked up. But because
Oh,
she can't
God,
do anything
yeah.
right. But the point
She
is
is a
though is
woman
that
after all.
he's posting this also on Twitter. You want to talk about censorship? Donald Trump was banned from Twitter. How many thousands of
I
people
mean-
were banned from Twitter? How many thousands of people were banned from
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah,
under
I mean, I
Biden.
literally asked him this, and I said, "Well, hold on a little bit, Dev. Let's play a game. I will tell you 20 people that got banned under Jack Dorsey. You tell me 20 people that got banned under Trump." And he's like, "Well, I got banned under Trump for like hate speech." And I'm like, "Motherfucker, you got banned like during Biden's presidential. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?" And even then, right? Like, even then, if you did get banned under Trump, like he got banned in 2020. Trump wasn't actually controlling Jack Dorsey, like he was obviously
Yeah.
operating for the Democrats because like he banned the sitting president for fuck's sakes.
I mean, that has come out. That has been confirmed unquestionably. That
Yeah.
Twitter was absolutely working at the behest of the Democrat Party. I mean, that's not up for question or debate. That part's settled.
Hey.
Now, and at that time, again, it was someone who was working directly with the Democrats in charge of Twitter. They were not giving Trump preferential treatment, even if he was the president, because they were opposed to him. They were a paid arm of the Democrat Party, in a sense.
Hey.
That's very different from being banned under Elon.
I'll just say this much: if people wanted to make you quiet, they'd just put you in a D&D game and listen to the fucking deafening silence from every one of your turns.
Oh my god! Unfortunately, when he does take a turn, he just whatever.
So turn
He just
for the
wants to talk
worse.
about politics.
He's very talkative during shopping, though, for some reason.
Oh, right.
But like,
Anytime he can afford anything with his views.
I remember the last time you were in a stream with him, V. It was like the funniest thing hearing you just go like, "Oh my God, oh Jesus Christ!" And this was during the whole thing with Biden having dementia, and you and
Oh
Arch are
yeah,
making
yeah,
fun
like
of him.
no, seriously, like
Yeah.
he just pops up during one stream, and this is like after I was constantly saying, like Biden has dementia. He's like, but there's no evidence. There's no evidence. And then he comes up one stream and it's like, guys, did you hear? Some doctor says that Biden has dementia, and at that point I fucking lost it. I was like, no, you think?
What's
Holy
going
shit!
on? Does he like this is a genuine, sincere question. Like, does he just sit in his Discord or whatever and get people to hand him news stories so he gets a perfect? Because he spends all his time on Twitter. He must be in such a weird bubble to And the thing that's sad about it that I think all of us, maybe Spoon less so. What makes it sad is that Dev used to be able to do well-researched videos. I'll bring it up. His video
Doesn't he
covering
anymore? Because like I think he still does research
Does he?
videos, but like but like not.
I don't watch
Twitter
him.
His
Well,
takes.
conclusions are
Yeah,
batshit
no, he does
fucking
research
wacky.
videos, right? But like not Twitter takes. Like I don't know what's happening. I think like Destiny was
Dude, it was so
influencing him.
funny.
It was like poisoning his ear or some shit. He got really
Maybe.
into Destiny at some point, and I was like
I'm sure
even
he did.
joking,
That's
like if
kinda
you want to
gay.
know what Dev's take is tomorrow, just watch
Yeah,
Destiny
I remember
today.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
just
I
watch
remember you
Destiny
say that.
today, and you find out what Dev is going to say tomorrow. And the thing is, like,
exactly.
even when Destiny went like batshit insane and he was getting backlash, like Dev also tried to go batshit insane, and just I don't get it. I just
Well,
don't.
I've got a hypothesis. I've got a hypothesis for that.
Alright,
But
alright.
what you point out is actually present in the very message. First of all, I think Dev, this is real Looney Tunes stuff to post these DMs or whatever these are with Wick. I guess it's from a Discord server because he's adding someone else. But Wick says, "Get Archcast to debate Destiny on my show on Friday 6 p.m. Eastern." And Dev's like, "What is he interested in? Wait, why is Destiny coming on this time?" Maybe I'm reading the inflection in there, and I certainly put it on when I read it aloud, but it sounds like all of a sudden he's really fucking interested in this because Destiny might be there. So what does he
Yeah.
do? Rather than whoever this
Oh, I
Lum
didn't
Lum
read it like
person
that.
is.
It's
Well,
it's not just co-host.
Oh, is it okay? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Right. So okay. He then, instead of, I don't know, did Lum Lum go out and post the same thing? But Dev
Probably
instead
not.
decides to go to Twitter, and he challenges not just Arch, but also you and Sargon and Scrump and me and Spoon. It sounds, tell me if you read this another way, but to me it looks like, oh shit, Destiny's gonna be there. I can impress my E-daddy by getting all my former friends / right-wing chuds to debate Destiny. So what? So I think he's trying to get clout with Destiny by trying to get us to go on this fucking show, which is truly and deeply pathetic if true. I mean, like,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, usually you can do these things, but like, you message people in private, Dev. Okay, like there
Yeah.
is a way to do this professionally. You message people in private, and it's like, hey, would you be interested in debating Destiny? And then like, no one is going to make fun of you. But like the way you do it, it's like you're a cheap whore begging for attention. You know,
Yeah.
it's like a pick-me girl, like a fucking pick-me girl.
Oh,
That's
God,
how you
yeah, yeah.
behave.
it comes off that way. Certainly. And
Also,
it's
considering the shit that Destiny's been doing for the last, 3 years, no one is going to go near him with a 10-foot fucking pole, especially not right-wingers. It'd be nuts to.
yeah, it is also a strange lefty figure to latch onto. I guess it's because Destiny, defines himself as sort of like more center left than someone like Hasan Piker. But
I think he's so short
Des-
on supporters, he'll actually take someone
Well,
like Devin.
You could have just stopped
put
it,
it
he's so
this way,
short.
right? Like,
True.
first of all, Destiny said that he wants to see a right-winger shot, right?
Yeah.
The fuck
Yep.
is there to debate with the man? I don't want to debate him. I want my side to dominate him so that they can lock him into mental asylum where he
Yeah.
gets all the professional care he needs in order not to be a danger to himself and others. There's nothing to debate. I don't want to be Charlie Kirk. Okay, like I learned my lesson. All right, like they're not interested in conversation. That's fine.
Well, and that's a good point that you bring up Charlie Kirk, because Bill
The
mentioned this
debate's
earlier
over.
too. Is that, sorry, I think the left ceded the debate when they killed the let's talk it out guy. Like, I have no
Like,
interest in talking
They
to
made
these
it
people.
painfully obvious
Yeah.
that they're not interested in debate. They're not interested in democracy, right? Like, they've made their mind. It's like, oh, well, the right-wingers are authoritarians. Well, and so, like, the only option is, okay, fine, we have to be authoritarians then.
Right,
Like, that's
that's a bit.
okay,
Yeah.
you know?
Because
And if people were inclined to debate, okay, our options are Destiny, one of the most annoying people to debate, or Dev, one of the most boring human beings on earth.
But Dev's also the thing with both of them is they are bad faith debaters. That's not a question. Both of them have first of all, here's the thing. I don't think anybody involved has the slightest bit of interest in this topic. One, because understand, let me put this into context for those unaware. What they're even fucking talking about is just over fucking Stephen Colbert. That's it. Mm-hmm. It's just over Stephen Colbert wanted to air a I'm trying to make sure I didn't say this on air already because I talked about it with Bill right before the stream. So have I not actually explained what the conversation even is about? Or am I repeating myself? Because I've had to explain this a couple times. Okay.
No, go on.
If I didn't explain it already. Okay, so this FCC pressuring CBS to not let Colbert interview a Democratic candidate. Wow, that sounds really rough. They wouldn't let him debate a Democratic candidate. Well, here's what happened, actually, is that Colbert pulled a segment, Jesus Christ, Guardian, fuck off, pulled a segment where he was debating, or he had on for an interview, this Texas Democrat. And the reason why he pulled it is because the FCC requires you to basically interview, if you're going to interview one side, you have to interview both sides. Colbert doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to interview, this guy's James Tallarico is the Democrat from Texas. Well, Colbert obviously doesn't want to air any kind of interview or communication with a conservative Republican.
Because he's a stooge. And you are roboting like fucking crazy.
Go.
Hold on.
My best friend's getting censored on X, on YouTube, everywhere. Leftists were cheering, right? They got Charlie Kirk shot. And now I'm supposed to care about Stephen Colbert. It's like, okay, it's TV. No one fucking cares about TV, you know? Like, why is TV actually more important than online? Why is TV more important than social media? We have, like, the UK and Australia right now trying to regulate the internet. I care more about that than I care about Stephen Colbert.
Yeah.
Spoon, how long was my audio busted?
Not
or audio busted.
Like
I could hear it just fine, though.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, it's because my Discord was being gay. It's not OBS for once.
I'll just reiterate that again. The whole thing that we're talking about here is that Stephen Colbert was going to do something that would have violated an FCC rule, which is that he wanted to do an interview with a Democrat candidate and not do an interview with his opponent, right? So it was just going to be one-sided. He didn't want to air the Republican side. You can't do that. It violates FCC rules, and they're really old FCC rules, by the way. This is not something that's
Obama level.
No, I think they're from like the 1930s or something. Oh. These are really old laws that you can't do this stuff. You have to put both sides in front of it at some point. Colbert has no desire to do that. So rather than, face a fine from the FCC or whatever, he just put it on his YouTube channel and then cried that it was being censored. So the whole premise of this debate is retarded. Colbert wanted to violate FCC rules, but he didn't want to get slapped for it, so he put it on his YouTube page.
Like even if this is the case, how is Trump involved exactly?
Basically, anything the administration does is blamed on Trump.
Censor Colbert, right?
Yeah, but
Amina
says
this works. It wasn't even It wasn't even a Republican. It was another Democrat in the Dem primary. He didn't want to. That's what he wouldn't put forward.
You guys know how this works. But anything that goes wrong, it always gets blamed. Anything the administration does is bad. It always gets blamed on Trump. That's the way it works with every single fucking administration.
No, did Donald Trump tweet out and ask for Colbert to be banned or something?
No.
No. It's just that Colbert chose not to put it on to air it because the FCC told him not to air it.
Yeah.
Democrat.
I thought it was Republican. It's another Democrat.
The FCC. No, hold on. So the FCC is under the Trump administration, and they view this as being connected to Trump.
But it's not even a Republican. Apparently, it's another Democrat. And it's you have to give equal time to everybody. That's the rule that he's potentially violating.
This is legitimately a Democrat giving another Democrat opportunity to slap around another Democrat, and Trump is to
Let me
blame.
double check to make sure that's true. I wasn't
Ask
prepared to
Grok.
cover this topic tonight because I don't care.
Grok and click on think harder.
This is
But like,
exact-
I get it. But here's what I don't understand. Like, why is Dev so vicious lately? Like, did you see how he tweets?
He's always
like,
like this anymore.
He always
He's always like
curses.
that.
Like, he wasn't like that. I'm not against, like someone cursing or whatever. But like, I don't think he's in the right headspace when he's like that. Like, usually the Dev I knew was more harmonious with himself. If that makes that, like, he's out of harmony. He's out of balance, like Taoisms would say.
Look, here's
He
this
is a
BBC
Canadian, by the way,
article
so-
from. This is the BBC, okay? Like they've got a left wing bias. Colbert says CBS spiked interview with FCC fears, but then like this is just his claim, right? It's just his claim that basically if you don't air both Democrats, then you could get in trouble. And so rather than get in trouble with the FCC, he uploaded it to YouTube. What is there to debate here?
What? Whole premise. It's like it's worse under Trump now. Like, again, like I lived through the pandemic. I remember people that just mentioned stuff that eventually was true. They had their entire channels banned, right? Like there was actual pressure, or people were afraid on television. You could see like the newscasters being scared because like they may say something that was bad. How can you compare this to that?
I don't really know. I think a lot of it is people have very short memories.
My
You know what I mean?
side in charge. I will oppose the person, and otherwise vice versa. That's basically it. I don't actually think these people have much of things to go on, other than the guy that I don't like is currently in charge, and therefore I am duty bound by my subscribers to bitch about it. I literally don't think there's anything more than that.
Okay, listen. During COVID, you had the White House spokesperson basically saying they have lists with vaccine deniers, and they're talking to social media to go after them. All right?
Yeah.
Like that was in the
Well-
the Democrats literally said, yes, we're coming after you. And where was Destiny then? Where crickets, right? She fucking said,
Getting a
and
second
then-
booster shot, he wasn't paying
To be
attention.
fair,
Heard on
to be
younger-
fair,
people
hang
too
on.
young to be third upon.
I've got a better topic for you, Dev. U.S. Department of Homeland Security reportedly demands personal information about ICE critics from Discord, Reddit, Google, and Meta. At least 3 of the platforms have complied. Look, there is the Trump administration doing the thing that the Biden administration did, by the way, which I think is fucked up. And I will criticize this.
I don't
People
think
who
it's
are
fucked
critics-
up, and I'll tell you why. Because I actually
Okay.
read the article. Do you know what it's
Did you?
about?
Okay,
Yeah,
what
do you
happened?
know what it's about? It's about people that actually did criminal activity, like blocking roads or trying to
Okay.
like systematically.
So it's not just
impede-
messages.
No, right? Like it's people that were
But different in-
organizing, like for example, organizing on social media how to prevent ICE agents from doing their job. This wasn't like a protest, like they were disagreeing with the family getting deported,
Oh.
or they thought that an officer
No.
was going off the
It
rails.
was like
No, like
actively.
they literally
Yeah.
just didn't want deportations to happen, right? And so they have a subpoena. Like they went to a judge and got an order, a subpoena, in order to find out, okay, like what were these people talking to cause an investigation? Hey, it turns out that if you try to rob a bank over the internet, right, the government doesn't just say, well, I mean, it happened online, we can't do jack shit about it. Like, no, there's a procedure. The difference with what was happening under Joe Biden, like for instance with the Hunter Biden laptop, is that they use the algorithm of social media to suppress everyone, to suppress the conversation, right? If you go on social media right now and you bitch about ICE or you don't like something, like that's fine. But if you go on social media and you say, okay, we need to organize and block that road in order to prevent ICE, that's a criminal activity. Of course the government has the right to investigate it. And most people that actually voted for an administration to do deportations actually agree with the government. Like they want the deportations to happen.
Indeed. Right.
Yeah,
So this is the
I
thing
will
too.
say,
that,
but
go
like,
ahead, but
hold
yeah,
on a second.
it's
This is
fundamental
something-
difference.
This is something that I've noticed, that there is no conversation anywhere between like what the state is actually supposed to do. When you see the state kind of overreach, the overreach is really dependent on what they're doing and who's supporting it. Because like V said, like if it's that activity, it's you are impeding the state from doing one of the most basic things a state is supposed to do. So when they do that, no one cares because it's the state performing basic state duties. But if you're screwing with people that has nothing to do with the state whatsoever, that's when people get upset. But that people just go,
this
when a state
This was
functions,
their
no one
stake,
cares.
right? Like he said, oh, but like you supported the truckers protest. Why aren't you supporting this? It's like different protests, like have
different goals,
different reasons, right? Different
Yeah.
things. Like I can support one thing. Like for example, I don't want to go to a McDonald's and feel like the Gestapo is asking me for papers in order to prove that I'm vaccinated, right? I don't like that. So like people protesting against that, yes, I support. And at the same time, I don't want some environmentalist chuckleheads to block the road when I'm going to work, right?
Yeah.
They're all both protesting, quote unquote, the government, but like I can support one political take and I can be against another. And the methods of protest, and it depends. Like in some cases where the government is tyrannical, like it's actually cracking down on people's rights, like for example, my right of doctor-patient confidentiality. Yeah, like in that case, okay, like the truckers going around and honking the living shit out of the politicians, that's fine. But in other cases where they're protesting me over environmentalism, like they're blocking my highway when I didn't do nothing, of course I want them arrested. Right. And if the cops rough them up, good.
Yeah, it's like what's the old meme comic where it's just like, oh, I'm gonna find two things that bear like almost no similarities whatsoever, but there's like one little tiny similarity, and then pretend as if they're the exact same thing.
Yeah, they both involve people.
Right.
That
okay,
is
so that
literally
means they're the exact same
the
thing.
only thing that protests have in common is it's done by people. But the causes are completely different. How people don't see that as a massive difference, I have no idea.
I don't know. I think that's Dev always has to make it so that both sides bad, but the left good actually. Both sides bad, but right worse. I mean, that's how he becomes
what he's basically trying to say is that if you protest against the government, you're an anarchist, so like you need to protest against the government.
Well, he's felt that way for a while.
Dumb.
And it's like, no, like some protests against the government are legitimate, others aren't legitimate.
Well, he supports the ICE protests, doesn't he?
I think so, yeah.
I thought he was a big proponent of those. So, I mean, going back to the trucker protests, those ICE protests out in the middle of the, blocking roads, making it, they set up little checkpoints so that it's not just blocking the highway, which they do all the time. They're actually creating checkpoints through residential neighborhoods so people can't get to their own homes or get through town without being stopped to have their IDs checked by by these lefty lunatics who are against ID.
God. By the way, do you know why I think he did the trucker protest? The video for the truckers? And this is just my take, okay? Like, I can't verify it. But, like, I think he didn't do it because at the time, there was a lot of censorship, right? Yes. Like, apparently, like, now we're living in the worst censorship ever. But, like, back then, there was actual censorship. And I think, like, he was legitimately afraid to talk about it because, like, his YouTube channel would have gotten a strike. And after the period was over, after YouTube says, okay, you can finally talk about COVID, the protests start being interesting, and he probably genuinely got lazy and didn't want to talk about it because it was like dead there at that time.
Yeah. Yep. I think
he's never going to do that video, is he?
Of course not.
Didn't he release something akin to it or something? I thought he put out a video finally addressing it.
Anyone gives a shit right now. Like people back then did care.
Well, by the time he got it out, it was years afterwards. I think he did actually do a video.
Like, I think he still didn't get it out. But like again, like even if he gets it out, like who the fuck cares at this point? It's 2026, It's kind of like talking about the event that happened a decade ago.
It's a historical
no one
event.
gives a shit.
Yeah. Well, and at that point, yeah, he did. I'm remembering this now. He did put out a video going over it, but he still he couldn't get to a lot of the points and address the things that people actually had issue with. So even when he did finally address that stuff, years after the fact, it was framed through all of these lenses about why it was actually still bad, et cetera, et cetera. I skimmed through it because I remember he did actually put out something approaching a video on it, but it wasn't the grand expose he had been promising for that point for years either. Yeah, I think he's just, he's desperate for attention. That's why he's tagged us all on this. But, dude, it's just pathetic. Like, this is actually the saddest thing I think I've seen him do.
What do you think was his best case scenario for this?
People in my chat are saying that he didn't do the trucker video. So
did he not? I swear, did I actually dream this?
Maybe.
Possibly.
Did did he maybe like put it in part of a video? Because I got sent something from him of him definitely talking about the trucker stuff recently.
That goes to say what your subconscious wants for in life.
Would I want him to actually make the trucker video?
Yeah, like you're dreaming about it now.
Dude,
Like,
I
you say that
I
this
have
went free in your
dreams.
head.
I
It's not-
swear. I swear he talked about it. Maybe it was in another video, but he like had a segment or something where he talked about it.
And they say we don't give benefit
Like he
of the
put
doubt
a
on the channel.
4-minute segment into a 4th video about Trudeau.
It was a
so-
small segment in the Trudeau video. Thank you, Ravelon. Thank you.
right.
Okay, that's
So-
what I. 4 minutes. There it was.
With a production speed like that, he should consider a job in like AAA game development.
Holy shit.
That way you can take 8 years to
Oh
take a
my
shit.
god.
It's
Dude, that's
coming
what
in
it was.
cold.
That's what it was. I mean, that what. Thanks for reminding me of that, Ravelon, because of what it actually was in particular. Because that's such a classic Dev move, and why none of us will debate him. That's bad faith.
Dev
He
is so
did that.
incompetent, we have to gaslight ourselves.
Yeah, no, this is a really good take from Insane Linguist. If the roles were reversed and the right word was protesting, I guarantee you, Dev would be calling for the harshest possible
Oh
crackdown.
god, yes.
Yes,
He'd
absolutely.
be cheering on just them getting gunned down in the street.
Well,
That
there,
is so fucking accurate.
does Dev have any pretense anymore about being an open left winger? Because I mean, there's no other place
Oh
you
no,
could
he
put
calls
him.
himself left wing. He
Okay.
absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I was gonna say, well, because he's trying to grift around Destiny, I guess.
No,
I mean,
like,
that's- I mean,
one of the
that seems
dumbest
obvious.
takes
Oh.
that gave me an aneurysm, and this is why people call him bad faith. Okay, like first of all, the definition of what bad faith is: when you say stuff you don't believe it just to be antagonistic,
Yeah.
right? Just to win the argument. He says that no country should have mass police force, like no civilized country should have mass
Yeah, I
police.
saw that in your video.
And I'm
yeah.
like,
What does that mean?
How can you not have seen a single SWAT video in your entire fucking life? Like you're telling me that you've been on this planet Earth for more than 30 years, and you have
40, I
never seen an elite force, police force with masks, and now you just saw it for the first time, and you're outraged, right?
Yeah,
And so he's
apparently.
basically that instead of like apologizing, he's now conceding ground, right? Like he's now backtracking, and he's saying, "Look, what I'm saying is that the mass police shouldn't be deployed against normal civilians." And I show him pictures. Okay, this is the riot police in
normal
Germany. This is
civilians.
the riot police in France. This is the riot police in Canada. Every single civilized state, well, maybe not Liechtenstein or some other small nation, but like every single one has a mass police force. And you know what he does? He changes the subject. And it's like,
yeah.
what the fuck do you want me to debate? Like, what the fuck is there to debate when you're acting like this? Like, how is this not, at least you can say, you know what, I was wrong. Fine, like, you're right, V. I got educated. Like, you're the professor. I'm the student. I was wrong. I don't know what came over me. I don't fucking know. It's like, for some reason, I just live in my house with my dildo. I never watch outside the window. I never knew that the riot police wears masks. I just fucking found out, and it still bothers me. But like, okay, everyone is doing it, so I guess it's fine.
It's especially
wait.
galling considering that the RCMP is one of the most vicious and underhanded police
True.
forces on the planet. They are well overtrained and overarmed, and they have a long storied history of jumping people by breaking into their homes whilst they're asleep and beating the absolute shit out of them.
I'm sorry.
Breaking
You
bones
know,
in the process, if not killing them.
I'm also trying to like remind myself about some of this stuff. But I like in his takes on this. So his problem with mass police is that is what, and he said specifically used against ordinary people. What I don't know what he meant by that either. But I guess he's for the doxing of police. That has to be his argument, right?
Like, first of all, it's like ordinary people. So what are unordinary people?
Yeah, what is that? That's what I mean. What does that mean?
What does it mean, right? Like the way you use the SWAT is like you find out that the crime may be committed somewhere, and you send the SWAT. You don't know if the person is guilty. In fact, at that point, you still assume the person is innocent, right? You haven't had a trial. Like, the reason you send the SWAT is to pacify people before, like, the investigator goes in and checks what the fuck happened. Like, what exactly does it mean, like, ordinary people you're not supposed to... And by the way, like,
Well,
the riot
right.
protesters are anything but ordinary. Like,
Sure.
grandma doesn't fucking go in the street to prevent the ICE agent from arresting the child molester. Like,
Unfortunately, I
that
think
just doesn't fucking happen.
Unfortunately, V, I think I know what he actually meant by it. Ordinary people means good people, which means people who agree with me. Non-ordinary people means people who don't agree with me.
Oh, so the people that do the micro-intifada are the ordinary people. Yes, okay,
Well, the
fine.
people at at Capitol Hill who, were
Yeah,
on January 6th, those people.
Those are
not
the
ordinary people.
unordinary people. Yeah, those are the
Can we just
think
remind
I
everyone
got
that
it.
Dev made like a 4-hour video on that entire fucking thing?
He did. And yeah,
Which
5
is
minutes on the truckers.
insane.
he said, I'm gonna make this trucker video. It's gonna be my magnum anus, and then he doesn't do that, and instead does like a 3-hour long video on Jan 6. 5 years after the fact?
That's another thing that pisses me off. It's like I can't make video responses to him if he makes like 3-hour videos. It's like, well played, Dev. Well fucking played. Yeah, I can't respond.
Hey,
to
it worked
that.
for me for
Attrition
years,
warfare.
V. I didn't. It was just like whatever. I'll make a 3-hour long video. No, people will watch it, but no one will know how to respond. Okay.
I will say, V making like a 40-minute one to just some guy after you said don't contact this person. I just essentially went like, no, fuck it, I'm going to because it's funny.
Yeah.
It did very well for my channel actually. Like I got more subscribers. Like the biggest like boom that my channel got up until that point was that video. And I remember watching people just say, or asking you, how does it feel to be defended by someone? And you just went, I don't know how to feel about that. And I went, I wasn't really doing it to defend V. I just wanted to kick just some guy because it was funny. And also he was like objectively insane.
By the way, remember his hot take. MAGA is worse than communism.
Right. Yes.
I'm like,
Dude,
okay,
he
so
said
like,
so
here's
many
the
choice
difference, right?
points.
I remember that.
If you
yeah.
have MAGA, listen, if you have MAGA, like all you gotta do is you keep your head down, work for 4 years, and then you vote someone else, right? Like, that's fixable. Communists literally want to take your shit. They want to take your house. They want to take your business. They want to confiscate your stuff. You cannot just ignore
New
them,
York.
right?
Yeah.
As bad
Right,
as MAGA
yeah.
will get is
Oh my
maybe
God.
some
Yeah.
damages to the supply chain of certain things like drugs or.
Did you see all the ice that they couldn't clear all that ice out of the streets of New York for forever under the leadership of Comrade Mondani, and now all the ice is melted and so the streets are just covered in dog shit and the sidewalks and stuff because it's just weeks and weeks of built up dog shit that's now melted all
Jesus.
over the streets of New York. It's going great.
By the way, do you know what I have in my chat that you don't?
What?
Artemis Fowl. Like, this man was such a fucking instigator. I remember when I was
Oh,
on the
good
Ashcast,
old-
like, he was
Yeah,
giving me like
yes.
$50,
I remember when he's called the
$60
Guardian.
super chats just to annoy them when we were playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh yeah.
I remember
Yeah.
some of the
Yeah,
chats.
I remember the
yeah.
old days.
Well, this is all a bit of a walk down memory lane with this stuff because it is just it is sad in a way to see what happens to people over time. I mean, like I do feel a little bit bad about this, and the thing is, actually, that brings me to another point: is that look, I have come out against saying my piece about Dev. That was now years ago. I said at the time, I'm not going to talk about him unless he does something really retarded or he talks about me first. And I've
Gotta
talked about
stop
him a few
himself.
times since there. And with the exception like once or twice, it has been because, well, it was either because he did something absolutely retarded or because he started shit with me first. But every time he's asked about it, Dev says, leave me alone. I just want to be left alone. You know, you guys are obsessed with me and crazy and stalking. When he never fucking shuts up about us.
We're YouTubers and we just see a business opportunity in him. Like, it's not rocket science. But, like,
Yeah.
listen, just a reminder, Obama and Biden had journalists arrested and thrown in jail for refusing to give up their sources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obama was
Also-
also a more prolific deporter.
Yeah.
And by the way, apparently Dev did a 5-hour Trouble with Trudeau video, released it on the day of the Canadian election.
That was
in which
it.
You had 15 to 20 minutes on the trucker, so it's
That
it's
was
a
it.
little
That
bit-
was the video that had the trucker section in it. Yep.
Yeah. Also,
So I did know I knew he, and he did it. And if I recall correctly, it's like in that segment, he even says like, "Oh, so here it is. Here's me doing the trucker video." Basically, like so he could do something he often does or likes to do a lot, which is
Goldberg.
he has kind of an excuse. So when something gets brought up in the future, he'd be like, "No, fact check, false. No, I did cover it." And that's why I even remember saying it because I've seen him do that before.
Here's
is
the
be like,
question:
"No, I did
he
the
vote
trucker
for
video."
Trudeau? Did he vote for Trudeau?
I'm guessing.
I think he voted for Trudeau.
guessing you fucking
I
campaign
mean, who else
for
would
him.
he have voted for? Like, like it's. Look, I didn't know he had dropped the whole "I'm a centrist" shtick, and he's just out. I mean, like, I don't know why you would keep
He
doing
said
it.
he was
little
always
bit.
the left wing, right? So
Of course he
it's
does.
fine.
We
It's
know.
fine.
He's, the whole last decade. What was he doing as a leftoid, hanging out with all of you right-wing chuds that he's so right-wingers?
It's not illegal for a leftist to hang around with the chats. Like, that's fine. I think like he was more.
I think it's again. It's very bad form in his circles.
No,
right?
I get it. You know, look, there's like different mental retardations of leftism. He's not part of the socialist and the communist mental retardation. He's
Isn't
part
he?
of like the neoliberal global hobo type of retardation. And so it's
Because
like,
we're friends with a communist who's pretty based. Commie Mark, he's very based. I talked to him just the other day. But, like,
yeah.
Also, by the way, I need to say this as well. The only time I ever made any videos on Dev, because I don't follow him, is literally when someone messages me and says, "Look at the stupid shit Dev just did. Make a
Yes.
video," and I go, "Okay."
Unironically, to be
same.
honest, like Dev,
But we're never
listen,
talk about it.
you need to hate Trump less and Elon Musk more, because like every single time I go on Twitter, the algorithm shows me your takes, and I just can't resist. I honestly to God can't resist that. This is right, like the algorithm just knows, like it just knows, like Grok.
That's why I
Do,
have
do
him
you
muted.
do you use the
You
For
know?
You tab?
Yes,
Oh my! How?
yes,
do
and
you-
apparently Dev
For
is
You?
for me. Yeah, like it's
How?
Okay, the entire. So now we can split the chat into the two camps. Aiden and V, which are you who use the For You tab, and me and Spoon who used.
oh, you know, it just this
Dude,
came up
if
just today because I was.
If I see the For You tab, I want to go on a rampage because everyone in my For You tab is a fucking retard who pisses me off.
Well, like today, Bill came upstairs. I was writing a list of things for him to get from the shop.
leave
And I was writing a
that
list.
tab
I just
alone.
happened
let me
to
see it
have
right
Twitter
now.
up on the front page of For You, and I hadn't even looked at
Let
it.
me
I
see
just
who's
had
on
done it
mine.
mindlessly, and there was just a video of a
let me do
woman
that.
giving birth that was just playing on my For You tab in a pool, you know. And Bill came up and was like, "What the hell are you watching?" And I was like, "Oh, what the fuck? Thanks, Twitter," you know.
the thing is though, like Dev keeps saying it's like I keep he lives rent free in my head, and I do a lot of videos on him. It's like Dev, you don't know how many videos
Projection.
I don't make. Like you don't know just how much self control I have in order not to make like 90% of the shit that I want to make, and it is simply because like I genuinely like don't want to be viewed as a bully or some shit. But like my brother in Christ, like literally every single take you have could just make me make a video and it would get like 20,000 views. I'm not even kidding. When I make a video about them, like look at Ace, right? Like Ace, I'm looking at him. His channel is fucking boring. It's fucking dead. Like he makes a video, 2,000, 1,000 views. He makes a video about them, 30,000 views, 40,000 views. Like, do you not understand? You're becoming Darkside Phil. Like the
Yes.
videos you upload get like fewer views than other people making videos of you.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that does prove, really, it does, that you have crossed over into the dark side Phil territory. If videos
making
about
videos
you get more
on
views,
Dev gets really great views. Every time, all he has to do is just put his stupid face in a thumbnail, it gets massive views. It's great.
yeah.
Listen,
He's a
like,
human
I
pinata for
killed-
subs and money.
I killed my live stream channel. Okay, like during COVID, I was growing way too fast. I was having like 800 people on a live stream. I was
Damn,
like, holy
yeah.
shit,
Jesus, well done.
I'm gonna get banned. And so I started streaming irregularly. I started deleting my videos, and all of a sudden, like I'm dropping, and now I have like maybe like 100 or 150 viewers per live stream. But I still appreciate, people watch it. That's fine.
Oh,
Now
yeah, we
I'm talking
appreciate everybody
about
watching
Dev.
there, too.
Now I'm talking about Dev. I have 400
Yeah.
people watching. I get like 4 times more my viewership than normal. It's like, Dev, you don't live rent free in my head. You're a business opportunity.
Well,
You're
I
a
mean,
business
Again, he's a human
look, I don't
pinata.
want
God
to cast.
help him.
I don't
God
wanna
help
cast
him if
aspersions on
Christina
Arch.
find out about this fucking golden goose.
Oh, they
Oh,
really should,
God.
and I don't want to.
They'll have him
Yeah,
blocked 6 ways from
if
sundown.
anyone says it's like you want Dev to be bad, it's like, no, I don't want to cut the goose that lays the golden eggs. No.
Exactly. No, absolutely. I don't want Dev
Can
to
we
be
get
banned. Not
Jim
really
to
in
notice
years.
him?
Jim's mentioned him a couple of times, but I know I don't want to cast aspersions on Arch, but I think at some point he did kind of just admit that the reason he kept having Dev on is because every time Dev is on, he gets
Makes
a whole
money.
lot of super chats.
Yeah.
back
Keep it up,
before
folks.
they
I might
cut
finally
ties.
get that executioner sword I've always wanted.
Right.
Oh,
well,
I actually left the Archcast because of Dev. It's like,
I know.
Look, I don't mind like debating people, but like when you debate someone that says dumb shit like there is no inflation, and I'm looking at my grocery bill and I'm like, what the fuck is this guy saying? Like of course you get angry and you get agitated. And you start screaming, and the baby wakes up, and the wife asks, like, what the fuck are you doing? And so, like, I'm like, look, Arch, I can't do this. Like, I can't do this. Like, I understand I shouldn't be screaming. I understand I should, like, calm my tits. But I literally cannot. Like, he knows how to piss me off. It's like, when someone pees on you and says that it's raining, like,
gaslighting
there's
is
only
criminal,
only
yeah.
this level of stoicism that a poor man can have.
And here we are. It's like hit this man on the street corner, covered in his own shit, shouting at everyone, "You're a coward because you won't wrestle."
Well,
me."
where's the dev image? Where's the one where everyone's pointing and laughing at him?
He actually said it's like, because I pointed out, it's like, Dev, I'm not afraid of debating. I debated you. I think I have like more than 200 debates in total. I debated far right people. I debated I debated literally everyone, right? So like, you can't say that I'm afraid. And he's like, well, you haven't debated anyone in 2 years. And I'm like, well, I didn't know there's a fucking quota I need to fill. Jesus fucking Christ! Like, is that a debate tax I need to pay?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's ridiculous. But actually, speaking of the debate, there's a really important thing about this entire stupid conversation, which is that Dev is still refusing to debate Ace 1918.
Oh, that's true.
You know, like, and speaking of, right, like, I generally want to debate Sargon. It's like, he's becoming really authoritarian and shit. I talked to Sargon in private. I'm like, hey, do you want to debate? And he goes like, yeah, but like, then he got caught up with work and shit. And it's fine. I go around in public, except for now. But like, I didn't go around in public out then and started bitching and going like, Sargon, debate me, you coward. It's like, you know, like, what type of behavior is that, you know?
It's weak. It's gay, is what it is.
I'm not
but
gonna
it's like
lie.
homosexual, yeah.
I had to mute him on Twitter.
He's got a debate. Sorry, Spin. Sorry.
I had to mute him on Twitter. His takes were pissing me off.
Well, I have him muted too for the same reason.
Yeah.
But
his takes don't piss me off. Like, his takes inspire me. Like, when I hear his takes, I want to fire up that microphone and start entertaining the chat.
No.
I mean, it is inspiring, but like, the thing with Ace happened, what, not even 2 months ago? Or about 2 months ago? Ace was supposed... I'll tell people what happened.
To be fair, I'll give Dev that win. Right?
Why?
Like, he never said that he's interested in debating Ace, right? Like, he...
I know.
Sorry, no, my bad. Ace never actually scheduled a debate with Dev, right? You gotta schedule it.
Do you know the whole story? Do you know the whole story?
Ace was on my live stream. Yeah, Ace was on my live stream.
Oh, right, he was.
And I asked the Ace, it's like, okay, but like, did you talk with Dev in private? Or did you just like fire up the debate and assume he will show up?
But before that, Dev went on Wick's stream and said, it's an open colon for all of my haters. Goes live, says, Ace, by the way, was at work at the time, from my understanding. And then he said, well, Ace is too pussy to show up, so that means I win. Because I had an open forum debate for all my haters, and Ace didn't show up, so we had the debate. He was a no-show, therefore I win. That's why Ace did the thing back. He went back and said, okay, I'm just gonna turn on the stream.
He should have like tagged Dev in public, and it's like, well, Dev, I was at work, like, can we reschedule? But like, he didn't do that. He just assumed that Dev will show up, and he just started the stream, right? And I was like,
he did tag Dev on Twitter, I'm pretty sure, did he not?
He didn't arrange it. Like, Dev never agreed to join. Right?
But Dev also didn't arrange anything to get Ace on.
But like, if he's an asshole and you're an asshole back, like, you're both assholes. It doesn't, it doesn't match the asshole.
That's just mutual.
Yeah, my point is that if Dev is going to say, I won the debate because you didn't show up at this place that I didn't make very public and explain of what was going on, and then Ace does the same thing back, I think that's a null. Like, nobody won, but the reality is that Ace is sitting at the front of the queue to debate Dev. Dev is afraid, it looks, I mean, whatever his reason, Dev claims that the reason he won't debate Ace is because Ace is irrelevant or a hater or whatever it is, whatever he decides his excuses for the day. But Ace is at the top of the fucking queue, Dev. Nobody on this list wants to debate you in the first place because you are a dishonest, disingenuous, bad faith scumfuck. But you have somebody waiting to debate you. You don't get to make a wish list when you've already got someone waiting for you to pick up the phone, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry.
But by the way, Artemis Fowl says he doesn't want to see the debate because Ace reads Grok and ChatGPT when debating people, which is there. So it's like not a proof of debate. But like, let me put it this way, right? When you're trying to debate someone and they're like just throwing like 1 or 2 lines of dumb shit, it is just so comfortable to just use Grok. Like, if the stuff, like for instance, this one, right? Like, a democratic state doesn't use mass police. Like, when you hear something so retarded, it's like, okay, I can either write a wall of text or I can just use Grok.
And also, I don't remember what Ace was looking up. I do understand the reticence, and it was not a good look to have used Grok at all, if for no reason other than because it gives your opponent in the debate a weapon, a cudgel with which to beat you. And
I use Grok a lot when I want to piss off a left. You know, like the left does this thing. Listen. The left does this thing, which is like DDoSing, right? Like just genuinely wasting your time.
Yes,
especially when they're like,
favorite tactic.
Do you have a study? Why are you saying this?
They don't ask me that.
They don't.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because I always do. I almost never get asked that by fucking leftoids on Twitter anymore, because if not, like, every once in a while, but very rarely, because I think if anyone knows anything about my account, or can just look at it, it's like half the shit I post are just graphs and charts and links to studies. So like it's like
yeah, but like even then, you know, like the very fact that you have to click the mouse and move to someplace else, and like I would just use Grok. It's like just Grok. Is this true? Boop. And it pisses them off. And that's my purpose, right? Like, I want to get an emotional reaction out of it. I want them to rage. I want them to bash their head on the keyboard and foam at the mouth because they're not wasting my time. That's their little tactic, right? Like, they want to DDoS you.
Area denial.
Yeah, it is area denial, right? DDoS.
A left-wing person does not talk to you to debate you. They talk to you to fill time so you cannot speak.
That is literally the tactic.
Yeah. Well, think about the one that I perpetually get involved in on Twitter is, the weights heat maps, the left, or with the left being out there in like the outer concentric rings and the right being in the center of moral concern. I've of course read that study multiple times and actually know what it says. But all the time, whenever that study gets brought up, I'll be tagged in something on Twitter. It happens
it's
constantly.
basically made famous by you.
And no, I didn't make it famous. I contributed to it on some small part, maybe, but that's it. That's the most it is.
However,
I'm
saying
every time I get
viral aspect of it was probably because of you.
It's some very, very small, very, very minor part. But what I meant by that is that I have had that discussion with these time wasters so many times that I can type like 3 or 4 sentences max and respond to everything that I know they will say about it. Because it's always just time wasting. It's always, but this, that, or the other. It's just like Dev talking about the masked police and then pivoting to, but not on ordinary, regular, real humans like us on the left. And I'm not talking about those violent terrorists on the right at Jan 6. Just the absolute insufferable whataboutism, pivoting and moving the goalposts on everything. That is why there is no reason to debate someone like him.
Do you know who's like the god that won all the debate against every single leftist ever?
Whom?
Millennial Woes.
Millennial Woes is the ultimate victor.
He's got one single fucking tweet.
It's like leftists pretend not to understand things in order to make actual debate impossible. Like that I don't know how he came up with that. I hope that he came up with it on the toilet. Like, like I think he was constipated. He was sitting on the toilet. Like,
I don't know. I can show you the. I made pancakes because it was Shrove Tuesday yesterday, so I made pancakes, and I can show you the wisdom of Millennial Woes because he contributed to my thread about pancakes.
I can tell you that is probably the single best aged tweet in all of Twitter's history. It's beautiful.
Here's another interesting thing, right? Like, someone that super chat me said, I would rather see response videos than live debates because fact checking in real time is a pain in the ass.
Absolutely.
Point, it's like already debating with him on Twitter. Like, what is this shit? Like, you're running away from debates? Like, bitch, my brother in hentai and degeneracy. I'm debating you right now. Like, why do I need to be on a live stream and waste my fucking time? I'm debating you on fucking Twitter.
It's because he wants to be Destiny or in the Destiny orbit. And how does Destiny make money? And therefore, how does Wick make money? It is from farming clippable moments, right? That's
getting paid by the DNC
for a decade has been Destiny's entire business model. That is what all of these lefty debate channels' business model has always been, which is they want to get you into a conversation where they can, through using, they'll ask you very specific questions, they'll try to get you tilted and do all kinds of stuff just so they can get one thing that they can clip completely out of context that makes you look bad. That is the entire purpose of it.
Do you know people to debate me
and by the way, like Dev likes to say this, like the left didn't want to debate. And it's like, well, yeah, that's actually interesting, So like when the internet had no terms of service and you could say literally anything you wanted, you could have said like the N-word just nonstop for 5 hours and you wouldn't get banned. Yeah. The left didn't want to debate. It's like, no platform for fascists, no platform for fascists. Okay, fine. Now that the internet has terms of service, like what? Do I get to debate someone like Destiny that says that right-wingers should get shot, and if I call him a homosexual, I get banned? Like, no, I'm sorry, like, I don't want to play like that. Like, look, I read history about the French Revolution. I know levels of hate speech that Marat was saying, which would make your ancestors get a boner, right? Like, I have rhetorical comebacks for anything that the left would throw at me, but unfortunately, I can't fucking use them.
Oh, Bill, he knows your struggle.
Times are tough.
Wanting to say words and things you're not allowed to say.
Yeah, I can
you're
relate.
completely right, though.
Listen to what Artemis Fowl is saying, and this is exactly my point. 95% of his debates with Dev on Twitter have ended with his responding and Dev being nowhere to be found on days.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
true.
like, look,
that is what he does.
It's like, at least just say it. Just fucking say it. It's like, okay, you know what? You're right. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about it that way. Why would I debate with someone that obviously like does this systemically, changes the goal tactics, changes the topic, and then just doesn't admit defeat? Like, what's the point? What's the point?
I mean, but that is the Destiny playbook, though, too. That's the way Destiny has remained relevant. He clips people, he tries to make them mad, and then he just stops responding and is able to form a very cohesive form of his version of events. And that has worked for Destiny. I mean, like, until the, by his own admission, look, he's not been found guilty, but he admitted to having, like, a terabyte plus of underage sexual material.
How does he feel about anime? Like, usually these people, like, they really, really hate anime.
Who, Destiny? I don't know.
Yeah, the people with terabytes. Like, they hate anime.
Well, it was a girl he was flirting with on the internet, apparently.
It's not all of us. Don't fucking drag me into this shit.
Oh, well,
no, I'm just noticing, right? I'm not saying that everyone that hates anime has a terabyte. All I'm saying is, like, the circles overlap in the middle.
I've noticed it as well, in that it's kind of like, I think it's because it's a hollow virtue signal, where if you go like, oh, well, everybody thinks that people who like anime are pedophiles and nonsense and stuff because the characters look really young, or they're degenerates or whatever. And so it has become... For people who are actually guilty or leaning towards guilty, they just go, oh, you like anime? That means you're the pedophile, not me. And it's just, that is such a fucking, dude, it's not every single time.
No, it's more like.
But every time someone is like, anime is pedophilia, it is every time that they end up being a pedophile. Sorry.
Well, no, because like, you know what I think? I think like people that are absolutely obsessed with conversations about pedophilia. Because like there's, like normal people. Like, normal people say it's disgusting, and they move the fuck on, right?
Yeah.
But, like,
individuals that, like... we got it.
Yeah, like, individuals that, like, obsess and tweet about it, either for or against, right? Like, people that are... And I will say this, and maybe it's controversial with my subscribers, I don't know. But, like, people that are way into lolly, like, way into it, like, their entire identity is the lolly, right?
That's really funny.
There is an overlap there. And then, like, the people that are against it and they're jihading against it, like, 24/7, way more than the average person, like, nonstop, way more. I think, like, there's an overlap there as well.
Well, do you know about the Nuxtaku situation?
I heard about it, yeah.
Okay, so kind of the lowdown on it is that Nuxtaku is a VTuber, and who I've seen some videos from in the past that I didn't hate, and the large reason was, it's like, okay, he's talking some kind of sense. And I was like, this is a mainstream sort of guy who's repeating very, very bland sort of right-wing talking points. This is tolerable for slop to listen to in the background. But I was never like a fan of the guy or anything. But I was aware of who he was. And apparently, he was, on his Discord, there were minors who, it was a 16-plus Discord, which is fine in much of Europe, but he's based in the United States, I think. Some people think he's based in Israel, but because he's Jewish, but I'm pretty sure he's based in the US. Anyway... 16-plus server, there's pornography that's being shown to minors, all this stuff has come out recently, and he also, like, his early content was showing people like Moist Critical and other big YouTubers the most fucked up hentai that he could find, and blurring it out and then put it on YouTube of like, oh, look at our reaction to this really fucked up hentai. And then when he did this kind of conservative grift, does he live in Israel now? I think he's from the US. Interesting. It is actually perhaps relevant
Yeah,
information.
no, this is what I don't get, right? Because, like, look,
But-
I'm not going to pretend that the 2014 internet didn't exist, okay? I'm not going
Sure.
to pretend that I don't know about 4chan, that I don't remember how the days of /B were like, and I know who else was there.
Yeah.
Okay, like I remember when
Yeah.
Shadman was like the most popular guy on
Everyone
YouTube, and he
loved
had like
Shadman.
everyone
Yeah.
orbiting and stuff. I remember, okay, like the
I remember it
correct
too.
thing for the people that were there is to shut the fuck up and move on. But when I
Yep.
see a person that was there, and all of a sudden they found Jesus Christ, and they're so
Yep,
pious
that's
that they
what
need to
Nuxwaku
attack.
did.
Yeah,
Yep.
and they start bobbing the cross not as a shield but as an attack vector.
Yeah.
I find it that, like the same way that you have those comedians, which they used to be like incredibly edgy, and all of a sudden they find political correctness and they kick the ladder down for everyone, and they just attack all the other comedians like Count Dankula for making a Nazi punk joke.
Mhm.
Okay, literally the same mentality.
Yeah. Well, that's the it keeps happening, right? Where the people who get obsessed with it and are militant, I often think check their hard drives too, because it keeps happening. Where particularly when it's like, oh, I found Jesus or whatever, and now I'm gonna tell everybody about how, oh yeah, all these other people who are attacking me, or all these other people who are against me are pedophiles. Sorry, I'm suspicious as fuck of you at that point. What normal people do in response to pedophilia and CSAM, and this is relevant since the Epstein stuff has come out so recently, is wood chipper. End. Like,
Feet first.
no endless conversation about this shit.
Yeah.
That's
We have reached the
it's-
conclusion. Chipper of wood, go.
Yeah, I mean, look at the other jihadi against anime, Academic Agent. Like every single
Okay,
year.
no.
Oh,
Hold on, let me finish what I want to say, because you don't know what I want to say. Listen, you don't
Okay,
know what I
okay.
want to say, all right?
Okay.
Every single year, usually around July, October. Like, this is when it will happen.
Uh-huh.
You should watch it this year, you will see it. Academic Agent gets in bed with the anime Nazis. Every single time. Like, he's kicking the hornet's nest.
seasonal
And you
anime
see-
Nazi art.
You see all of these anime avatars, all of these anime girls just swarming him, right? And he is like having this existential crisis. Like, where do these people come from? Like, how can you have a profile with an anime girl? You're a pedophile. He bans them. He shuts the fuck up. That's a normal
Yes.
person. Like,
Yes.
that's a
Okay,
normal
yeah.
reaction from a human being. He doesn't start like an entire jihadi crusade
He
about
just
it.
bans everybody.
He doesn't try to find where the
Blocks
Mastodon
them.
servers are. He doesn't try to study the anime Nazis. He doesn't go on Discord in order to figure out what the anime Nazis are and do like research and like no. He literally just bans them, moves the fuck on until
To
the
be
next
fair,
year.
He bans all kinds of people from his chat, but yeah, he does do that pretty
Yeah,
regularly.
simple.
The
Practical.
fact that he doesn't understand the anime Nazis is what's fascinating, because like he's been using the internet as long as I. It's like, listen, Academic Agent, okay? Those people get banned so fucking often that they find the idea of using an anime girl on a burner account and being smug at you while they're pissing you off their entire existence. That's why they're doing it. They're doing it to upset you. When you go around and you piss these people off, you're giving them what they want, okay? Entertainment.
Yeah, he has a tendency to do a little, to fall into a little bit of that where.
But no, because like, I think it genuinely upsets him. Like, I'm looking at it, right? Like, it's kind of like when I see it happening, again, like every
Well, it is
single
annoying.
July, it's 4th of July, American holiday, and then I go on Academics Agent Twitter. Every single time, he is in shit with the anime Nazis. And I'm thinking like, okay, this is like watching an animal in the wild. You don't want to interact because like you're ruining the natural moment. And you just have to watch it.
I mean, like, well, that's why he does regular purges of people, which I think is quite based, because he wants to get rid of a lot of that stuff.
I
You know, like you're
do.
doing
He
purges
does
of
get-
burner accounts, you know, like and because I
No,
wasted energy.
I do enjoy how much he hates the audience. I feel it's
Yeah.
pain.
He does.
Yes,
He does hate the audience.
and I agree
You
with
don't
him.
Which is
understand what
quite
an
funny.
okay. Listen, like when I describe what an anime Nazi is, like most people go like, "Oh, I've seen those people." It's like, look, it's like unironically Nazis, like they genuinely, without me being like,
Not the way that the
ironic.
left uses Nazi
yeah,
words.
not the way.
everybody.
No, like they're literal unironic Nazis, and they use
Well, LARPers,
anime
yeah.
aesthetic, usually like little girls with the black sun or the swastikas behind them, right? Those are the anime Nazis. I'm pretty sure you guys saw them in the wild. And every single year, I don't know how he does it. I don't know what starts it. I generally don't. But like he triggers them. And you see academic agent just battling like 40 or 50. It's like, oh, these pedophiles, where did they come from? And it's like, how can you use the internet for so long to not know about their communities?
He may just be
Gen X.
You know what I think? One day, like when academic agent is old, he's going to descend on the Mastodon server like Jesus descended into hell in order to break the chains of oppression and rescue the souls of the people from Mastodons that aren't anime Nazis and bring them back on X.
All 3 of them.
All 3 of them.
All 3 of them.
We'll be able to fit on a fucking bicycle.
In the end times, yeah.
The end times, yeah.
The
When
world's least
academic
impressive
agent is going
rapture.
to descend it, it's going to descend into the Mastodon servers. Do you think he knows about Mastodon?
Probably AA knows
so.
AA is not as much of a because he's not a boomer. He's Gen X. I think he just I think he takes things quite seriously, and I mean this with legitimately
How can
like all the love in the world.
How can you take the
Speaking
anime
as a bit of an
Nazis
autist,
seriously?
I think he's just a little bit of an autist, in the same way that I'm more of an autist. But he just gets a little bit
Like,
tilty
these-
when people
these
act
are
retarded at him. I
these are-
understand the struggle.
People like these are people that unironically like Hitler, and you're like, oh, you're a pedophile. Do you think they care?
Yeah,
It's like they
hope not.
unironically have pictures of swastikas on them. Like, what? They don't give a fuck.
I mean, I've seen AA get triggered over stuff over the years where it doesn't make any sense to me. That's just how
Oh,
he
like
is.
the first thing that I stopped taking
The
him
abs.
seriously is when he triggered with girls with abs.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Like, of course, I like to see healthy women that do gymnastics. Like, what the fuck? Oh, no, like, do you think I'm into morbidly obese shit? Like, I see how he looks like, because unfortunately, he doesn't use a VTube avatar like normal people. He shows himself. He's fat! Like, that's fine, you can be fat, but, like, if you were told, women would like that. It's normal to like abs. It's not unhealthy.
I think again, I think he has a tendency to spiral on stuff where he gets angry at something because there's annoying people chirping at him all the time over it, and he kind of spirals out on it, and then he normalizes and rights the ship and just moves on. I'm a big fan of AA, and I quite like him as a person. And I can't talk shit because I also spurg out on Twitter from time to time. So
it's weird. It's weird because he's got like this boomer energy where he pretends he doesn't understand the internet. It's like, oh, a guy likes to lick a girl's abs. Oh, well, do you know fetishes exist? Have you ever heard about them? Oh my goodness, people are degenerate. Yes, in an internet where billions of people use it, you will find degeneracy on every single social media. Oh, goodness gracious. Like, the internet is not an academic space. People use pseudonyms. People do stuff that they wouldn't do in real life. They talk about things they wouldn't talk about in real life. Oh, shocking. And by the way, I still don't understand.
just over the internet censorship stuff.
Yeah.
I actually agree with him on that. I don't know if we talked about this, which is that I would legitimately be in favor of a Chinese style firewall being put over the UK internet well before digital ID, right? I would be totally in favor of that. If what the UK government actually wanted to do to prevent child pornography and other like horrific shit, external influence from different countries' propaganda wings from being able to as easily affect the UK population with a firewall in the same way China has one, I would be more in favor, and for every country to have something similar, I would be more in favor of that than I would be in terms of, oh, everybody needs a digital ID so that we can see absolutely everything you do at all times to use as blackmail essentially against you.
Actually going to be
Sounds like the
controversial
ADL.
here, and I will say that
Yeah.
the firewall is a pretext that easily abused.
It is.
We had the internet for 2 decades, okay? What the fuck is wrong with it? Like, I actually
India,
remember
mainly.
when it was like using the internet when I was younger. Like, I was schooled. It's like, okay, listen, do not give your address, do not show your face, do not tell who you are, do not meet people from the internet because it's dangerous. And so, like, if every kid had that education and now you have parental controls, it's fucking enough.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
the problem-
it's like, okay, well, there's child pornography or whatnot. It was always there, right? Like, the police should handle
and
it.
groomers. The
police
difference is
should
that the problem I have with the digital ID system in particular is that it just gathers your personal information. It's very easily bypassed, and the people there's constant data leaks, which means that when you collect all this information from children, you're actually going to end up releasing a lot of information from children inadvertently when the data inevitably gets leaked, which it will,
that's
which it
another
has
thing
every
that
time.
triggers me, right? It's like, oh, children shouldn't have their information collected. Why do children get the benefit about that, but I don't? So, like, okay, Billy is now 17. 1 year till he can get harvested? Like, this is what I don't understand. It's like, is collecting information wrong or not? If collection information is fine,
Right. Good question. Good point.
What the fuck is wrong with collecting from children, right? Okay, so like you need to know that little Billy likes Action Man, so you can sell him Action Man figures. Okay, if that is wrong, why are you doing it to me? Right? So like what? Like little Billy is 17 now. Oh, I guess 1 more year and then we can start harvesting them. You know, like and we can start monetizing.
No, you're
Billy.
right. I mean, I'd prefer he didn't do any of the data harvesting. I agree. Unfortunately, they are going to do that. But if you could at least protect children from it a little bit, I'd prefer that. Because children don't have autonomy. Children, can't make decisions.
It's also the thing about children, right? It's like, it used to be, when you said children, I would think like 5-year-old, 7-year-old. Now it's like
Now
17.
it's anything under 18, yeah.
Right? And it's like, okay, my brother in Christ is like 17 years old. You want to like turn the internet into a Chinese authoritarian shithole so that 17-year-olds don't watch Diddy. Like, should he prefer
Yeah,
if
well,
my
I really would
17-year-old
prefer.
happens to watch Diddy that grows up in an authoritarian shithole, you know? And by the way, this is also interesting. In UK, apparently, they want 16 years old to vote, right? So like
That's
16 years old can vote,
that's where I'm like, okay, well, it's
but
one or
like they
the
can't
other.
use the internet. Like, get the fuck out.
Yeah,
The age of majority in the UK had to be upped from 16 to 18 because the Muslims were making child brides out of them and using it as a legal pretense.
See, like
Yeah.
sending, like obviously sending inappropriate content to a 17-year-old is grooming, and I'm not okay with that. But like
Right.
allowing a 17-year-old to use the internet just the way I use them, it is what it is. Like at the end of the day, like if he goes outside and gets a hooker, how is that any different?
well, again,
We must protect the children. By the way,
I-
we're funding the BBC,
I
who've
do-
got a long storied history
Well,
of,
yeah. Well, we could talk about
all
that
sorts
for
of
sure.
horrible things.
But,
Well, the thing is, like my grandfather at 16 actually had the car, had the job, had the fucking family. Hey,
yeah.
My parents were married before they were of age.
I do
which
agree,
like
though.
really sweet.
If the UK government, which it does, wants to reduce the voting age to 16, then you can't be precious about other stuff. You've now made 16 adult by pretty much every metric. So I agree. Like whatever the age of majority is, whatever the country decides it is that's the age of majority. That means, and unfortunately, the internet works on U.S. rules. So if a country does have an age of majority that's under 18, well, everything ultimately functions under U.S. rules because the United States is the, they run the entire internet infrastructure in terms of like, social media. What kind of laws are applied, even if despite whatever individual countries' rules are. So I don't know. I do think though that the entire online or digital ID stuff is just a giant information gathering operation, and I don't like children having all of their information gathered. I don't like adults having all their information gathered either, to be fair. But
I don't
I do
trust
understand
children
why.
with the internet.
I do
trust
understand
Like, people-
why AA was in favor of some of the restrictions.
I don't get him. I don't get him at all. It's like you have the most leftist government in the history of the UK that I can remember. You're a right winger. You're actually supporting
No, he's not.
measures that will be used.
He's sensible
not a
center
right-winger?
left.
He's a
sensible
leftist now?
No, he's always been sensible center left.
No, he was ANCAP agent when I was watching him.
It's a running joke he's got going, V. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, now I
He's ironically
understand.
left wing now.
Now I understand why I hate Tactical Droid who keeps quoting him. It's like, look, I have an aversion towards leftism. Like, apparently, you don't have to tell me you're a leftist. Like, if I start getting pissed off when I'm next to you, it's like, all right, no, fine. Okay, that's understandable then. Okay, so he's left-hearted. Okay, normally he supports it. I withdraw my accusations.
The main thing we were going to talk about tonight, and we are
Did he
after
vote
we get done
Labour?
with this conversation.
No,
we're
hold
going
on,
to
hold
talk
on.
about Rupert
Did he
Lowe.
vote
Oh, he
Labour?
didn't.
No.
Why did he
Well,
vote? Did he
I
vote
mean,
Green?
He just says he's left wing to wind people up, mate.
Yeah, but like, did he vote Lib
Oh,
Dem? Like,
it's not just winding people
No.
up. It's not to wind people up. It is to get people to rethink and unfuck themselves from this left-right paradigm.
okay, but like, what does he
And
vote?
also,
let
when you
me
cede ground,
myself.
hang on, when you cede ground and you act like the positions that you hold are somehow far right or even like center right or anything on the right, they're not. They shouldn't be. These are probably
Okay,
the
but
beliefs of a lot,
Aiden,
it's to not
listen.
cede ground
Aiden.
to say, those are left-wing opinions. I have right-wing
Yeah,
opinions.
that's nice, dear. That's nice, dear. I don't care what the individual.
I'm telling you what he's doing, though.
Yeah,
you
listen,
know?
and I'll give you my response to what he's doing. I don't give a shit what the individual tree thinks. When the entire forest votes left, we all suffer. So my question is, did he vote Lib Dem or Green? Like what?
He
did
voted
he vote
neither.
in the?
I don't think
Wait,
he
what
votes.
did he vote in the British
I
election?
don't know if he actually votes, dude.
No,
I think he votes. I
no.
think, you know what I think? No, I tell you what I think. He goes into that voting booth, right? Wiggles his fat little ass and puts that stamp on Keir Starmer. It's like, yes. Like he
No.
votes for the strong man.
Now the Greens.
No, he actually said that he tried to vote for. He said he was going to vote for Keir Starmer just to like basically 0 seats.
Yeah.
And he said he couldn't do it.
Which was it?
He said by the time
Right,
he came,
yes,
he
he
cucked
did.
out and he didn't.
How
do it.
do
couldn't
I
do it.
know this? How do I know this? Like, listen,
Because
like,
0
Because-
seats started on his show.
I don't care about the moral fog that he's trying to cast over people. You put your stamp on Labour, you're a leftist. That's it.
But
He
that was
didn't.
part of
That's
it.
the point.
Yeah. It was not a moral decision.
Then why did he vote on?
It was 0
seats.
seats.
Fucking stupid.
This is
I
for
stand
0
by my
seats.
stance.
0 seats
he
was
voted-
to... The whole
voted
point of
UKIP.
0 seats was to show utter and complete vote of no faith, no competence in the Tory party. So that the point was for them to get 0 seats to show you are such shit that we would
Sure.
rather vote for Labour than you.
Sure, but why
That
wouldn't they vote
and-
for UKIP then?
Because this was the 0 seats came after that.
Look, I don't care how he
Yeah.
justifies he's a leftist, but like the one that I know now.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You asked
So many
me
layers
like
of irony deep at this point.
you asked me why,
I'll get
and
the
then
super
I
chats
tell you
in a
like
bit, guys.
this is the reason why. And secondly,
Yeah, and I don't
what-
accept the
like,
reason.
Also,
Like
no,
I
but-
know, I understand. Like I don't have anything against you. Like you justified what he said, and that's fine. And I'm
No,
saying,
I'm going
like,
by your
I
timeline
reject
doesn't
the
make sense.
rationale. Yeah.
Also, his explanation.
Well, I don't remember the
I-
timeline either, to be honest.
Yeah, but okay, so here's the reason for the 0 seats. It was to get Labour so much power that they have to own every fuck up, and you can't just blame it on the Tories. That was the reason.
Yes. yes.
That is no way you will ever see me put the stamp on a leftist. That's how pure I am. Okay. Like I'm.
good for
Nothing
you, V.
on
This
planet
was a bit of
Earth can
this was a
happen.
tactical move, though.
Also, this is
Maybe
okay.
I would cancel
Yes,
my
yes,
vote.
they
I would vote
discussed
for the
why
clown.
and how they were doing it on streams.
God, can't we just
I would
beat up
vote for the
politicians
clown
anymore?
candidate. Like I
Also-
don't give a fuck. You will
also-
never see Keir Starmer and then look at it and think we voted for this. It will never fucking happen.
Also,
Tactical voting is a tactical noose around the neck.
AA's ultimate enemy is Zionism. So anything that
Yeah.
opposes it, he is going to vote for that thing. Like if Keir
But,
Starmer
like,
came out
again,
tomorrow and just said,
my
I will
ultimate
remove
enemy-
all
Right, listen.
Zionists from the entire population, like he will smack Keir Starmer's name in
Okay,
his
but
forehead.
that's adorable. You know, like I really find it adorable, and he can fight Zionism without voting left. Like that's
No, he
my
can't.
line, you
That's
know?
his point. Because the Zionism
Well,
is
if he
overwhelmingly
can't, then
center
he's
right.
a leftist. Then he is a leftist, and I will have nothing but spite and contempt. I would vote for Zionism just to get leftism out. Look, academic age, we disagree with this, right? Like Fred
just-
Foe.
Oh.
No.
We just form street
That's
gangs
fighting
again.
words.
Oof, dude.
Yeah.
No, I would not do that. But that I think
Yeah, no.
I
Okay,
think
so
he likes
Labour
fucking
or
people. I don't know how we've
Zionism,
gotten
what
onto
would you-
a sort of psychological
okay,
evaluation
Aidan
of AA.
Paladin,
from
you go
this.
to the election, right?
Uh-huh.
And you have like Benjamin Netanyahu, and you have Keir Starmer. What do you vote?
Keir Starmer.
Out of the two of those, I'd vote for Starmer.
Get the fuck. You people deserve your digital IDs. You
Wait,
people
over
fucking
Netanyahu?
deserve.
Over
Yeah,
Netanyahu?
at least Benjamin Netanyahu attacks someone. You know, at least he declares war on some
He attacks
people.
Yes,
someone
Twin
by
Towers.
leeching
Yeah,
off somebody
for
else. He's
Israel.
a parasite.
Yeah, but he doesn't push for digital ID
He
at
is.
least. You know, like at least he's not leftist.
Okay,
Yes,
no.
yes,
He
everywhere
is
else.
the Antichrist.
Well, it's not just him.
The only thing Netanyahu's
Good.
got going for
We're
him is
getting
he's pro
closer to the
apartheid.
end times then if he's the Antichrist. Like, you can be in heaven, right? If you worship your Jesus, that's fine. But I would never vote
I'm
for
going
Keir
to oppose
Starmer.
him. No, I would legitimately, gun to my head, vote for Keir Starmer every time.
Yeah, out of the two, I'm voting
this
for.
is why we have democracy,
for,
right? This is why we have democracy. So
We
you
hate
guys can
democracy.
disagree, and this is how
Yeah, we
Keir
do.
Starmer gets elected, I guess. You
Yeah,
know?
we're the anti-democracy game.
Yeah, I'm being outnumbered. Like, okay, fine. You know, I'm gonna sit
Don't
here
lump
with
me in with them,
Monica,
please.
dude.
but at least you
Please
know what?
don't lump me in with them.
Well, no, Bill's
You
not.
know, at least when Benny wins and he invades some people that can't defend themselves, at least I know that I'm on the winning side. Okay, you guys, you vote for
Hey, this
Keir
is not
Starmer.
making you good look.
What's
I don't care about
that?
it. All I care about is not being leftist.
Into?
What's that bit in Monty Python where they're all like identifying themselves as a group, and there's some guy in the back goes, "I'm not," and it's like, oh, yeah, he's not. It's Bill Sorry.
What?
No, out of the
I'm
two,
just
I
not
would
leftist.
absolutely.
Like, it's literally that simple, right?
We're all
No,
nostalgic.
no,
Also,
my
we-
absolute
we-
one and only goal is to be pro-Israel, Israel first, Israel only.
Yes.
Keir Starmer is
It's pretty
a
based if you
robotic
happen to
piece
live
of
in
shit
Israel.
who
Let
is just.
me put it
But
this
we
way.
don't.
Okay, Aidan, let me put it this way.
But we don't,
okay?
and I'm not Jewish.
No,
so
listen, Aidan, right? If you're in Israel and you vote for Benny, at least you win. If you're in UK and you vote for Keir Starmer, you know you lose. Like,
But we don't
at least
live.
I think
But
I
we
would be
don't
happy
live
with
in
my-
Israel.
That's the ultimate political stance. Each country should vote for another country's leadership.
I mean, that would
Oh
be funny.
God, that would be hell, though. It would be funny as shit, but my God, that'll be hellish.
Everyone's
Hey,
crowded around the ballot, like the big
Spoon.
box, like the bingo box, trying to get like a fun one. It's like, oh, who gets Israel this year? It's gonna be funny.
Spoon. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's
Stream
back.
crashed for a second. Seems.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that.
No,
Sorry,
you're
what
fine,
were we
it's-
talking about?
Voting for other people's leaders.
Oh, voting for other people's.
I mean, we already
leaders,
pay
Yes.
for. Let's face it, most of the countries that we live in are already paying for other people's nations as it is.
Look, all I'm saying is that if you had Benny for America and he does for America what he does for Israel, you would basically see all of the Canadians' leadership pages pop, and you'd watch that and you'd be like, "Fuck yes, you know they're going to be
Benny
the
owns
next
them
state now."
both.
Yeah.
But he's not
Well,
going.
exactly. I mean, like at the end of the
if-
day, you are voting for the same person. So you just, how many degrees removed?
Yes.
To be fair, though, I will say this: like what Donald Trump did to Maduro was pretty fucking badass. Like the left didn't even have time to organize. Like they organized protests in order to bitch and whine, and by the time like they wanted to go out, Maduro was already arrested. And it's like, oh, what do we do now? Like they spent money on the protests.
No. I do not think that was
we've gone-
based.
I
That's
didn't
not
like
that you're
that
asking me to vote between Donald Trump and Netanyahu again, and
Like,
as
you know,
before, it's
oh,
the
come
same
on.
answer.
Even the fucking left found Maduro getting arrested in his pajamas to be badass.
I did not
Yes.
find it to be badass.
Someone said
because it
Keir
was done at
Starmer,
the
Xi
behest of Israel.
Jinping, Xi Jinping all damn day. Xi Jinping
Okay,
actually
once
wheels
again,
on
I
his
find
face.
myself watching a
You
debate
live in a
on.
nation.
Like,
See, this is the thing. Like, you're not a man. You don't have a cock. Like, if I was in a nation and I know that nobody is safe, like anywhere, we can fuck with whatever leader we want. Like, I would have the most strong penis imaginable. Like, I could literally crack skulls with it. I'd be like, okay, so like you're telling me that my fucking government imposed its will, like subjugated Venezuela. I'd be like, yes. Fuck, that's so goddamn awesome. Like, I love America. Like, my taxpayer money did that. Yes, I will work hard.
We had a whole fell for
Okay,
it
so
again
he's an
award.
authoritarian, apparently.
Well, I mean,
No, V's an imperialist. It's like, I want my
let's
country
go,
to
let's
go.
subjugate. I want my country to dominate. Like,
same.
it's more specific.
Yeah,
do you know what's actually funny? Like,
I would think it was more based if it wasn't the
Venezuelan.
Americans.
Listen. There was this Venezuelan.
Putin or Trump
and he
everywhere.
actually gave an interview.
Yeah, Putin.
And he was like, well, don't you know that, like, America wants your oil? And the Venezuelan was like, well, obviously they want our oil. It's like the Russians want our oil, and the Chinese want our oil, the Americans want our oil. And what the fuck do you think the Russians and the Chinese are here for? Like, for our tortillas? Like, of course they want our oil. But, like, at least out of all the three, like, the Americans seems to be the best choice. I was like, well, that makes sense.
I wouldn't say it's the best.
I
It's more
don't-
like the least worse.
Something around those
It's
lines.
kind of
yeah.
like how you are when you're a small nation, right? Like, there's no, like,
yeah,
small
you do have
town-
to decide
Yeah,
essentially.
you do have to like decide which sphere of political influence you're going to be under. So.
You
And-
could just do
right,
what North
yeah,
Korea
you're-
does and get a
you're-
nuke.
Well, true, but you do have to pick your sphere of political influence, and it's either going to be China/Russia or the U.S./Israel. And
God, I wish
I mean,
we
you
went
as a
with the
person
Russian
don't
one.
get to pick, but that is the choice that all countries have to make. essentially, is what sphere of global political influence do you want to belong to? So it's, Russia/China or US/Israel.
What do you think will happen if the judge finds him innocent?
Which?
Maduro. I mean, I think it's very possible. Because he's going to be in New York.
Yeah.
I don't know what'll happen.
Really, really funny.
But it'd be
I'll
really
tell you,
funny.
no, listen, I'll tell you what will happen, right?
Uh-huh.
First of all, he's going to be in America illegally. I'm not kidding. Like,
So they deport
Twice are gonna seize him.
seriously, I'm not kidding. Like, I actually looked at what is the legal thing that will happen. So, if he is not found guilty, then he is legitimately in America illegally. Now, deportations made them very difficult, right? And so he probably will be detained in an ICE facility for at least 1 or 2 years.
Wait a minute.
Now, he is also wanted by the International Criminal Court. And so America can extradite him to a country that is with the International Criminal Court. So, like, even if they find him innocent, I think his goose is cooked. And I also think that this is an internal civil war that's happening in Venezuela. Like, I think, like, his own people wanted him. Because, like, there's no fucking way you get a guy out of the bed in the presidential palace unless you have insiders that are helping you out.
Yeah.
Can I just take a moment to appreciate how fucking doofy Maduro looks in every single image he's in? He's got this
That
fucking
is
big
true.
doofy smile.
No, I think it's like pretty funny, and here's the thing: like,
Look at
he's
his
actually
face.
charismatic, because like in order to be a dictator, you have to have charisma. And wait until, unfortunately, the trial won't go live, right? Like it's not
No, it
going
won't,
to be live streamed. But if it was, you'd probably see him start about the American healthcare, and the American left would lap it up. They would lap it
for
up.
sure.
Like they would
Yeah, true.
fucking love him. Like I can see academic agents be like, yes, this is a Chad man, because he's not Israeli. He's not with Benny. And if he's not with Benny, he is from God.
I like how
He's
AA
fighting
is
the
am.
Anticristo.
Yeah, why is he
Benny.
am? By the way, let's get the angle here. I can't get Scrumpin, but I did
No,
tell
but
us
I
that we were
have to
dunking on
leave,
that.
right? Because I only
Oh,
said
okay.
I couldn't. This was actually really fun. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Maybe we can do it again next week if we're up to it.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Before you leave immediately, V, I just got him Saluso. So we could dunk on Dev a little longer, I guess. Hello.
Excellent timing.
Yeah, it was good.
Oh,
timing.
yeah, but unfortunately, I genuinely have to go. Because, like, I promised my wife I would not spend more than 1 hour.
I know. I
So,
know.
what was nice to see you again. Well, hear you, I guess, Crop.
Same thing. Hello. Okay.
Oh, never mind. It's Uzulu, right? I don't know. It's like I don't recognize the avatars. I'm sorry.
You need glasses
Oh,
now, V.
I'm sorry. I now know who I'm talking with. But still, it was nice to see you, Uzulu. So, anyway, maybe next week we can have another live stream. And,
For sure.
yeah.
Thanks for stopping by, V. We'll see you later.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Hello, Zulu. Do you? Well, sorry, I didn't realize like when I finally saw your message that it was gonna be right when V had to leave.
As
This
it
is
turns
awkward
out,
timing.
V is allergic to me.
Yeah, well, no, it's because of you. That's why he left.
Yeah,
Obviously.
that makes sense.
Did you
I mean,
see the thing
many
we're
such
talking
cases.
about? Because I
Did I
assumed
see-
you
is this about
wanted to
Dev?
join in to see Dev being retarded. Yeah.
I didn't. I think I saw something about it. Yeah, but I don't know the full details.
Okay, Spoon, would you bring up my stream or my
He
screen
did.
again? We'll do a little recap. Also, we're at like the an hour and a half mark, so it's about good time to do a recap. Also, 1 second.
Oh, I'll put the embarrassing secrets away then, since we're on stream.
What are those? V's?
No, yours.
What are those?
Like you're a bird, but actually, genetically.
But everybody here knows I'm a bird.
Yeah, but do they know how much of a bird you are?
I don't know.
He's not even a real person. It's just that Oozlu's personal helium supply ran out, so we had to switch accounts.
Wait a minute. When we get back into this, because I've also asked Bill if he wouldn't mind grabbing me a drink, because I've been running on this since the beginning. I'll read the super chats here. Rat Cheesington for 5 says, if you can tell Dev he's a bigger cuck than Destiny, iDubbbz and Piers Morgan, please make sure he knows that it came from me. Please and thank you. I can, but I don't like talking to him, and I have him muted. M2M2 for 5 says, Amal now has
Movie.
10k subscribers. Yeah, I heard about that. Based.
Yeah.
Hey, Amal, you know what's better? Working to find a guy friend for a trad relationship. Amal, stop grifting your lazy bones. Kizza, who's been a member for 37 months, says, guys, I'll gladly debate Dev and gladly ruin him intellectually speaking, ripping apart his ideological contradictions and failures to the point he'll exit himself off the internet.
Yeah, that's
Many
not
people
how-
have tried, Kizza.
Yeah.
And none have succeeded. TJ France for 5 says, Ave Crown Crew, glory to you in your houses. Hashtag Sword Fund. Thank you, man. I'll add that to the Sword Fund. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, just got here and already I hear a bunch of chaos and people being idiots. I see Dev, so I already know this will be good. Michael Doberman for 2 says, Hail V. I'm sorry that he's just left. My favorite midget Romanian sending love. Well, he wasn't here to hear you call him a midget. Sorry. Mighty Biscuit for 10 says, Spoon, this is democracy. You said it yourself before. Democracy is never about how they rule, but who gets to rule and pretend like they're doing anything. Indeed. Eldritch Saga for 2 says, debates get you kirked. Yep. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, this is Dev. That special individual is always desperate for attention from anyone, even you guys, even... What?
Yeah, even me.
Even us. Oh, anything to pretend like he's relevant. That's what he's trying to do here, yeah. Eldritch Saga over 2 says, there's no point in wasting time and effort on them. I agree, but it is fun. Lamented's been a member for 19 months. Thank you, Lamented. Says, hello, Crown Crew and V. Hello. Artemis Fowl for 5 says, I can appear in 2 chats at once. I know you were in V's chat as well. And for $10, Artemis Fowl says, look, I still respond to Dev to help him out when his mental biases fail him. That is constantly, man. That means you have to respond to him all the time. And he makes false comparisons and generalities to the point that the implication creates a false impression of reality. That's all the time. Mighty Biscuit for 10 says, my biggest question is, why do people give Dev a platform? I mean,
Because he's funny.
that's what he was trying. He was trying to get a platform with us, I guess, here. But yeah, why did Arch give him a platform for forever? Because he was farming super chats off of him.
Yes, there is a thing called a lol cow.
Yeah.
Yes.
So people give him a platform to milk him. Anymore, at least. He's a basic liberal, globo homo, special needs dude who just spurgs out the same BS as other brain dead people. Yeah, lol
pretty
cow.
much.
That is why that happens. Manny Tsuchai for 10 says, like I said on the stream before, when one is arguing with a leftist or a boomer, one is really arguing with the television, and the television does not hear anything the viewer says. Indeed. El Degusto for 5 says, V is a hypocrite. He did what he complained Dev did about drama farming debates in public. He brigaded Razor Fist to debate him and was ignored. I don't remember what happened there in particular.
I would have liked to have seen that.
but,
That would have been funny.
I would have liked to have seen that as well.
A few
What
times I
happened
probably
there?
would have sided with V.
Kissa
Just
for
because
5 pounds
Razor
says,
Fist
A.
just really pisses me off because
Yeah.
he is a massive
yeah.
stick up his ass when it comes to monarchy, and I don't know why. It's insufferable. Albeit quite funny,
I think it's
watching him
because
rage.
well, he wants
Because
to
he's
have
a
like,
moron who thinks republicanism actually works.
and he wants to have an enemy. I think
Oh, and
a lot
also,
of people like that are
he is
jealous
he
they
is a-
don't have their version of a Nazi, right, to get mad at.
Also,
it's
he's
like an abject
a-
evil.
He is a libertarian,
Yeah.
even though he doesn't know it, and he gets really, really mad when you point that out.
He gets mad because he's a
I sent-
libertarian.
Yes, but I sent
He's
the clip
ashamed of
when
it.
he. Yeah, I sent the clip to it to a friend of mine who doesn't know who he is. Like the one clip with the, I think it was something called like the government is not the solution, some shit like that. And I sent it to a friend of mine, and I just said, "Watch this." And within 3 minutes, he went like, "I can't watch this. It's just a rambling libertarian." Someone knows nothing about him. Like, see, like just even a random stranger watches his ramblings to go, "That's a libertarian." So it's not a bias. It's just like that's just a
Yeah.
libertarian. And he thinks he is. I'm like, dude, you
Yeah.
very, very much are.
It's very bizarre.
Funny though.
But I understand Aldo Gusto. Kizza for 5 pounds says AA voted for Tony Blair twice, and just on that AA should be deported via cannon to Iran for voting for that demon to rule my nation. Any objections? AA appreciates
I
the
actually
power
agree
of
with
Tony
Kizza.
Blair. He appreciates Tony Blair's ability to wield power,
yeah,
which he does and has
he's very good at
quite
it. Yeah.
effectively. M2M2 for 5 says, Lumi Angler isn't much better than Dev. She's a wacko VTuber who likes depravity, such as Lolly, Shota, Goro, Nakan? I don't know what that one is. Mind Break, etc. Ew, I don't even know what that one is. Yikes. M2M2 for 2 says, 1 hour in, and the crew hasn't read Super Chats. I have now! Thank you, man.
There
Eldritch
were a
Saga
lot
for
of
5
them,
says,
so-
What if you vote for whites first, but whites first, but the white only party when the words censored to prevent even asking. Yeah, you can't even say the word white, right? Kids for £5 says Zionism is inherently left-wing as it comes from Trotsky, who, if you know your basic history, is a Bolshevist. Don't push the lie that it's right-wing friends. I don't think we said anything about Zionism being any wing. Zionism is Zionism. It's its own separate sort of thing that it doesn't exist on what we would typically think of as on a political spectrum. I mean, I guess you might be able to call it conservative in some instances, I suppose, but it's conservative for very specific people.
I like hiding. I don't like being known. Well, I mean, the irony of me having a YouTube channel, I suppose, is probably lost.
Wait, I was to say you like a little bit of it.
I like my content to be seen, not me. Does that make sense? Gay.
I do get it, though. I do get it.
Bishop of the Railway for this is the avatar of my thoughts. It's just a spoon dressed in a tuxedo, but I do not have any affiliation with that. It's just ideas and avatar. Me as a person do not exist. There's nothing behind the avatar.
Bishop of the Railway for 5 says, awesome. Always love it when you have R the Donald on the show. Yeah, welcome R the Donald. Again, sorry you missed V. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, anyways.
Are you sure they're talking about me, given that message was, I guess that was since I got here.
Yeah. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, anyways, bedtime.
How would that be relevant? Explain yourself, chatter.
Bye all, love you all. Spoon, I will find you on Discord, canine forever, good night. Oh, that's what you're talking about. And M2M Tomb for 2 says, I meant non-con. Oh, get around chat restrictions. I got you. Yeah. All right, the Donald. Should we talk about the dev thing again? I'll just walk you through it. Well, actually, we want to talk about Rupert Lowe. Do you want to stick around for that?
I don't mind.
Okay. Do you have the stream or my
Yes, I do. Also, Rupert Lowe is superior to Farage.
Yes, unquestionably.
That is fucking obvious by now.
My God.
Farage is an absolute moron.
In many, many ways, yes. The only way he might not be is in practical ability to get votes. And maybe to hold a party together, I'm not sure.
We'll see. We'll see. That all remains to be seen.
Because Farage has been really good at doing that.
Yeah, and
Farage he's made quite a few successful parties, though he has left himself at some point. But the party itself held together.
I don't know if you could say, is it
until
successful?
Right after he left. The least successful, weirdly, was the Brexit Party. UKIP got Brexit done, and Reform is now way ahead in the polls. Whether that'll remain the case, I don't know.
I'm not sure. I know that the current narrative is that nobody knows who Rupert Lowe is. Oh, we're shifting gears here now. Nobody knows who Rupert Lowe is. Oh no, I guess we're gonna cover the dev stuff a bit longer. And he's irrelevant, and he has no chance because no one knows who he is. Anyway, before we get to that, though.
Go on.
Before we get to that, though, here's the dev stuff. I'll give you the quick rundown, and for people who were not here or would like a refresher. Dev, earlier today, tagged Arch, V, and Sargon, and said, I know all of you guys disagree with the idea that Trump is the greatest threat to free speech that America has seen in a generation, and I would like to see right-wingers engage with actual debate again. Then tags them, posts a screenshot from Discord of him talking to Wick, who's like a Destiny orbiter who does a debate panel show. And the one time I was on it, it ended with the left-winger arguing who was on the side in favor of trans people being able to own guns and not having to go through the same... in fact, like the point of it was not even have to go through the same sort of background checks and regulations that regular people have to go through to own firearms. Calling me an ugly tranny. The pro-tranny side called me an ugly tranny. That's a typical kind of Wick debate.
Because they're known for being good looking.
Right. Well, I mean, it was a woman. She just wants, points. Dev is very excited about this because I guess Wick tags
How do you want accolades for something with a penis lopping as your gender? How the fuck does that make sense?
I don't know. It's just like, oh, look at how virtuous I am. Get Archcast to debate Destiny on my show on Friday. Dev goes, now again, I asked other people this, but I'll ask you this, Islo. The way I read this is Dev going, wait, why is Destiny coming on this time? So now he's interested. I mean, he was interested enough that he took a screenshot of this conversation.
I didn't read it quite that way.
and then goes ahead and is like, oh no, I'll get someone to debate. I'll get Arch to debate Destiny. I'll get Sargon. I'll get V. I'll get Scrump. I'll get Aiden. I'll get Spoon. As he goes on here. My right-wing haters, let's go full retard. Someone come debate Destiny on whether censorship is worse now under Trump.
Dev, my hatred of you has nothing to do with my political affiliation. It's just because you're fucking retarded.
Indeed.
I would be a leftist. If I was a leftist, I still hate you because you're insane.
So
it's that simple.
All right, here's the grand total of all the arguments free speech pro and con for Trump. Pro, he led the movement that inspired Elon, who is too autistic to do so otherwise, to buy Twitter, which is now less censored. Ding. Con, he has pursued anti-Semitism almost more than any other president. Overall, a balance.
Well, in this particular case, are you familiar with this FCC CBS Colbert thing?
No. That sounds like a gay acronym to me.
Well, it is a bunch of gay acronyms. But what it was is that Stephen Colbert wanted, and we clarified what this was on the stream as well. Colbert wanted to air an interview with one Democrat politician running in Texas. He did not want to do an interview with another Democrat running in Texas. And the FCC says you have to give equal, if you're going to interview candidates, you have to give equal time to different candidates. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to put it up, the interview that I've done, up on YouTube rather than air it on airwaves that have to follow FCC guidelines, and then acted like he had been censored. That is the debate that Spoon and I have been, and V, have been invited to partake in here. As to whether or not that is worse censorship than has happened in a generation.
Scroll down.
To what? To V's poster?
Yeah. Imagining me as a leftist is unnerving. Yeah, I don't think I could be a leftist now. I know too much. Or rather, I'm just more honest about it.
So the main difference, if anything, is that when the right, in the brief times the right does what the left thinks is censorship, it's usually up front. When the left does it, it's much more common and much more far-reaching and much more damaging, but it's all subversive, so they don't notice.
Well, I don't know how you could have, and this came up with V as well, how you could have possibly lived through COVID and act like this. Stephen Colbert choosing not to air his show on FCC monitored and approved airwaves, so that he wouldn't have to follow FCC regulations. Sounds to me like he made a decision there where he's like, I don't want to follow FCC regulations, so I'll just put my interview on YouTube. I fail to see where the censorship even is. So again, we're reiterating stuff we talked about earlier.
It's not censorship, it's a standard.
Well, yeah, he said, I don't want to live up to that standard, so I'm not going to.
The only difference between censorship and standard is who's in power.
Yes, indeed.
I'm not sure if the FCC standards are themselves censorious, but if they are, then they were before Trump.
Yeah.
Right.
Case in point.
Well, it's very stupid. So, that's why
it's the same
was
thing,
on
just
now.
depends who's in power.
I read this, Usalu, and you can tell me what you think, as Dev just desperately wanted to get people, like, he must have promised in some way, Wick, and then seeing that Destiny's in on this in some level, they're like, oh, I'll get you access to the right-wing chuds so you can fucking own them. Can we get goals to move on, please? Yeah, we're done. I was reiterating it because Usalu just got here.
Yeah, sorry about that, chat. I think I'd want to see more of the context before I judge on his motive, but if he's trying to connect Destiny...
This is the context.
Yeah, but I think I'd want to see whatever is available and think about it. But if his goal was to connect Sargs and Destiny, haven't they already talked before?
Yes.
So what?
Years ago.
I'm not sure that's it then.
I don't know.
Maybe Dev has received this debate topic from someone and has thought, we finally got him. Yes, this is something that they've supported in the past and we're right about it. Well, I don't think he is. But even if he is, I'm not sure if a got him like that is really what you want to be focusing on, Dev, given how many other problems are evident looking at you, even from a distance.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Since we're changing lanes anyway, we're gonna talk about UK news now. To get to the main topic, because V did ask us about an hour and a half or so before the stream to talk about the dev stuff. So dev stuff is over. Sorry you only caught the end of it and didn't really get to talk to you.
Really fucking fucked up.
Yeah, this has been around for a while, but this is the newest development in it, which is that children are now being paid to take part in NHS puberty blocker trial. Now, this says euros, but I think this is just misprinted. I'm pretty sure that is pound.
No, it's
being
not.
paid
It's
with vouchers. Right, but I think it is £500. I don't think it's €500.
Yeah, but if it's an IE website, it means it takes place in Ireland, my dear. That's the reason why it's in euros.
Oh, okay. Right.
Well, I mean,
Irish. However, I don't think the number is right, is what I'm saying.
It says NHS. No, what's more likely is it is talking about England, but they've converted it for their viewers because it's IE, because it's Ireland. So it's not €500, it's the equivalent.
No, I think it's £500, and they didn't bother. They put a euro in front of it, but they didn't. Thank you, Bill. But Possibly. They didn't bother.
You'd expect it to be a round figure, wouldn't you? So them putting like if they were converting it, it wouldn't end up being a round figure. So yeah, maybe that's right, Aiden. Maybe they just fucked up and put the wrong currency symbol.
No, I actually think they did because I've seen this report. But this was one of the only articles I could find that had a decent overview of it. Children are being paid with vouchers to spend in Uber Eats and retailers like John Lewis when taking part in puberty blocker trial backed by the NHS, despite the controversy around the issue and concerns for the health of the participants. 226 children who question their gender are being incentivized with a promise of up to £500, I think, in vouchers for their part in the experiment, which is set to get underway in April. Wes Streeting has commissioned the investigation after debate around the effect of puberty blockers on the young, after they were described by the Commission on Human Medicines as posing an unacceptable safety risk. I don't understand how this is not illegal.
Well, it certainly should be. One of the worst precedents set during COVID, and there were a lot of bad ones, was the idea that to normalize paying people to take experimental drugs.
You can't. There's so many rules in the Institutional Review Board system of how you can pay people for participation in medical trials. And one thing is, these are minors. You're promising minors more money than most of them would have any ability to even fathom how to get access to, depending on how young they are. An exorbitant amount of money. And saying all you have to do is just sign up to take puberty blockers that we have serious suspicion are going to, and data to suspect could cause permanent harm.
Muscle degeneration, like skeletal imperfection, myriad of cancers.
The Telegraph, £500. It is here. They just printed it wrong.
There is, as far as I can tell, no possible defense for this. It is just
here it is.
Most likely the same gender ideologues trying to poison children through a different means.
I think they're trying to get anything through while they still have any ground to do this stuff.
Possibly. There may be some...
It's super unpopular now.
There may be some medical justification that they're using, because I know that there are some things that hormone blockers are actually useful for, but on children, no. So yeah, this should not only be... I mean, if they're paying for an experimental treatment, because if you do by the proper standards and it's not on children, then sure, but... If it's on children, how the hell did that get approved?
Yeah, and here it is. Here's the specific stuff, right? Measure the effect of puberty blockers on their brains, including the effects on impulse control and memory. Quote, participants under age 16 will receive £30 vouchers for each of the 15 cognitive assessments they complete, as well as £15 vouchers for each of the 3 MRI scans, it should be fMRI, they undertake under 2 years of the trial. So 2-year trial, these are for assessments and MRI scans while being on puberty blockers. Children in another arm of the trial not taking the drugs will be given £15 vouchers for each bone density scan and blood test they have. It is understood that children will be given Love to Shop vouchers, which can be redeemed at retailers like including Currys, John Lewis, as well as Uber Eats and Xbox, among others. Xbox, bro. It's bribing kids with candy and video games to take potentially life-altering drugs.
Here's a question. I may be misunderstanding. Are they doing cognitive tests on kids that are already on puberty blockers?
Yes, there will be there'll be a trial and a control. They won't know. The kids won't know which one is which. I'm guessing.
They can't already be on the puberty blockers. It's banned.
But some of them will be on puberty blockers. Yes.
Well, see, that's what I'm asking. Like, if it's banned, then how does this trial happening anyway? But if it is banned, I suppose still, like, how are they giving them the puberty blockers as part of the trial, or are they just finding kids that are already on it?
Well, the thing is that there are drugs that you can study in laboratory settings that are illegal. So, for example, there's been lots of drug testing that's been done on things like LSD and psilocybin, despite those not being legal because they're done in laboratory settings. Just because something is illegal for the public to use doesn't mean that medical doctors can't use it.
I remind people what LSD was used in testing in.
Oh, yep.
Okay,
we need to just start lynching doctors again, to be perfectly honest with you.
True.
Because it's gotten past the point of no return.
This the study has a different tint entirely. If they're not actually giving the kids puberty blockers, they're just finding ones that have been on it. Okay, I asked that. You said they are not.
No, they are. I said some will not because they're in the control group.
Aiden, answer my question. Is this study giving any children the puberty blockers?
Yes.
Okay, right. Back to my original position then. Never mind. I thought it was just finding ones that are already on it. How is it legal to do that if it's illegal to use puberty blockers?
This is a way around the legality.
I see. Okay.
You know, I remember when blood libel was considered ridiculous, and now we are way past that, and it's way worse.
Like I said, it's been ton of research.
I'd rather just wanted the fucking blood up front.
On things like marijuana when it's been illegal, LSD, psilocybin, all sorts of drugs that are illegal.
Not on kids, though.
That are controlled substances.
Hey, little Timmy, here's some shrooms. Let's see what you do.
There can't, however, drug trials too can be approved of in children. This is extreme, though. This is extreme. It's under 16.
It's flagrant. Just fucking make him a head shorter already.
It doesn't actually, at least in this report, it doesn't have a minimum age either.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to grift. I do. The executioner's sword fund is right there. My hand feels empty.
Yeah, Arden Party is for 2 says, I'm shocked they aren't offering Robux. I know. It's at that kind of level, though. Kizzer for £5 says, only small hat children should take part in the puberty blocker experiment as they are the creators of transgenderism. Any objections, chat? Yeah, I object to any children being forced to undergo horrific experimentation.
Any guardian that would sign off on this shouldn't have kids.
Indeed. And Elder Saga, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
This should be a sting operation.
Well, it's just insane. So
the only reason this fucking study should exist is it's a sting operation to catch people doing this shit.
Yeah,
agreed. Yeah.
I agree as well. This also has been going viral because this is
why
just
do they
insane.
Why do they need to study it if it's already been made illegal? Surely they've got the data.
Well, no, they object to it. They think that they're saying that it's political stuff, right? Well, we don't really have the data. So after 10 years of pushing this transgender stuff, we need to finally go get the data.
This isn't up for debate. Get in the wood chipper.
Wait, so this study is trying to find that it's fine, are they?
Probably that's the goal, yeah. They're trying to... Look, I'm sure that the way that it's framed is that we're just curious. We just want to know whether or not it actually has effects on mental health or whatever.
It's okay. Just tell me who the doctors are. I just want to talk to them.
Pay no attention to the shotgun I have in my hand.
I'm sure that the goal... Studies aren't supposed to have directional... Like, you can have a directional hypothesis, but you're not supposed to be looking for things that... You're not supposed to, be constructing the study to find something.
Get me the people who did this. I'll make the hypothesis very directional.
Indeed. But I'm guessing the reason why they're still doing it...
If it's already illegal, how are they
It's not illegal in a medical setting. In a laboratory setting.
If the politicians are convinced enough that it's bad, that a law should be made, then surely the study has been done. Surely enough study has been done on cases where the participants didn't produce damaged children. They just use existing damaged children because they're already damaged by this problem. And then,
but we should test it again. Just to make double plus sure, Uzalu.
No. None of these studies should ever have been giving kids dangerous drugs.
I think the Romans
I don't care if it affects the
idea.
Science. I don't care if it affects the science. You don't give kids dangerous drugs. If they are already on them, you get them off and you study the residual effects. That's as far as I'd be willing to go.
But what if?
We need to bring back cruel and unusual punishment.
Dude, it's the last grasps at power of the transgender menace.
Well, that's very optimistic, Aiden. I hope you're right.
I think it is. I think stuff like this that I'm sure constructed and were being discussed long beforehand. It's just there are these little remnants, and this is not a little remnant. They're talking about hundreds of children they're preparing to put on puberty blockers to test something that has already been determined to not help and only do harm. So there's a lot of major critics.
This should be considered
obviously.
The exact same as when they were dosing retarded children with like polonium in the 60s.
The study may not occur at this point, by the way.
Good. I think the people who suggested it shouldn't occur either.
Yeah,
I think we should take the fucking North Korean methodology. I want their fucking family bloodline exterminated.
Based.
It is just the newest example of lobotomy.
Yeah, very true.
Except on kids.
Yeah. Speaking
did you say that this is not going ahead? It's just proposed.
No. Right now, as of right now, it is going ahead. There are proposals to pull it. It is under extreme scrutiny right
Folks
now.
At home, do we have the IRB responsible for this?
There's a similar sort of process that happens in the UK. I don't know what it's called. That's the same thing.
Do we have the actual
institutional
review board? Do we have the review board who are responsible? Do we know which university it is? Sorry, I was out of the room when this began.
Oh, I think it's actually run by the government, isn't it?
Okay, so time to start flooding them. I want every single one of you out there fucking hammering these cocksuckers.
I think it's a government study.
Yeah, by the way, I'm sober because of Lent, and it's going to really show. I'm really upset at the best of times right now. So, yeah, fucking hammer them with every fucking email you have, but get bots doing it. I don't give a shit. These people deserve to have their entire fucking, like, department frozen solid with fucking just trash for the foreseeable future. I don't want this IRB conducting anything ever again.
Well, it's the NHS. They have I'm sure their own internal IRB.
The NHS is already about to collapse anyway. Just give them a hand. Don't pay a tax. Whilst we're at it, if you're in the UK, don't pay a council tax.
Speaking of indoctrinating,
in fact, you're in the UK, don't pay any taxes at all. What the fuck? There's no what representation do you guys got?
I mean, I wouldn't make that as a real suggestion for legal reasons.
No, fuck them.
This is another.
This is financial advice.
This is a clip.
I believe there are some places in the UK that are doing that.
Yeah, that
I
are
think
refusing to
around
pay tax.
migrant hotels, and I think that's very brave.
This is my favorite version of Bill.
Unfortunately, it's very brave.
Don't pay tax. Fuck it. Jeez.
Well, I mean, their governments have betrayed them. So it's like, well, what the fuck am I paying for? You're taking my tax dollars and paying to put up migrant rapists in a hotel and charging me out the ass for the privilege of it. Yeah. I agree with anyone who's refusing to pay tax. And unfortunately, it has to be very coordinated and people will go to jail. And it's I appreciate the principle of the matter. I don't know if it'll make a difference. Most likely not. That's the sad part.
Well, they do. I mean, Labour's already got so many fires, they can't put them out.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not even trying at this point.
To kids. Just
napalm sticks to kids. I got you. Fuck. So what were you saying, Islalu? Labour's got too many fires. I agree.
All I said is
they're all
they've got
flamers.
so many fires, they have stopped trying to put them out. That's so it looks anyway.
At this point, probably, yeah. Wolf de Mexico for 10 says, several years ago, my dad suffered from an accident that resulted in the amputation of his foot. Oh my God. I was afraid we would never go skiing again, but I'm happy to say after 5 years, he could as well as ever. That's awesome, dude. Holy shit. Congratulations to your dad. Let's fucking go. I'm so glad he's still able to ski.
That is impressive. I've skied. There is work the foot does, but it's not. I guess it's not critical.
I guess not. I've never gone skiing.
If I ever lost a limb, I would just, if I lost a leg, I'd just immediately go for the Ahab. I'll just go out and murder a whale.
Get a peg leg? Yeah, fuck, that's badass.
Start being angry at everything that's a cetacean.
Yeah.
You lose a leg and suddenly you wear something that you wear if you've lost an eye, but you haven't lost an eye.
You have to get
the eye patch is already part of my brand, so I might as well.
Makes sense.
True. Speaking of fucking parents and adults doing terrible things to kids, this video has gone viral because this is also fucking women, dude. Women are the same everywhere.
Are you about to make me watch child abuse, Aiden?
No. I don't. I mean, it is child abuse, especially this woman fucking freaking out.
Oh, I'm not going to make you watch child abuse, but it is child abuse.
Yeah,
I do agree what she's doing is child abuse, yeah. So I guess so. But she's calling the police. She's reporting her child to the police for having extreme right-wing views. That's what's happening here, okay?
I can't wait to see her go to the cheapest old people's home possible.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bitch. Oh yeah. Have fun, you know.
What's your address?
That's the address. That's the address. That's why it's bleeped out.
I'm not harming myself.
What's your concern with him in his room?
I'm a political commentator.
Really right wing. He's posting.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Shouting at him. Using to come at him.
This is so dramatic.
Well, at least the kids turned out all right.
I don't think he's
at some point.
I don't think he's a little kid, obviously. Yeah, I think he's an adult, but he's living at home, so I don't know how old he is. But
it's a very rare thing to see a present absentee father.
Dude, the dad's gonna come up here and fuck with him. It's crazy.
To be fair, if you're a political commentator living at home, I'm not really too harsh on this because times are really tough, but you are kind of subject to your parents' whims.
Unless he pays rent.
Yeah. It doesn't interview the kid. Yeah, the guy, you mean the kid. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch that yet, but I didn't see
if you're going to say, Mom, I'm a political commentator, I don't want to be elitist with this, but you probably should be actually earning enough through doing that to have your own place, at which point you can actually say you're a political commentator and not just an internet shitposter who happens to be interested in politics. And then you're not under your parents' roof.
Yeah, but it looks bad to the police when you say I shitpost online. That's what they lock people up for in the UK.
Yeah, Mum found the Lotus Eater's browser tab. Yeah.
Well, then don't go with political commentator. Go with journalist.
No. Are you asking people to call themselves journalists? Why don't you just put the 12 bore in their mouth?
I know, Bill.
Have some fucking respect for someone who's just trying to get some bread in the world.
He is just trying to get that bread.
He's already got these two wanks for parents. He doesn't need heaping more abuse on him by calling him a fucking journalist.
I know. But if you're trying to sneak it past the government, saying you're an amateur journalist might be better than saying that you're a political commentator these days.
Yeah, but his mother's called it would be more respectable just to say hysterics.
It would be more respectable to just claim to be a homosexual. It would have less baggage than being a journalist.
Look, I'm doing a personal study in what happens with a monkey and a typewriter, except I only have one monkey, me, and one typewriter, my computer. That's all it is, guys. It's just random, officer. It's completely random. Any coincidental resemblance to hate speech is not deliberate.
There you go.
It's a shame this is so blurry because I'm seeing like snippets of fucking physiognomy that it's...
Well, he's about to step into frame, so here you go.
Are these the P&O crews?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mother.
Oh, yeah. Every year, at least one. You know.
What is wrong with you? Why are you assaulting me?
Do I not?
Why are you assaulting me?
By the way, is this his stepdad? Because he gives me big stepdad energy, but I don't know.
Well, it's not the father. I can tell you that
much. There might well be more to that. I mean, we're seeing the guy
I guess this guy went on with Dutton,
it's possible,
and I did see that.
It's okay.
I just thought he was talking about the situation, but I've not seen it yet.
It's possible that we're dealing with a situation where it's not just he has evil views. This is just something the mother is listing. Maybe the kid is actually adult clearly, but maybe he's actually abusive or something.
But what we're watching is a grown man putting hands on a teenager.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how old he is.
I don't know. I'll have to watch that. Well,
he's old. He's young enough to be beholden to them.
Well, let's after we watch it, I'll pull up Dutton's video.
He doesn't sound like he's under 18, but if he is, my earlier comments are definitely ameliorated.
You don't know with his voice alone. I was a lot deeper voice than I am now when I was 14.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Yes,
like my voice,
here it is. He did a whole thing with this kid. Well, let's finish the video and then I'll put it up.
Should we pause on the worst sneering?
Oh my god! Yeah, look at his sneer. Possible. Right.
Parasite.
God,
she's for fucking 20 years.
Let me leave.
What the fuck?
He's 20.
Let me leave.
Provided this is his real dad, yeah. So he's 20.
What have you become? I want you to leave. Jesus Christ, we're not.
Then let me walk out that door. Let me walk out that door. Let me walk out that door.
What?
Let me walk out that door.
Answer my question.
Nothing. I just want to preserve this nation. Do you not understand?
You will not win this war.
Yes, I will.
No, you won't.
I'm leaving.
Dude, it's
so cringe.
I'm leaving.
You will not win this war.
Did you know at this point, I'm thinking that a likelihood is emerging at greater than 1% that this is an act.
I don't think so. This guy did a...
No, I don't think so either, but it's greater than 1% chance.
Like, youngsters are allowed to be cringe. It's how they learn.
Well,
it's the dad is the one that said, you will not win this war.
Yeah, that was
cringe started with him.
Yeah.
Oh, true, yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, what? He's just responding.
It's really starting to sound less like he's disagreeing and basically just saying, oh, what the fuck are you doing? You're getting yourself to fit with her.
Maybe, yeah.
Let's go right now. I'm leaving right now.
Oh my god, now he's filming.
No, I'm leaving.
Oh, it's awful. Oh, he's Bitch, you're calling the cops. I'm sorry, this is insane.
And he had a physical altercation with his old man. He should be filming.
You should. Yeah, for your own protection, honestly.
Yeah, I would say the filming for just, hey, look, my mum's doing something cringe, that's also pretty cringe. But filming to protect yourself in any potential legal case, if there's a physical altercation, now it's justified. Now that's
you're in a situation where you're witnessing something that you're yourself incredulous about and want actual proof of it. So
she's also calling the police on him for being right-wing.
I guess the question is like, you record it, sure, keep it for your records, but publishing it has a different character.
I suppose.
Also, trying to chest bounce your own son into his room is a different character as well.
Yes.
True.
Well, at least when my dad and my brother used to scrap, they used to just had a fucking punch up like proper, human beings.
Yeah.
This looks like a family that doesn't do that regularly, though.
No.
It's a shame. It's a building full of people who've never been slapped.
I guess.
Don't come back. Go away! Go away!
The second you're pursuing the person, the law doesn't.
Told him to get out of the house. He left and he pursued him. Here's I didn't have this up, but here's Dutton with him.
The jolly heretic. I have a very special guest for you today. A very young guest.
Is that Dutton on the right?
He's on the scene of base.
Yeah, it's Dutton on the right.
Yeah, the one that says Hugh Anthony.
That is
the one that says Hugh Anthony.
Green screen.
Well, yeah, he basically just got handed a fucking position. As a
I wonder why. Maybe
influencer.
it's because he was just fucking. Maybe it's because he was just kicked out the house.
And
I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is after that, maybe. Oh, it is. Because of the
why is the
title,
McRib back?
Yeah. Oh, the guy labeled Hugh Anthony. His name is actually Ed Dutton. There you go.
Well, yeah. I mean, I figured it was a pseudonym.
To have reached
picture of Dorian Gray's in areas working out
quickly, and that is Mr. Hugh Anthony. Hugh, hello.
Hello.
Why does it look like this man on the left is standing up? I don't know. That's probably a stupid question. Please continue.
I don't know shit about
started. You were telling me a bit about your sort of how you got into this.
He's not standing up.
So you were saying
he's got good posture.
Doing A levels in politics? What did you say?
I bet he's an athlete.
Politics.
Why does he sound like a 45-year-old man?
Yeah,
wait.
And then I did.
Wait, he's going to education for politics? How does he have good politics then?
Good question, actually.
Most likely because him and his mates shitposted the back of the class.
There you go.
Right, and then what? Did you go to university?
Yeah, I went to university. I actually decided to study psychology at university because I like understanding.
Oh, let's go.
The human brain. I like
Me too.
Behavior. I'm very big into philosophy as well, so that kind of like.
Dude, he does not sound like he's 20.
Where did you go?
Why does he sound?
I went to Manchester Metropolitan.
It's okay. I need to. Did he legit watch all of Dutton's videos right before this and has just accidentally got his is just doing an impression of Dutton, or is his affect so high or is he just like this? Because it didn't sound like this before. He sounded like
maybe that sort of
youngster.
autistic masking thing.
Maybe. I mean,
maybe he thinks it's funny. It could be either or.
Well, Dutton's, I don't think he'd mind me saying this, a bit autistic himself in a sense, so it's probably fine.
I never would have guessed if you hadn't told me.
Just to mark off at Manchester University itself.
Well, yes, I had a friend that went to Manchester years ago. I stayed on Oxford Road one night. In about the year 2000.
Okay, pause a second. This man is shit posting at Dutton's expense. This man is shit posting. I've
not seen this.
He got offered to go on this show, and he already thought, "Oh, that bloke who speaks funny. This will be a laugh."
Does Dutton speak funny? I don't think so.
Speaks funny?
Yes, he does. He does speak funny.
To a northerner, he would, yeah.
Yes.
Probably.
Area now, I'd say that.
That's where he was living, Oxford Road, and he was once mugged on that road.
Look at him! Look at his little face. He was
probably responsible for
trying to contain himself.
I'm glad you told me he has autism, Aiden.
Oh, what gave it away? This is why I love Dutton so much. He has no filter. It's so fucking funny.
It's not the best of areas. Okay, and so, but you seem to have, you talk about psychology, and I think one of the more interesting things that seems to have emerged about you is that you have undergone it seems almost like a conversion, a radical shift in self.
I won't play a lot of this. I'll just post the link.
I was a lustful man. I was a sinner. So what did you used to do that was so sinful, and how did this change?
Okay, Dutton, if you try not to sound a bit noncy, you're failing miserably. I'm sorry. This sounds really nefarious.
That
is Turkish bathhouse.
It's your opening question.
That is Turkish bathhouse conversation.
Hey, 22-year-old, what kind of sinful things do you used to do? What do you fucking think, mate?
I think he's probably saying he used to be a degenerate and then he got out of it. But
this is a hell of a
he played a few rounds of Honey Pop one time. You know Honey Pop, right, Doctor?
There's no
Oh no, I've only played 2
timestamps on this because I wasn't sure if he had this like segmented off. Because I have not seen this. It's been in my to watch list, but I hadn't gotten to it yet. So I will post the link though, but I don't have this prepared for this evening. So
no, young man, I've not played Honey Pop, but I have played Tomboy Stranded in Space, but only to annoy air.
Go watch Dutton's video if you're interested in learning more about this this young guy who got into the confrontation with his dad ? And mom who reported to the police for being right wing.
Gut's response is that's not his dad. Also, having seen both parents, I'm assuming he was fostered because those are 2 fuck ugly people, and that's like a reasonably normal looking bloke.
Yeah,
I would tend to agree. It's definitely possible.
He looks like
how Nick
Fuentes pictures himself in his head.
Let's see.
Well, he's at that phase with his beard where he should just let it come in thicker before he starts, just shave it off for a while, mate.
Indeed. Ardent Party for 5 says, I mean, like, I am agreeing. Like, it does need a chance, but he's a young lad and it might grow in better later.
Tash has gotten in a bit too thick compared to the rest of it, though. He might even it out, so.
Yeah.
But he's a young guy. Ardent for 5 says,
don't take what I'm saying as like he should know better. No, I'm saying if he doesn't know better,
it also might change. Some of the facial hair presentation might change as you get a little bit older. It usually does. Ardent for 5 says, Cheap Ed, Moonraker, live read part 2 at 9 p.m. Eastern. Ardent plays on Elbumur, Elbumur, I always get that wrong. ELBMUR. Also find me on X and like the stream, or you're gayer than the Sudbury nickel sucker. I don't know who that is, but he sounds pretty gay. Eldritch Saga for 5 says, being white's the entry criteria, but there's plenty or lost causes like those parents. Find like-minded people who meet your standards, leave the rest. Indeed. Okay. I had some opening little like UK spelled with a Y news segments to get into. The absolute main point of the stream. Okay, give me all of your fell for it again. Give me all of your fell for it again awards. I fell for it. Spoon. Are you falling for it? I actually have optimism and hope. At least I'm not completely black-pilled on Rupert Lowe.
Yeah, I am.
I would like to tell
folks
you don't have to have hope or hope. You don't need to have any hope for the future. All you need is a mace.
You do only need a mace, but I've been a big fan of Rupert Lowe for quite a long time now, and he has launched a new party, and there's a bunch of current arguing and debating and whinging and pissing and crying and shitting over it. It's going to split the vote. Rupert Lowe is a racist Nazi. Nobody gives a fuck about that kind of shit anymore, by the way.
I wish he was.
I know, but at least he seems no nonsense about it. And we're going to go through the things that he's posted on Twitter directly. Now, you can also go to the Restore page. I joined Restore, which is like, it's nothing. It's like £25 a year, which is why I am also skeptical about their numbers, because they said they've had huge, like hundreds of thousands of people sign up. Well, it's 25 or £20 a year. I signed up here from Guernsey, So those numbers are not necessarily, those are global numbers. They are not necessarily reflective of support within England and the UK. So I don't know what exactly the support is. And there's also a big narrative surrounding this, which is that nobody knows who Rupert Lowe is. Nobody cares. He stands no chance. And this is pathetic. Don't even pay attention to them. But at the same time, he's also a dangerous risk and needs to be shut down. So when media decides to pick a narrative, they really have to pick just one. Unfortunately, the reaction here shows me fear because it's not coordinated. It's a combination of he's irrelevant and he's very, very dangerous. But I'm going to display.
Both could be true at the same time. Not that I'm agreeing with either, really.
Actually, can you give me a second? Because I have to use the restroom real quick. And have you not seen this video, Uzlu?
I haven't yet, no.
Oh my God. Okay, so give me a minute. I'll be right back. It's so good. It's perfect. It's one of the best, like, announcing anything political videos I've ever seen. But give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay, she's away from the keys.
You dutchy bitch. Get back here, you.
Can't wait for her to come back and play, and it's just completely mid. And all of us have like a completely deadpan reaction to it.
So
I haven't seen it. I've been meaning to watch it, but I was going to watch it on stream. Many people know that I've been somewhat optimistic about Farage, but really with a lot of reservation. I give it a greater than 50% chance that he does what he's supposed to do and doesn't just betray everyone, but there's a fair chance he does. With Lowe, his politics is much closer to mine. I think he's to ours in general, I suspect, than Farage's are. Although Farage's are closer than I think most people reckon. But Lowe is better and seems more principled. But I don't know if he has the charisma or the force of character to lead a national party and to get the popularity. And if he doesn't, we'd be putting our hopes behind something that doesn't have any chance, or could at worst split the vote. That's my concern.
Well, politicians don't have to have charisma. Just look at everyone in the Tory party who wasn't Thatcher.
Yeah, but
Starmer is currently the fucking prime minister. The charisma does not matter.
But he only won by default. Like if you're a new party, you have to have force of character. If you're an existing party, you just have to fall upwards, basically.
Well, Uzlu,
how much newer than Labour can you get fresh off the fucking banana boat?
You tell me, Uzlu, you've not seen this video, so you tell me if you continue to agree with that perspective after watching this video. Here's what I like about it. There's a little bit of like swelling music and a little emotional stuff like that. But it's actually pretty straightforward and no nonsense. And I like that. It's directed. He has specific goals. He lays out roadmaps. I think this, like I said, it's very well done.
I have chosen to speak to you today from the farm because places like this represent what proper Britain is about. Hard work, responsibility, effort, duty, stewardship. This is the England I know, and this is the England that I love. On a farm, you don't think in election cycles or headlines or polling. You think in seasons. You think in generations, in what you leave behind to those who come after you.
And I would point this out, Rupert Lowe was not has not been a lifelong politician. I know, has not been like a lifelong politician. He was with Reform, and we'll get into that. He was essentially not just kicked out of Reform, but aggressively so. He is not like a politics guy first and foremost.
He dropped this right after everyone started dunk maxing on Twitter, so he picked the right time.
Yeah.
And that's why, here on the farm, I am now launching Restore Britain as a national political party. I'm now going to dedicate my life to finding, organising, funding, and providing hundreds of qualified candidates to present to the British people at the next general election. This process has already started, with invitations being issued to patriots in aligned political parties.
That gets scary. You go, ooh, aligned political parties is what's going to happen to Restore, the exact same thing that happened to Reform, which is that you get a bunch of former Tory boys who come over into it, people like Zia Yusuf, for example, you get a lot of those people involved in it. Apparently, already he has turned down dozens of applications of people from Reform saying no. People trying to defect from Reform into
That is
Restore.
also something that Farage has said he's done of the Conservatives, by the way. turned down a lot of applicants. The fact that he took generic and a couple of other very questionable ones is a bit of a problem. But people like Suella Braverman has actually seemed okay. So really? Probably some of them are
smoking crack?
What?
Everyone in the Tory party should be fitted for a noose, not a new seat.
Based. Well put. Yeah, that was good.
It's poetic, for sure. But I think some of them probably did have good intentions and were blocked by the party structure. Now, whether they should have a second chance...
Braverman?
Whether they should have a second chance in a different party, I don't know. And there's plenty of other candidates who could do it. But Farage's point has been, and I think Lowe's would
this is why people call you right-wing Dev,
is that you need someone with experience of how the political process, the political environment works. And I can understand that. I don't think Lowe would disagree.
Well, that's actually what he's about to get to, which is that he's going to start this way. Again, I really like the way he's laid this out. I'm going to start by getting some people from existing parties, and then we're going to get completely new people. All of this remains to be seen. This is speculative. These are promises, and I don't trust anybody in politics.
I didn't hear what you said just now. You said that this is why people think you're something. I didn't hear what you said.
So
he said right-wing Dev,
because
but he should have said R the Donald, because that's what you did get called by the chat.
That one person
you will fight the most fruitless fucking corners. But I will just say this man looks remarkably like Ken Livingstone, and it really bugs me.
That's a fair point. Well, wherever I am, I just want to make sure that the people there are not falling to bias. So that's why I often end up looking like a devil's advocate.
I know.
Reform, the Conservatives, the SDP, Advance, and more. In local politics, we will work in partnership with localised political parties, such as Great Yarmouth First, that have the best interests.
That's his district, obviously.
Heart, combining our forces at the next general election.
Can't wait for Reform to let Lord Buckethead in.
In that election will not be politicians.
There you go.
They will not be failed.
I will hold you to it. That was a very important line. The people that we get next, which is, I do think he's not necessarily planning to, although I don't know how things are going to go at this point. I think the plan here was, the expectation was Reform will win. Reform and Nigel Farage will do horribly, because I don't think Farage has ever wanted to be PM. He's made that pretty clear. He will set up these political parties, he'll get something done, and then he leaves them, they fall apart. And I don't think he wants to be PM. I don't think he ever has wanted to be. I think he feels forced into it. And I think that's the same with Lowe as well.
Growing his cabbages.
I think he doesn't want to be PM either. But I do think that's an important point there about saying, we're not going to just end up with a bunch of establishment people. We're going to look for new people. This is a temporary move. That remains to be seen. That is a big promise. That is a very important promise to me, I would say, because it has been maybe the biggest criticism of Reform, is that they just stocked Reform all up with former Tories. We'll see what happens here. And I'm sure Farage has also turned down a lot of people. Farage, however, I don't know. The reaction to this has been so piss poor that it looks to me, and this is a theory that involves a lot of 4D chess, which almost never happens, ever. I would say, I think it looks like Nigel Farage has already ceded to Lowe in his actions since this happened.
He just scuttled the party even with that last fucking thing he did.
If there is a possibility where Nigel Farage has done something really fucking based by being the heel, intentionally, I would like to believe in that reality. I don't know if it is reality, but I would like to believe in it.
If he's willing to make that sacrifice, then I'm not going to pry into it enough to figure out otherwise.
I'll discuss more later, but the premise would be that, did Farage realize that Reform was had been basically completely overrun by Tories, or did he do it on purpose to overrun it with Tories, to turn it into essentially a containment party so that he could sink
Here are all the charlatans. Here's my big list of all the people who jumped ship to join me when it looked like I was getting into power.
Yeah.
And now here are all the unelectables.
If that was the plan here, or the current plan, that's great. I think, however, Lowe's plan here was not to be a front runner and split the vote. It was to establish themselves be serious, but establish themselves, but not necessarily expect major wins. This seems like a very conservative, and by that I mean not like politically, but we're a brand new party. We're not necessarily looking at making major headway within the first couple of years of us launching, but then the next time we will get brand new people, not failed ministers, not career politicians. I like the framing of that a lot, and I think that is absolutely the way that things should go. Because no one can fucking stand career politicians.
Just don't let
because of the power politics that Spoon and I constantly talk about, and about how it is ultimately just about power and just about influence.
If you're talking about it being about power, then going for a very principled approach like this may not be the best way to get that.
True.
That's where I fear that there's points in although I disagree on principle with a lot of the things Farage has done in terms of kicking out the stronger voices from his party.
Yeah.
It may be what he thinks is the correct strategy to win, and if you can get a party that is a little bit watered down but wins, that's better than just never winning at all. If that is the trade-off, I'm not sure it is.
Principles are very much in vogue.
But yes,
I think principles are in vogue. Principles should always be in vogue.
There is a chance. Fucking Game of Thrones brought principles into the forefront in media.
I think they have. Duncan Egg did.
With how much of the public? Because with people like us, our sphere, the Twitter, the X political commentary sphere, sure, they have been and they always have been. So that's where you're seeing a lot of the approval coming from. But with the general public, maybe they will be ready for this.
We will get into that.
I'm not sure they are yet. However, someone in chat just mentioned that Clarkson is thinking of getting involved with Restore, and given how Rupert Lowe is acting here,
is he doing a little bit of a Clarkson impression? Yeah, like he's
a little bit. Yeah,
but he is a farmer. He is genuinely. He owns a farm. He's in the same position at this point as Jeremy Clarkson.
Sure. But you're emphasizing that. If he was looking to get into a corporate position, he'd be in a city. But what I've been saying about charisma and about Nigel Farage just having more of it, more force of character, better chance of actually winning a election than Lowe. If Lowe and Clarkson team up, that might actually equalize a bit.
I think
getting the third party here.
It's probably inevitable that. Well, we'll get into some more of this.
Jones has also got his own like country stint going on now.
Oh yeah.
And if you get all those old hats from the '90s who were real big names, it's going to start to get more momentum than the completely gormless retards that are in power in Labour right now, who are all about as popular as AIDS.
Yeah.
Not the chocolate.
I do believe that Lowe is set to meet with Clarkson, because obviously, it's the same vibe that they're going for here.
Wherever shall we find a pub?
But they also, this is not a lie. Rupert Lowe is a farmer, so he's not lying about it. It is true. I think there's a lot of momentum behind that. If you get, obviously, there's a lot of push from people demanding that Clarkson run for office and stand.
And as being mentioned, Clarkson has been and probably still is wet on some issues.
Yes.
I would count him as at least for the last sort of
you could have him
20,
as an ally,
30 years. He's closer to a Lib Dem.
Yes, he is.
Than anything else.
Well, so he's always going to be a bit Eurocraty because he likes imported cars.
Yes, and he likes all the Euro shit.
Stuff.
Yes,
yeah,
he bought a fucking German tractor for cock's sake.
He's one part boomer stereotype, but then he's done some farming, so he's based on farming.
Yeah, he has. Again, like
the farmers
I think
are a good influence for the most
Clarkson
part.
is a good ally. You don't want him involved in actual politics because
unless you want the Irish punched, in which case he's absolutely
sure.
Oh god, please let Restore get into power and have Jeremy Clarkson be the fucking ambassador to Ireland. It would be amazing.
Do you need an ambassador to Ireland? I suppose.
Oh, you fucking will do if he gets in. You want to see how many Sinn Féin members come back with black eyes? Although I was thinking, I'm not so fucking funny when it's you.
I hope I don't get to the point where I have to choose between Farage, who is effective but not very principled, and Lowe, who is probably less effective but very principled, and Clarkson, who is a fucking wild card. Like one versus two of those. That's a tough choice. I think.
Well, Lowe would be. I'm sorry. What is your impression?
Lowe would be doing a disservice to the nation if he tries to compete with Farage this election. Now I know you've said, Aidan, that you don't think he's going to. I guess
from what he said there. But it was based on what he just said there.
The only thing is, we're not going to start with. If he's somehow beyond all beyond all expectation, has the momentum to just win the next election, which could be at any time in the next 4 years, then sure. If he can just go ahead and win it, if he can take all of Nigel's votes, then sure, I expect he'd be the better leader. But if he can't, anything short of that, he's going to break the vague hope we already have. Even if Farage has to be a stepping stone to teach people we need someone stronger, or maybe he does well.
Or don't get the Labour voting base of no one.
True.
This in the next election will be between Reform and Restore. This is the new two-party system. You saw this is like when we had the Lib Dems in for a hot minute when there's fucking.
If you're right, but like that's very optimistic. I would like.
It is optimistic.
No, it's not.
But I do think it's also accurate.
I really hope that's correct. The
support for Labour is so low. Labour support is low. The Tories have none. The Greens have significantly more support than the Tories.
The Greens used to lose to the monster raving loony party reliably.
Yeah, there's different models on this. I've seen some that put Conservative and Labour in second and third, but I've seen some that put them in fourth and fifth behind Reform, Lib Dems, and the Greens. I haven't looked at that like in the last few days. It may have changed. But if the polling on Bill, that's very optimistic. But I'd like to think you're right that we could end up with Restore and Reform as the two major.
It's just it'll just be it'll be the same shit as it always was, but with two nominally right-wing parties as opposed to nominally left.
I will bring up
and behind closed doors, England will be sold piecemeal to whoever's the highest bidder.
I'll just show you this now. I was going to wait to show this later, but I'll post it now. Let's talk about it now because this is the early polling. Remember, this is 4 days old, right? Or is it February 13th? Okay, it's 5 days old now. This is the most recent poll from the 14th, the day after it launched. Restore Britain, 10% of the vote from Politics UK. This is 1,000 sample size, and this is a small sample. I mean, this is not a negligible sample size. It depends on where they got it from, but 1,000 sample size within 1 day, 10%.
When the top two are Reform and Greens, that's this is the fucking voting base is primed to get pumped. It really is.
I mean, that's crazy.
I may be mistaken, but given those numbers, it almost looks as if Restore has not taken the votes from Reform.
No, it doesn't look like they've taken them from.
They would be far and away in the lead.
Yeah. No. I think they've taken points from all over. Out of Reform. They come out of all over.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be a case of splitting the vote. It'll be them. It's just going to be putting more pressure on the people who are going, well, I want to vote for anyone but Farage. What if that consolidates Labour's voter base against Farage, and then Restore becomes like?
Remember also
the contingent of the population
switch up happening here.
The contingent of the population who would vote for Green or Labour, or even Lib Dems, are not going to vote for either Reform or Restore. They might end up getting behind one party. Like if Green suddenly gets a large portion of the Labour and Lib Dem votes, and then Reform and Restore are split, then the left could win.
I mean, they could.
I mean, it's not that likely, but
you're going to have to. We have some more summer to live through, also, and that will look. I also think that Okay,
I'm just saying.
Real quick, if you don't mind. Okay.
Hopes Farage gets in because he likes to visit Guernsey. It'll be really funny to be the first person to get an assassination through with a mace. That's an accolade on the old tombstone that gets you up there.
Here's
you just don't like him because he's Norman.
Well, Bill's Norman.
Yeah,
you're Norman.
Exactly. So explain it.
I don't like him because he drinks at the Albion. Everyone who's there is a pub.
I don't hate the Albion, Bill.
Exactly. There you go.
So get some local Guernsey politics on a politics stream.
Don't trust people from the south of the island. They're all wetties.
I don't mind. I like the Albion. It's a lovely pub. What the fuck?
That's what's the Albion, not the Alban.
I said the Albion. What the fuck? Anywho,
how well Restored Us is going to depend a lot on when that election is.
Yeah.
The best thing that Labour can do right now is to call it immediately and just hope that.
I think so, to be honest.
Well, it looks like they might actually do that. I'm not even joking.
It does.
It's on the verge of stepping down.
Indication, and that was already the case, and it does seem as if there is a very real possibility that in order to fuck over Restore, they might just call an early election.
I'd be okay with that. Like I like Lowe, as I said.
It would also do what I think Lowe wants to do.
I would be so much happier with Farage over Labour, and we can finally find out if he's actually going to do what he says he's going to do.
Well, I'll tell you why I want that to happen. Why would I like Keir Starmer to say, fuck it, whatever, call a new election, and for that to happen tomorrow? I would actually be in favor of Nigel Farage winning for the same reasons that I think Lowe is laying out here, which is that slow and steady. We're going to build up, faith. We're going to have people immediately for this next election, but the next one will not be those failed ministers. They will not be career politicians. I think he is saying that to say he is not expecting to win. That is also a wise position, to not be too overly confident, but to want to establish yourself. If Nigel Farage gets in and does the opposite of what everyone wants him to do, and it's total no faith in Farage, it will be evidentiary proof, and the next time will go to Lowe, I think. And he will have several years to set that up and say, told you, this guy screwed me over. This guy reported me to the police falsely to get me out of the party, which is what it's legitimately what Zia Youssef and Nigel Farage did to this guy, Rupert Lowe. They reported him to the police for being pro-mass deportation. So when Nigel Farage, I'm sorry, and he has flip-flopped on this, Suslo, but when he talks about how he's in favor of some mass deportations, of getting rid of some of them, it's very difficult for me to believe when he goes out on stage and admits, yes, we reported Rupert Lowe because of his stance on mass remigration.
So small clarification on that. Again, yeah, I saw that clip, and that is basically what he said. I can't believe he
I told you! I told you, dude!
Aidan, I didn't disbelieve you. I didn't disbelieve you. I just hadn't seen the clip. But my point is that one of the two claims was true, that he clearly made a false police report.
Yes.
The only way he could get away with it is by saying, we already knew he'd done this, but that was the thing that led us to report it. In which case, that's a very morally questionable. If you if
there's any debate,
politics were good.
If there is
the point is,
back and forth
for the remigration stuff, he has actually, as far as I remember, he has been consistent on not wanting to deport millions, but deport hundreds of thousands, which I disagree with him on, but at least it's better than nothing.
Well, and Lowe says millions must go. And it is millions of people who must go.
Lowe is closer to my, and I assume our position on that. It does need to be millions.
I honestly think that Lowe came into this very cautious, and not in a scared way, but in a, or even trepidatious, but a logical, rational, we're probably not going to win the first time, we're going to establish ourselves. And then 2 days later, 3 days later, Farage comes out and says, oh yeah, we did file that complaint against him to the police because of his stance. I mean, he didn't mince words. We'll watch it in a minute. Because of his stance on remigration. It
was a very dumb thing for Nigel. I feel like Nigel is kind of pissed off now that Lowe has done this, which is his own damn fault. Unless
my pet theory, which is a total copium theory, which is that Farage got all of the fucking losers over into reform and is now going to sink the ship.
I can tell you, Aidan, that's not true. There's no reason to do that because the ship they were already on was already sinking.
Sink another one. He's really good at that.
How about this? Well, this makes it so that they are shown to be complete charlatans who will go with whoever gives them power.
Yeah.
But I think much more likely was that they all shifted over. Probably someone in middle management in reform is on the take. Let them in.
All of them are.
And I assume that everyone in reform is on the take in any case.
Yeah.
And now that, if I were to extend the benefit of the doubt to Farage, which I don't do very easily, that he's realised that, this has just become the fucking Tories. This is fucking miserable. I'm just going to scuttle the whole project and let Lowe deal with it. But
that's what it seems.
We've also seen him tried in judicial warfare against Lowe. So why should I trust him for anything?
The reason why I say that is because, yes, he has a track record of sinking parties. Two, I do not think. Yeah. I do not think.
Farage has set up way more parties than Lowe has, to be fair.
Yes, and they've all fallen apart. But tell me if you disagree with this part.
It's a piss up.
Tell me if you disagree with this part. Tell me if you disagree with this part, Uzulu, because I know that you're a fan. You're a big fan of your boy Nige, and I have liked Nigel Farage in the past. However, I do think though that he does not want to be prime minister and never has wanted to be. He wanted to get Brexit done and he wanted to retire, and he did, and got dragged back out. I genuinely do not think he wants to be PM.
Yeah,
you want to be PM? Have you seen the kind of person who does want to be PM?
I don't think Rupert Lowe does either. But
I don't want to go too heavy on the platitudes here, but it is true that someone that has a will for power, that wants power, is generally not that worthy of trust with it. A reluctant hero is a good archetype. Now, I don't know if that's what Farage is. I'm sure there's some disagreement on that interpretation, but there is that at least point in favor of someone that doesn't want it. But yeah, I don't think Nigel would want to do this if he didn't think it was necessary. Probably Lowe wouldn't either.
No, Lowe
is very clearly channeling a bit of Diocletian in this. He's literally on a farm.
Sure. Yeah, indeed.
Let's get back to the video, shall we? So, because we're only a minute and a half in.
Ministers, they will not be tainted by failures of the past. They will be from business, from the military, from science, from medicine, from education, from industry, representing real communities up and down the country. Every single
he is Cincinnatus,
will be
Matt James,
well
I think.
outside the existing political establishment, and every single one will understand the difficult decisions that need to be taken, because there are no easy.
It's the same thing as him himself. This is great if you can do it. I just don't know how realistic it is. And these days, perhaps it is, because people are so sick and tired. And if Farage betrays us, then I think it'll be much more realistic. And that's what
I'm banking on.
Like, yeah,
I think that's what this is all banking on. Is Farage betraying everyone?
I think the chances of being able to win over Farage this election are very low. So, pun intended. So take it next time. Take it next
question. Time. Gun to your head. Who's in charge of the Greens?
And then Farage came out and said, yeah, we abused our power to get him politically persecuted by the police.
Yeah, very poor choice. He doesn't have much gravitas. Very poor choice.
Gun to the fucking head. Gun to your head. Who's in charge of the Greens?
Oh, what's his name?
There we go.
No, I do know. I can't think of it right now, though. Who's in
charge of the Lib Dems anymore, for that matter?
Oh, God, what's his name?
Let's face it, this is coming down to a clash of the personalities between Nigel Farage, a turtle-faced drunkard, Lowe, who is basically an old fella who lives on a farm, and of course everyone's favourite, Keir Starmer, a man who looks like he moans when he wipes.
Well, Keir Starmer is not going to be in the running. I don't think.
Dude, I don't think Keir Starmer's going to be in the history books. I think we're just going to forget that he ever existed.
He won by default at best. But I have seen that he's apparently threatening his own party that if they try and coup him, he'll just call the general election, which is so brilliant.
I looked into that, Uzlu. There is because I also saw that. I cannot find any. I can find Twitter posts about it. I cannot find any credible reporting on that. So I also saw that and wanted to believe it because it sounds like something that Sir
I
Queer
don't know
would
if
do.
it's true.
Okay,
but
folks at home,
it's the kind of thing that very well could be true and could have just reached that Twitter account through a rumor. I'm not saying it is, but it could be.
Okay, folks at home.
It sounded real to me as well.
Farmers and farmer adjacent people, tractor enthusiasts. What brand of tractor is that? This is how we judge a man.
It's a based-looking tractor, though. It's got big wheels.
Don't
and it's
be
cool.
Don't be.
It's red. It makes it go fast.
Don't be like slanting things now. We need an actual.
Dude, I like tractors.
We need this from the people who are the autists, or the specific tractor autists, not the communication autists. Stop trying to take the water. I want to know from the communications. I feel like that fucking Simpsons bit. What do you think about the new Tomcat helicopter? I wasn't asking you, Tom Clancy. I was asking Maya Angelou.
Oh yeah. Look, as an autist, I like machines, okay? It's a based, cool-looking tractor with big wheel.
That's why you never learned to drive over here.
Why? Because I want to drive a tractor?
I could have got you a tractor too.
That's true. Anyway, whatever. Here we go.
I'm not going to tell you comforting lies about the condition of our country. I have only ever been honest with the British people.
It is.
And I will be straight with you now. What is necessary will be incredibly painful.
Meme it, print it, ship it. There it is. What is necessary will be incredibly painful is such a good line.
Folks at home, I'm going to give you a free fucking song to put in the back of this.
Give me your hardest,
no, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, woman. I need to tell these motherfuckers what song to put in the background. There's a solo artist called Triari from Germany who's like just a Roma-boo. There is a song called Mother of Pain, and it's just bells and like marching. So declarations about how the Roman armies here to burn your fucking nation down. Put that in the background to this with a fucking edit over the top. Fucking
there's so many great edits of it.
Dry it, ship it, fucking gold. I'm coming on Twitter and make more money than God. Then send some money to me so I can finally get that fucking executioner's sword and I can stop whinging about it.
Coming in once again with my determination to assuage bias. Farage has also said this. Not these words. Lowe put it well, but Farage has made this point too.
Got a bit more gravitas than Farage. Farage just comes across like he lives at the bar.
He does. Well, we all know he does. He lives at the pub.
The pub and the farm are two places very close to the heart of the British.
Yes.
Very true.
I that's a powerful line. And it's because it's true. It will, this is going to be very painful. And I think one thing that is very important to take note of, because this is a globalized to the West phenomenon right now. There are millions and millions of young white men who have seen their countries be taken over by nons and by foreigners. And they are young men who want to fight, as young men are wont to do. They don't want to be complacent. They don't want to just sit around on their asses and die and watch their civilizations die around them. I think using language like that is very powerful for young men in particular.
Because it's going to hurt either way. You might as well make it.
It's going to hurt either way. It already is hurting, isn't it? Wouldn't it be better if it hurt for something?
Pain is non-negotiable. Suffering is.
Those are very powerful words to young men. And
I appreciate the differentiation there, Bill. That makes sense. Mm. Yeah, I think it's true as well. The state of things is so bad. Any serious party these days is going to be saying that. And both Nigel and Lowe are. I don't know if Labour or the Conservatives or even the Greens or Lib Dems are saying that, actually.
No, I don't think. No, because it's all just fairy tale magical wonderland, and vote for us and we'll do whatever, we'll do a gay socialism.
They are generally of the position that things are on the right course. We just need to follow them down into the abyss.
Trust us.
Which these guys are not.
Yeah.
A very long.
And again, women get interested in politics over very superficial shit. It is very difficult to get women actually interested in politics because politics do not interest women besides the superficial. This is the kind of stuff that gets you a fucking fleet of young men to sign up to fight and die for something. To say it will be hard, it will be struggle, but the outcome will be worth the pain and suffering.
It's traditional British rhetoric.
Yes, it is. That's why his dog is named Cromwell. There are many valid criticisms of Cromwell. There are many valid criticisms of Cromwell.
That is controversial.
I'm not so sure about that one.
Yes, there are many valid criticisms of Cromwell.
Maybe he's got
but he did name his dog that, to be fair. So what did he mean by this? Well, what did he mean by this?
Maybe the dog really hates Irish people.
He's just an Anglo-boo living in England. But also born in England.
Based.
If he's that much of a
line that goes back hundreds of years in England.
Considering the kind of Anglophiles that have been kicking around, considering H.P. Lovecraft's proclivities, I dread to think what his cat's named.
Yeah, what's his cat's name?
Happy boy.
If his dog's name's Cromwell, the cat has to have an interesting name indeed.
Time, voters will have a genuine alternative which is truthful with them about the scale of what now has to be done. The first priority is to control who comes to our country, and more importantly, who stays in our country.
This is his top priority.
Restore Britain will not just stop mass immigration, we will reverse it.
That's very key as well. With a lot of the stuff that's come out of reform, we're going to stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop the boats. We're going to stop the mass migration. It is less about the mass deportations. And Uzo, I know that Farage is your guy, but he has been very tepid, you must admit, on the deportations.
Aiden.
I'm going to show you a clip.
He has
show you a series of clips.
He has talked about the boats, but he's also talked about illegal migration. He said everything that any of us has about migration, except, no, I wouldn't say any of us, because everything Lowe has about migration. The only distinction that I can find is that Nigel has drawn a line, which I disagree with him on, where he says that we won't be uprooting entire communities, people that were born here. We won't be deporting many millions. He says hundreds of thousands. Now, I think it does need to be millions. In fact, I have said
Lowe says millions.
Everyone that
Lowe
came
says
in
whole
since
communities.
Everyone that came in since the year 2000 should be at least up for strong consideration of deportation, and most of them should be deported.
Then you're more on
That's
Lowe's
closer
side.
to what Lowe said. Exactly. That's my point. But Nigel's position is not, we'll just stop the boats and then leave it. Like, that's ridiculous.
But no, however, okay, since it's come up, I will just say, like, there's things from Nigel that are quite fucking shitty that show very much the opposite. And this is the key, I think, sort of interview here, if this will fucking load. Here we go.
We'll need to go, don't
I remember this one.
I sent it to you. Well, I sent this to you. It might be why you remember it.
Well, it's from a while ago. A lot of people sent this to me.
Yes. Yeah.
Aiden thinks she's safe because no one can figure out what fucking state she's from.
Well, I'm from West Virginia.
This week.
Oh, come on.
These people need to go, don't they? And by saying that you don't support, mass deportations...
If I say I support mass deportations, that's all anybody will talk about for the next 20 years. So it's pointless even going there.
So it's a rhetorical problem.
It's a political impossibility to deport hundreds of thousands of people.
It's a political impossibility to deport hundreds of thousands of people. Lowe's talking millions. If you say mass deportations, it's suicide. It's political suicide.
Simply can't do it.
Can't do it.
I suspect what he means is
really hard to get around, dude.
The public won't go for it. But he's wrong in that case. And like, this is a while ago, things may have changed since then.
I think it's from last year.
I didn't remember that he had said in that speech that hundreds of thousands is an impossibility. His position since then is hundreds of thousands. I think he has moved slightly with what he perceives as the public belief. But yes, he is too wet on the numbers. But I do believe he intends to
deport. You can't be wet on that.
I know, I agree. Which is why that's one of the parts I disagree with him on.
And again, I do believe that's from last year.
He actually is convicted. Yes, he actually is convicted to deport people, just not enough. And that's why I think Lowe would be better on... In terms of the principles, in terms of what we actually believe, Lowe is closer to me, I think, from what I've seen. But Farage actually has the chance of winning. And so if it's a choice between someone that has most of what I want and can win versus someone that has more of what I want and can't, then I'll go with the former. At least for now, and then we'll go with the latter afterwards. That's where I'm looking right now. But maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe Lowe can win. I just don't think he has the force of character to do it.
Scott brought this up, and I will go into it. Now, I don't normally like to do body language analysis, but I'm going to play this again without audio. Geez, Twitter's being a little bit... I heard it was slow today.
It was on the blink yesterday as well.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not
going
to
YouTube was as well. Someone said YouTube was. Maybe it's Cloudflare.
It probably is at this point, if it's being this fucky-wucky.
Or AWS or something that they use. Oh, YouTube is not AWS.
Okay, well, I can't play it again, but apparently, hopefully I can still play this, and hopefully we can still use
Link
Twitter.
it to me, maybe I can access it.
My point in trying to show it was to display Nigel's body language, because he seems very annoyed, he seems very perturbed and irritated by the question. It won't load.
He certainly, there will be things that bother him, like stupid questions that he gets asked repeatedly do bother him on stage. But someone who he kicked out forming a party that's that's gaining momentum that he believes should be his, that is something that would definitely piss him off, yes.
But that was not in response to this. That was from a year ago.
I think the major difference between the two, apart from, one is probably more principled than the other, is that Farage has no poker face whatsoever, whereas Lowe is a bit more, what's the word? Refined, a bit more reserved, but is still capable of throwing down some shit talking.
Okay,
as a politician in the UK, as a politician, you need to be able to shit talk and shit talk well. And I think Lowe's equipped for it.
Well, I can pull this up on my Brave browser,
I'm not sure whether
on Chrome. So
I'm not sure whether I would like. It might be cookies or something.
Oh,
I'm not sure whether I would prefer, Bill, a politician who can't hide what they're thinking versus one that can. That benefits to both.
Oh, it's one of those things like how much planned obsolescence do you want in your politicians?
This might be a problem with... It's a problem with Google Chrome, I think. So I might have to change... I may have to change browsers.
You can always come back to it at a later date.
Yeah,
it's going to come up again.
Annoying. That's the thing, is that it's really annoying. If I can't watch stuff on Twitter, then we're going to be fucked and we'll have to switch browsers, but whatever.
Every single illegal migrant will be securely detained and then deported. The message will be unrelenting. If you are in this country without our permission, you will be removed. For the foreseeable future, far more people must leave Britain than arrive. If a foreign national is unable to speak English...
So that's good. That's an important distinction there between him and Nigel. Like, Nigel is saying deport all the illegals, which is all Lowe has said so far. But Lowe is saying much more people must leave than join. And something that has bothered me with Nigel is he's talking about net zero migration, which it's better than the other net zero.
It's just stopping it,
it's a significant improvement, but it's not great because you could therefore still, in theory, deport less terrible migrants, like say Eastern Europeans, and replace them with Indians and Africans. Theoretically, that would still be net zero. That would be very bad.
This is legit working in another Google Chrome tab.
It's something to do with the login token, Aiden.
Okay, whatever. Well, I'll have to reload Chrome or something. Whatever.
Housing, claims benefits, refuses to work, fails to integrate, commits crime, or even actively hates our way of life and wishes to do us harm, then they must leave or be made to leave.
Yes, indeed.
Restore Britain will make our communities safe again for women and children. That I promise you. If that
they both have this. They both have this focus on for the women's. Nigel always repeats like Islam treats women as not even second-class citizens. He said that so many times.
But Rupert Lowe is the person who forced the rape inquiries to happen, the rape gang inquiries to happen. He has been personally responsible for getting the rape gang inquiries done when no one else in the government would do so.
Nigel was also involved in that process. I'm not sure exactly how much.
No, he abandoned that shit. The person who got the rape gang inquiries through was Rupert Lowe.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked into the details of that, but Nigel has talked about it a lot at the moment.
But it was Rupert Lowe. He was the one who really. That's why he's okay. I'm sorry, but I'm saying
I just haven't looked into it.
I also get where you're coming from about the mention about women being raped, but the reason why he mentions that is because he knows probably more about that than many other people. About
my point is on the men and women thing. It's
of women potentially who have been raped and violated and sexually assaulted.
Aiden, I know. It's one of the big issues of our time, the gender rights issue, which, much like the
gender
Israel
rights
issue,
is not rape.
Aiden, calm down.
Sorry.
Much like the Israel issue, we may not get a candidate that's good on this election. Similarly with the men and women thing, we're going to have to settle for someone that has some beliefs we know are silly, or says some things that imply beliefs that we know are silly. Because I think someone quoted earlier that Lowe is also pretty pro-Israel. So
wait. But what is your evidence? And I don't know who commented that, but what is the evidence of that?
No, I don't know. Is it because I said I didn't have evidence. Just someone in chat mentioned it. My point is just that we might have to wait for another politician before we get everything.
So I know the evidence. The evidence is
that was hard to get through.
It's because when he was in Reform, he made one tweet talking positively about Israel. It's very different now to say that he's super pro-Jew when he is saying, I'm going to ban both halal and kosher slaughter because they're the same inhumane slaughtering tactics.
Yeah, that's good.
And big news outlets saying that the proposed banning of halal and kosher slaughter is actually targeted at the Jews. That's what major outlets are. I'll show you right now. That is what major outlets are reporting on it as. Which is, where is it? Hang on. Where is this? Where's the code? Here it is. The Telegraph. Yeah. Look at how the Telegraph has chosen to report on the ban of halal and kosher slaughter. Dog whistling proves his party is unfit for office. Plans to ban halal slaughter would impact Jews more than Muslims.
Probably not true given the population difference.
But that's what the Telegraph cares about. This is actually anti-Semitic.
So if the only thing that he said that was pro-Israel was while he was in Reform, it's possible that he was told he had to do that. It was from 2
years ago, and which is what many people suspect. Yes.
Yeah, that's possible. Then.
Look, I'm waiting for my Fell for It Again award. I do not want to win that award. I really hope that's not the case. But it's particular that he has not just said, I will ban halal slaughter, I will ban the burqa. He has said these things. He has also said, I will ban kosher slaughter. I will ban kosher. That is something no one else is saying.
Both are highly necessary and very urgent as well.
Yes, I agree. Let's continue.
Then millions go. We're constantly told that
is the Telegraph right wing? Yes.
Swathes of low
just about
migrants.
As it goes, it's right wing.
It's skillless.
We know that's simply not true. What we need is to get millions of healthy Brits back into work. A radical overhaul of how welfare is delivered. Protecting those in genuine need, but not funding healthy shirkers to live off the back of hard-working men and women.
Sorry, when the question is about the Tory graph, the Telegraph being right wing, it is conservative mainstream, right? Like that's
Big
what
C.
I mean by that. Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
To be fair to be unfair to what Lowe said, or to be fair to the position, he's saying that we don't want healthy shirkers. He's dedicated half a sentence to talking about that, but it's not even half a sentence worth of a problem, as far as I understand. In terms of Brits shirking, the only reason that's happening is because of the tax threshold being in the wrong place.
It's one of his points that I think is
which I don't think is gonna. It's the white people generally, maybe not just whites, but people like that, people of a Western character, don't tend to shirk when they have the opportunity. They don't tend to just lay about. There's a very small number that do, but it's less than most people. It's less than most people realize, or less than most people assume. Most of it is foreigners in the UK, at least.
It is true. He's also made statements that it's like, or sometimes I'm wondering, like, why are you putting this at the same kind of level of prime time as other things? The shirking stuff. No, it's very different from some of the stuff that Farage has been saying, to be honest. That what was his statement the other week where he said something fucking retarded about how it was something about people not working hard enough or something. But he also has said some stuff about we need to make sure that parents can take their children out of school for a prolonged period of time. Now I'm in favor of that, but my maybe biggest criticism of Lowe is that sometimes just because he makes so many statements and he includes so many messages of things he wants to do, that there are certain things within it that you kind of go, I don't care. However, when you look at the totality of the things that he's talking about, immigration is his first, foremost, and primary concern. He's just giving you his platter here. There's some things I care about far less than others, and I agree in that sense. But I think he is giving you the sampler platter of here's all the things. And we'll go through some more of them, too.
If you can work, you must work. It really is that simple. Restore Britain will be abundantly clear. If you consistently...
The majority of those who can work but can't, but aren't currently, want to. A point that Nigel has made a lot that I'm sure Lowe would agree with is the
Nigel wants
tax
to remove
threshold is in...
That was it, yeah.
The tax threshold is in a position where if you are a small business owner, for example, or if you're not, you're better off on benefits financially, unless you're earning significantly more than an entry-level wage. So it's killing the bottom of the market.
Yeah, because let's face it, why would you hire someone at a regular minimum wage even when you can just buy slaves?
That's a different problem, people to a room. Also a fact, yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're not even work.
I see it over here.
They're vote slaves. They're social terror slaves.
I see cleaning companies bringing in African migrants 20, 30 at a time and shoving them in single fucking hotel rooms.
Even here in Guernsey, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yes, that's a different problem from the one I was talking about, but it's definitely related.
Sorry.
We will punish indolence, and more importantly, we will reward success. We will provide vast economic incentives for men and women to start businesses, generate opportunities.
And to be clear, I guess, because most of our audience, I think, is American, it's coming from West Virginia, which is very anti-business. The UK is in many ways very anti-business. And you can watch, for example, Clarkson's Farm, speaking of, to see very obvious examples of that, of how hard it is for people to own and operate a business that should not be anywhere near as difficult. If people could run their own businesses, I do think that would be a massive improvement and make it far easier for people to operate businesses so that and particularly to work part-time while operating a business so that they can support families more easily. That kind of stuff is actually quite important, I think.
What he just said about vast incentives for starting a business, either he's worded that poorly or it's a
maybe
risky idea, because just giving a lot of money to people to start a business is rife for fraud. But if he's talking about reducing regulation load for people starting a business, reducing obstacles, then that's not the same thing as incentives. It's not the same thing as incentives, and he has slightly misrepresented himself there.
Well, why not?
More likely subsidies, which is the usual methodology.
Again, if it is subsidies, then where's the money coming from? You just said it'll be painful, though. We don't necessarily have the money to spend on that.
Well, if you stop spending huge amounts of money on a bunch of look, painful does also mean potentially economically painful. What's the constant refrain? Is that look at all of the money we've added to the GDP because of all the new immigrants we have. Yeah, certain numbers, certain things will be painful, but it's very hard to get people who live on bread and circuses to agree to that.
Well, think of it this way: who are the people who spend the largest quantity of their income? Is the poor, who currently are on the bone of their ass and have been for years. If they can get a little bump up in income, even something small, the spending will still be high, and will get probably a net benefit in terms of tax income, which might give it just a bit more.
The reality is that we must go through periods of pain in order to come out the other side stronger. That's why it's painful. That's why it is made painful intentionally by certain people in power.
I'm not disagreeing with the upside. I'm not disagreeing with the intent. But if the argument is we're going to invest heavily in this sector, the same question as for Liz Truss with her ideas. Where's the money coming from? Liz Truss was up front. We're borrowing it from our children. Okay, where's the money coming from for this? Is he going to be able to save enough from cutting government programs to invest hugely in new businesses?
I would think so.
It's risky. It's a lot of speculation and potential for fraud.
If you just basically culled out the middle management of the state, it would be basically free up the money.
Very, very optimistic that he can do that. But if he can, then we may have the money to spend on that speculation.
We all know that the middle management of the state is literally the actual power brokers, and it's just all a whole king-making game. But the least you can do is try.
Like I've said, a huge amount of the cost of starting a business in the United Kingdom is all of these, in many cases, absurd and ridiculous regulations, licensing, that kind of stuff that makes it very, very difficult for regular people to own businesses and to be able to start a business. If by subsidies he means cutting costs and cutting the fees that people incur, then absolutely yes. And in fact, I would also say some amount of government spending, I would much rather go towards incentivizing people to start locally owned British run and operated businesses over importing infinity mammalians. This is a better use of government funding if you're going to spend it on anything.
Of course, yes. My question is just if we're like the assumption is we're already spending way too much. So is he talking about
fiscal restructuring
one expenditure
obvious
with another? Or is he going to be able to reduce the overall spend?
Well, you're now asking...
What's their fiscal policy then?
It's just a matter of like any. I'm always skeptical of any party that says, "Here's where we're going to spend a lot of money," because we don't need to be. We need to be saving money right now. We need to be
find out when
throwing government money around.
What's sense spending on immigrants?
No, we're going to deport everyone, but we're going to keep the same fiscal policy that Tories use for no reason.
Let me put it this way.
Ridiculous.
Let me put it this way. Here's how much money the UK government spends on hotel accommodation for asylum seekers between 2024 and 2025. It was £8.3 million per day.
How much does it cost to run the NHS?
Could we maybe cut the £8.3 million per day that's being spent on putting migrants in hotels and use that money, if just that, even a fraction, 10% of that money, to go to people wanting to start in businesses?
Yes, but then that means that we're spending just as much. That's my point.
I said 10%.
Also, what's the strain on the NHS from these people? Because the NHS is a £200 billion a year fucking money sink.
Money sink, yeah.
Yes, but good luck being any politician trying to make that more efficient.
You can't touch the NHS.
That's not what I'm saying, but that's also a problem, yes. If you want to try and make the NHS more efficient, good luck. I hope that he or Nigel or someone can do it, but it's very difficult. I don't think getting rid of it's the right answer, but that's a whole different conversation.
Otherwise.
Well, the whole economy.
Get rid of it or have it collapse.
Here's let me.
Any politician that comes in and says they're going to spend a lot of money gets me skeptical. That's all I'm saying. It is a good thing to spend money on. If you're going to spend money, it's pretty high up the chain of things to spend money on, and there is a lot that can be saved. Absolutely. I just don't know if it's going to end up being enough.
Low fiscal policy.
I was a libertarian, and I still struggle to divest myself of my libertarian roots. But the government spends money, regardless of whether or not I like it. And if the government is going to spend money every single day of the week, every single month, every single year, I would rather the government, if it must spend money on things like encouraging local businesses, encouraging national businesses, over putting migrants up on 8.3 billion or million pound per month. How much? Just that. That's just the hotel costs. That's not everything else. Just that would make an incalculable difference in the lives of regular, everyday people in the United Kingdom to be able to start and operate businesses.
You could probably cut the NHS in half comfortably with the migrants gone.
Possibly.
That's just the
you
hotel.
can cut it a lot, yes. Like deportation is going to save a lot of money, but that's not something you can do.
It'll cost more first.
Like he's got. Yes, I agree. That's why I'm in favor of it. But listen, he's got 5 years, maybe 10. Within 5 years, you can't expect to have deported everyone. You can deport a lot within that time, but in order to get the financial benefits, I don't think it'll happen that quickly of deporting many. Like it'll happen relatively. It won't take 30 years. It'll take maybe 5 to 10, but that's once most of them are gone. So it takes the 5 years to do that. So I don't know for sure. I'll have to see later if you can afford to say, yeah, we're going to just keep spending money just on different things. We need to spend less money. We need to radically reduce the money that we're spending. And if he's coming at one of his main positions here and saying, here's where we're going to throw a lot of money, it just makes me a little bit skeptical. Not because government shouldn't spend money, obviously, Aidan, just because they are often irresponsible with how they spend it. And if he's just going to switch over where it's being irresponsibly and wastefully spent, then that's not good. Though it is a better place to spend it than where we're currently spending it.
True.
We're looking at mid to long-term savings, very aggressively so. And if we cut off, if they cut off access to a lot of benefits to these migrants who are here illegally in some cases, still drawing them, it's going to free up a lot of money to be used for other programs. But until we know Lowe's fiscal policy, this is all moot.
True.
Self-sufficient families. Standing here today on the farm, I know exactly what it means to deal with energy bills, labour shortages, regulation, unproductive paperwork, planning restrictions, tax, and endless uncertainty. The state has definitively become the enemy.
Peru.
That certainly is true these days,
away suffocating taxes on work and enterprise. We will slash unnecessary regulation. We will dismantle bloated quangos and the overbearing HR culture. We must crush parasitic Britain. We will restore long-term, stable, logical policy so that businesses can plan and invest and grow again. But Restore Britain is about much more than numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about who
I love how he says tax. Yeah, he spits it based.
We are as a nation and who we are as a people. Britain is not just an economy. Britain is not just an idea. Britain is not just a passport. Britain is a nation. Britain is a people.
That's it.
And Restore.
That's it. That's it. That was the line. That was what needed to be said. It's not a passport. It's not an economic zone. It's a fucking people. That was what needed to be said. That's very fucking important. That's the kind of shit
Basically,
I am not hearing.
It's not America.
Well, it's not just it's not America. It's not anywhere else. This is not an economic zone. This is an ethnicity. And he didn't say it in that many words, but that part, I'm sorry, the messaging there was pretty clear.
Folks at home, I'm asking you politely to not overuse
it's not even
quango.
A passport.
Please use it correctly and don't overuse it. It already sounds like a slur. It's already going to be a really nice one to use. Do not ruin it for me.
What is quango? A quasi... Fuck, hang on. I can't remember what exactly.
Quasi-non-government organization, meaning it is actually a government organization.
Yes, quasi-autonomous non-government, which makes it... It's an NGO, but it's
It is, in fact, affiliated with the government.
Meaning it's affiliated with the government. So it's an NGO, but it's affiliated with the government, but just enough so we can pretend that it's not.
It's basically what it ends up being is anti-anti. So it's just an organization in the end.
Yes, it's
anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Bill. Yeah, anti-disestablishmentarianism. Yes.
Well done, Aidan.
We'll never allow that.
But yes, that is very good that he said that. I don't know that Nigel wouldn't, but Lowe's put it front and center, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We will celebrate our Christian heritage and the identity that built and shaped this country. Responsibility, restraint, forgiveness, duty, and fairness.
This is one of the worst things about Nigel that I have noticed. He insists upon saying Judeo-Christian.
He does.
He doesn't say it every time. He doesn't say it every time he means Christian. He just says it some of the times he means Christian, which is wrong.
He also talks...
I think that the Judeo-Christian idea, meme, is largely a psyop, and there's not that much similar between the two religions. So he should not be saying that. I don't know if Lowe has ever said it. I suspect not. He hasn't here, which is good.
No, but the other problem with Nigel is that he's also talked about the importance of not losing the Muslim vote. And that just shouldn't fucking
The Muslim
matter.
vote should be posthumous, surely.
Yeah, that shouldn't matter.
Yeah, I agree completely. The only thing is there are some places where you will not win unless you have some of the Muslim vote. However, again, as you say, who cares? Because if you win everywhere else, then you start deporting people that shouldn't be here, you solve the problem.
Well,
but
we don't have a lot of time.
If Nigel's goal is we have to win, even if it means a few sacrifices, as long as we can win, then we can solve the problem. Now, that's an optimistic view of what he's doing, but if that's what he's doing, I get where he's coming from. I wouldn't do it that way because that's too far.
Well, no, we
to
can't
say that we have to appeal to the Muslims.
Fire.
Yeah, so
I don't think anyone should give a fuck about the Muslim vote.
If that's what he's doing, if that's what he's doing, I can kind of see where he's coming from, but I disagree with that extent of strategizing. I think he should be strong on that issue, as Lowe is here, or as Lowe probably is.
Well, we'll get into it as well. Yeah.
A high trust society. That will mean defending our culture. That will mean resisting the relentless creep of radical Islam. That will mean banning the burqa, outlawing Sharia law, blocking cousin marriages, and reimposing our Christian-based rule of law. A Restore Britain government
use the word based.
Legislate to ensure that no halal or kosher slaughter.
There it is, or kosher slaughter.
Okay, that is a very good start. Like, that's very important, as I said, urgent.
Told you.
Blocking halal and kosher slaughter. No, I didn't disbelieve you. But on British soil, I would say anywhere. Don't allow it to be imported if it has those standards.
I'm with you there.
I agree. He did say to start, though, I think.
Well, I can say I work in wholesale food. I get to see these dead-eyed fucking husks of fake humanity waltz in asking about halal food. Not a single person would be missed who asks about it. Mm-hmm. Every single person is the same, like, dead stare, fucking yeast humanoid. I speak with a fucking authority as someone who works in the industry.
Yeast humanoid.
You do not want the people who want halal food in your country.
Hell no.
Bill, you certainly know a lot more about this than I expect the rest of us do. Someone in chat was asking earlier, what is halal? Maybe it's worth giving a very quick summary.
Oh, Bill, go ahead. I'll
put it this way. It is basically, it's more or less, they need to be bled to death. And as a result, the poor fucking thing just bleeds out in absolute fucking horror. It's pretty much guaranteed that they will suffer as much as possible. And if you want to
ruin the meat as well,
more or less, I think there is some manner by which it's hung that it doesn't actually taint the meat like it normally would. But I will say this much: as someone who's seen humans hooked up to those machines that do halal slaughter, because guess what? When Syria fell, that's precisely what they did. ISIS was very fond of using halal slaughter machines on people. I see what it does to a person. It's not fucking pleasant. I had to cover that shit for my fucking work with the fucking. I had to look into that kind of shit for some ecclesiastical studies of mine.
In either way, though,
fucking rough.
Both in halal and kosher slaughter, they kill the animal, they slit its throat while it's alive, and it bleeds out in pain. It should not be something that's allowed at all. It's fucked up.
No, this is why I said it's very important to block it, and it's urgent. The British and Westerners in general have always prided themselves on the good way that they treat animals.
Loving animals, yes.
And if the majority of the British public knew, as is gradually becoming the case, what halal slaughter involves and how common it actually is, I think they want to ban it straight away.
Nudges. I think the broader thing that's important about this, you will hear sort of maybe some messaging from Reform that's like, halal is wrong. It is, and I'm sorry, we must be clear about it at this point. It is halal and kosher. That neither halal
kosher is not much different.
It's not. It is also about the message that sends. It's about that Telegraph article I brought up before, where it's like, oh, the dog whistle of saying ban kosher slaughter. This is anti-Semitic. Good.
If your religion requires the torture of animals, your religion should not exist.
Yeah,
it should
sorry,
have been
this is not a Semitic country. Bye-bye.
I will gleefully be anti-you if you're about that.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
On British soil. This is Britain, and we will do things our way.
Based.
This political party now exists for one reason: to restore Britain. To make it a better, safer, and more prosperous place for British men and women to raise their families. It will be difficult, and it will be painful. But I assure you, it is possible. I hope you will consider joining me on this journey and becoming a member of our party.
Did it!
It is our country. It is now our collective responsibility to act. Together, we will restore Britain. Thank you.
Yeah, as is pointed out in the chat.
Bro, it's such a good
The Hebrews considered goyim to be cattle, so look at how they treat cattle.
Yeah, good point. Alrighty. So
or at ban usury. If you say you're banning usury, I will fucking move to the UK.
What was your overall takeaway from that, Islo? Because you are the resident Nige supporter, and this is Nige's current major.
The reason that I have a big argument here is him versus Nigel. The reason that I have often spoken in favor of Nigel is because it bothers you. My position on Nigel is that he is the best choice aside from Lowe. He's the best choice of the currently large parties. If Lowe can start to supplant that, then I'll support Lowe instead. In fact, as it stands, I already agree more with Lowe, and I knew I did even long before this. And I heavily criticized him about kicking Lowe out the party. My approval for him is by comparison to the other large parties.
Understand.
But I still have many doubts about him, and I think it's slightly more likely that he will not just betray us, but he will fail on many points that we want done, I expect, even if he doesn't betray us overall. I think he can do a lot of good, and he probably will, but he won't do enough good. So he's a good stepping stone, even if if he doesn't do everything he needs to someone else, and it's likely to be Low. Now, I would hope that the next step is Low rather than dictatorship, because dictatorship is a tool to solve really unsolvable problems that you can't solve if you're abiding by any standards. You just have to do what you think is necessary, and that is a stage that civilizations get to sometimes, which is necessary. And I hope we don't have to go through it, because it's going to be much more painful than this. But if we have to, so be it. But I hope it's not. I hope it's Low instead, or maybe Nigel can do enough, but I find that less likely. So I've already liked Low. I don't know if he has the charisma, because you can have a lot of charisma in a video like this. I think Farage does. You can have a lot of charisma in a video like this. It's not as difficult as having it on stage, on a debate, live, or doing it with other world leaders or such. But Low would be a better choice than anyone else for that, except maybe Farage in terms of just raw charisma. I think Nige has the strategic wisdom to build a party while making relatively little sacrifices in his principles, still more than we'd like. But if that's what's necessary to get someone in office, maybe it's the right move. If I had the choice to just snap my fingers and put someone as Prime Minister who is currently the leader of a British political party, it would be Low. But I don't.
Okay, let's go.
So it's probably... Well, but that's been the case for ages, Aidan. I always thought Low had positions closer to mine.
Yeah. But I when I talked to you about Low before, never mind. That doesn't matter.
I've been quite clear about that fact. Nigel is, I believe, closer to our beliefs than most people assume. Because I've watched a lot of his speeches, but Lowe is still closer. Well, and I've known that's the case for a long time. And I said all this when he was kicked out of the party and before that as well. I'm not sure I completely understand Lowe. There may be more to him than I realize, but he seems to be just a principled autistic man. And that's good, but that's good for us. Like, we would obviously like that, but we are of a kind of person that is not representative of the entire country. I think Farage has more broad appeal.
That's a good segue.
So it's difficult in terms of like it's easy to just say who you think is better, but the difficult thing is to say who is practically likely to win and thus who's worth supporting.
Yeah, tactical voting is fucking gay and homeless. Stand on business or don't stand at all.
The actual power politics side of it, realpolitik, which I'm trying to do. Not that it's my natural vocation, but I'm trying to do it. I think Farage has more points than you would give him just on principle.
However,
on principle, I'd agree with Lowe more.
We're not talking about principle. We're talking about the fact that within one day they were polling at 10%.
Yeah, which is impressive, and that may change my perspective. We'll see what happens from that. We'll see if that continues to change. But I don't. Okay. I think.
But my fear here.
It might be that Lowe can grow faster, but has a lower cap, because the kind of people that he can appeal to right now is a smaller portion, but they really want someone like him. If that's the case, then I'm afraid the best he can do is split the vote, and he may have already done it.
Well, I don't care if he splits the vote, and to be honest, I don't think people should care. Yes, is he splitting the vote, or is Reform splitting the vote? Actually becomes the question very quickly. That being said, you've now seen the video. Do you agree with my position, which is that I don't think, based on the early statements he made in that video, his plan did not seem to be to go head-to-head with Reform in this election, in the next upcoming election. He said, we will run against Reform, and then we're going to not run politicians. We're not going to run people with bad histories. We're going to take what we can get from people who do exist now, and then it will not be any of those people. To me, that sounded like we're kind of going to do something temporarily and then move on to something that's what we actually want to do. Whether or not he does that is up for debate and waits to be seen. But to me, it sounded
I'm not sure,
like.
Aiden. I think you may be seeing what you want to see there. I think he is going to try and compete with Nigel, and I don't know if
that's inevitable at this point.
No, but like this election, whenever that ends up being, because it could be any time between like tomorrow and 2029. I suspect he does intend. I expect he does intend to compete. I think at some point, didn't Lowe say Nigel must not become the prime minister? So he's not. I don't think Lowe is in principle willing to let Nigel win at all.
No. However, let me restate then. I think that it was setting it up so that we are establishing a new party. We are not necessarily expecting to win immediately because we are just establishing this. Nigel then comes out very, very hard against them. And now they are put into the position where, yes, it is going to be a head-to-head. That's what I think has happened. Now, that's my perspective based on my interpretation of his video, which I do not think was... it seemed to be very tepid and like, because he starts it, it's one of the first things he says is we're going to start by building it with established politicians, not all of them, but some, and then we're going to move back, which I thought is, that could be a bad sign or a good sign. But what I interpreted it as was we're not running that seriously the first time. We're trying to establish.
It could cause Reform to hemorrhage people.
That's just my interpretation. And
that may be what you
wrong.
Want to see there, and I think he is trying to take on Nigel, and I'm all for competition, but if we end up not getting a majority because of this, I will be quite pissed off.
I would be pissed off too, but I think that honestly,
their underlings might just form a coalition.
Well,
a coalition is almost worse.
Here's the thing.
But a coalition between Nigel and Lowe, I doubt either of them would be willing to do it. So I don't think it's going to happen either way.
Farage tried to get Lowe put in prison. That will not happen. The reality is that if a coalition forms and gets into power, if it is any coalition between anyone against Restore will come out at the long run being there. If they can just maintain this, keep maintaining the same language, saying we're going to do these things, for a couple more years at the end of the next election, following the next one, so 2 elections away, because I do think it's still a very likely chance that Reform gets in next time, although maybe not after the things that Nigel's done. that it will be restored inevitably. Anyway, let me get these super chats.
People who are more scared of Nigel than the actual party itself might try and form a coalition with Restore purely despite Reform.
They probably are going to
Restore Greens being a coalition government will be very funny, but completely cancerous.
Well,
if
already
Restore can keep their
Restore's
momentum,
eating up a bunch of other smaller right-wing parties. They're all defecting and being consumed by Restore currently.
So is anyone
the tranny influx. If Restore can keep the momentum that they have right now, which I doubt, but if they can, then it really is just a matter of time. Because if the election is then in 2029, then Restore has a chance of being the majority. If it's anywhere before that, they are more likely to split the vote. And actually, as it is now, they might have already gone too far for Reform to get the majority, which some people would view as fine, but
good.
I think that's worse off. The best outcome, seemingly, assuming principles line up with how they operate, is Restore majority, then Reform majority. But both of those might be off the table now. If he had waited until next time, which I'm not saying he should have done, but if he had, we could have got one
I think
and the
right
other.
now was the time to do it.
Not the order we'd prefer, but we could have got on the... I'm not saying that's what he should have done, but that's what we could have got. As it is now, if he keeps up the momentum that you're hoping for, Aidan, it's either going to be Restore majority or no majority at all. And as Bill says, some leftist parties coalition, which would be terrible.
No, fine. It will be it will hurt.
Well, here's a question.
It doesn't...
Labour, 5 years of Labour, or however long it was going to be, that was supposed to be the part that hurts, and then we get a better party in. Nigel is a better party, even if he's not as good as what we prefer.
And Nigel will hurt.
I don't want to go through another 5 years of a Lib Dem Green coalition with Low or
that will just straight up provoke a racial war.
My point...
That would be fucking awful.
Could I please make my point? If I could please make my point. The reality is, if anyone is elected who is not Rupert Lowe at this point, it's going to fucking hurt. It doesn't matter if it's the Greens. It doesn't matter if it's Labour. It doesn't matter if it's Reform. It doesn't matter if it's the Tories, which it won't be. If any other parties elected besides Restore, it will be evidence in the people's minds from the things that will inevitably happen under any of those aforementioned leaderships that will make them go, oh, holy shit, next time it has to be Rupert Lowe. And I think that's what he was setting up here. I don't know if we do either, but it seemed like Rupert again, from the way that he framed it and said it, is that, look, maybe we won't get it this time, but we will establish ourselves, and whoever the fuck gets in is going to alienate, disrupt, disturb, disenfranchise, and destroy the British people, so much so that when you come out the other side, whether it's a called for snap election or not, it will be Restore. I think that's what he's done.
I want him to, what I want him to be right now is the backstop, whereby whoever gets in next, if they fail, they are quickly cycled out and replaced with him. That's the best thing I think he could do right now. And he can influence whichever party is in, probably Nigel, to be better. Because I'll take all your votes away if you don't do this. That's because that's what I want him to, I would agree more with Lowe's position on especially on mass immigration, mass deportation.
Well, electoral politics are largely fake anyway.
It's same idea as non-electoral politics, just with different processes to decide who has the power. In this case, at least we can more quickly issue the will of the people. But
unfortunately, I think you have to know that what you're going to get from Nige is not the will of the people.
It is closer than any other party besides Lowe.
All right.
The will of people like us is much more aligned with Lowe. I don't know how much of the public is willing to go that far that quickly. Because unfortunately, as much as we all in these spheres of the internet, because we talk about this a lot, we're much nearer the tip of the spear. We actually know what is needed. We actually know that Lowe, his policies would be better than Nigel's. But in terms of the rest of the public that are not near the tip of the spear, they don't yet. But they're willing to vote Nigel. They're that far along already. So I think it needs to go down along that gradual path. Now, I'd still much rather that.
Let them vote Nigel. Let them see what
I'd still much rather the gradual movement towards what the people actually want than a sudden move away from it, which would be the alternative if we weren't voting. But as it happens, that's what we have to deal with. It's the reality of power.
You do.
Have to wait several years
if that's the case,
again. By that point, they might actually get enough clout to win.
I'm sorry. And I hate to say this,
if we can
but
make a
maybe,
gradual movement in the right direction, then that's better than making no movement in the right direction at all. And Lowe might have just sabotaged the potential gradual move. Nigel could stem the flow. He could stop the bleeding. I don't think he would reverse the problem, well, as Lowe was talking about doing, but he would do some good. He would do some necessary good.
Get it?
If then we get Lowe in to do the rest of the good, that would be fine.
Okay, I would be perfectly fine with any of them winning in the next election. The Greens, Labour, who won't win, but the Greens, who very likely will, or Reform. I would be fine with them winning for the exact same reason. Either one. I don't care. Like I said, I'd actually be fine with either one of them winning over Restore, for the simple reason that either one of them winning will evidence to those who are still a little bit on the fence. It's called accelerationism, and I think, unfortunately, it appears to be the only thing that people actually understand. When people experience that things have gotten so bad, they can't just put it off and go, "Oh, I don't know about it," and you have to make hard decisions. Let it bleed a little bit. I'm sorry, and that might have to be the way. I think we are too. I don't think we have to go through that. I don't think we have to. But if that is what we must go through, let it. I don't think we have to.
Zero seats was fucking retarded.
No, Zero Seats was not fucking retarded.
Yes, it was. It handed the fucking country into the hands of charlatans.
Yes, which has accelerated it. Which has put Rupert Lowe in this position.
Just bite the bullet and make them bite the curb. Enough pussyfooting around.
Okay, let me read super chats real quick, and then I want to get into
how many politicians have you killed this week?
For legal reasons, I will not say anything.
Wolf de Mexico says, and as we stood together at the peak of Mount Agassiz, my dad put his hand on my shoulder and turned to me and said, redacted by YouTube, it's unreal. I also hate women so much it's unreal, but indeed, sir. Eldritch Photographer 5 says, there's nothing wrong with being based as long as you're correct, indeed. Kissa for £5 says, I want Clarkson to as transport minister, which we have free reign to ram environmentalists and have petrol prices under 50p a liter. Any objections? I don't think he can set the price, but run over environmentalists, very base. Bishop of the Railway for 5 says, in other news, the province of Alberta has a growing number of people who are taking action to separate from Canada. In Alberta as well now. Interesting. I'm waiting for nothing to happen. Unfortunately.
Please let iDubbbz get reintroduced back into American.
Alberta probably should secede along with Quebec. I mean, they're just completely separate countries, essentially. Eldritch Photographer 5 says, Lowe needs to go hard and push as far as he can. You don't have time to allow things to continue as they are. Win or lose, do the best you can. Based, I agree.
Such a huge risk. I would like him to win, but I just don't know if he can. And I think that it may be that he's capped at the point that the best he can do is split the vote. I hope he's not. And I disagree with you, Ed, and I think he's going to try and go hard. If he does, I really hope he can capture the public's interest. I really hope he can. And if he can, I'll be all on board. But I'm not sure if he can. If he can't, think it's a huge risk.
I don't think, from that video, I don't think he was going to go hard. After what Nigel Farage said about him the other day, I think he should. I think he should capitalize on it and absolutely destroy Nigel Farage, who has admitted to filing false police reports to get rid of a political enemy. Like, dude,
it was very silly of him to do that. Yes, as I said,
silly.
He could argue.
That's a term for it.
He could argue that it was not false because the reports already existed. He just withheld reporting them until that happened. It's not much better, is it? But that at least wouldn't be illegal, I don't think, or it would be less illegal. But yeah, it's silly is Aidan, an understatement. It's a generalization. It's a very poor idea, a very stupid idea for him to have said that publicly. I think he's pissed off at Lowe, which doesn't look good.
Uzlu, I gave you the outcome where Nigel was the good guy.
Folks, I'm going to keep talking in a circle.
You know, okay, let me just what's the fucking super chats? Yes, that was the point. Okay,
before we have a mass suicide on our hands in the chat.
Rambam 3000 for £5 says, give me a heroic vision and what can they not achieve? Give men a heroic vision and what can they not achieve? I agree with that completely. I think that's what it's being said. Young men, it will be hard, but it will be worth it. And I think there's very few messages that appeal to young men more than things like that. Slosher for 20 Canadian says...
I agree. My concern is that the exact audience that we have, the politically interested autistic young male, are the people to whom that primarily appeals, and other males are less so. And that means that he's going to very quickly gain support among that group, taking all that away from Reform, which means the vote will be split, and then he's capped. Like he's autistic, and his policies and his rhetoric angle towards autistic people, which is exactly the kind of thing that would bait us into liking him. But then he can't win. If that's the case,
to me of an autistic man in a dream.
I hope that's wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and that he can break through that and appeal to people outside of this political sphere. I hope he can.
But 10% one day kind of speaks to that.
How's the super chats going, folks?
I'm gonna get to them, but I'm sorry, but
10%
in one day. Now, based on, again, 1,000, respondents, but 10% in one day is kind of...
That's my point.
You think 10% of the country is autistic?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that one I will concede.
All right, I'll give you that. Slosher for 20 Canadian says the government did COVID lockdowns and nobody wanted those. The idea you can't have mass deportations is garbage. It's all a matter of will. Exactly. Power is power. You can't just do things.
In the UK, it's closer to that than in the US, yes. But you do still have the royal assent and the lords who could block it. But there are they won't tend to. If you're the prime minister, you kind of do have carte blanche as long as your party's with you. So if Lowe can get in with the majority, or if Nigel can get in with the majority, the limits on their power are approximately their own will. Yes.
Apparently,
and there's many pros and cons to a parliamentary democracy versus a Republican democracy. Many pros and cons in comparing them. In a Republican democracy, the majority cannot do something wrong to you because you have rights as long as the Supreme Court agrees with you on those rights, which they don't always in the US. It's a bit fickle, but in principle, it defends against that. In a parliamentary democracy, you can't defend against that, but whoever's in charge does have more power to do what needs to be done, and bureaucracy can't get in the way. The US is quite bureaucracy heavy. It's because it's not ethnically homogenous. It kind of has to be. You have to write down these standards because you can't expect them to be genetically passed on. And I know I'm just comparing. All the people in the chat often.
Speaking of,
but that's why it's such a bad idea to try and insert bureaucracy and the Supreme Court into the UK system. It's supposed to be based on good conscience and the will of the people being elected, and that they are elected because they're good people, because the majority of the people want them elected, which is why it's such a bad idea to mass import foreigners.
Sure is. But speaking of, Bishop of the Railway for 5 Canadians says, R. the Donald is exasperating Dr. Murdoch. Murdoch Chan, do something. I invited him on, so I can't do shit. Eldritch Saga for 2 says, see the leftist is ignorant and see the leftist is ignorant and moralizing.
Look, it would be very easy for me to just go out here and
R. the Donald.
argue. For me to argue on what I believe is right. Like that's
oasists.
It's easy for me to just come out and it's easy to just come out and say what you believe. It's more difficult to come out and say what will work. I'm trying. My default stance is to just be like principle guy and be interested in philosophy and really only care about the logic of these things.
If you're willing to tell your principles,
I'm trying because it's important to be concerned as well about what will actually work. So I do not like a lot, like most of the things Donald Trump has done in the last 6 months have been pretty bad. If you don't shut the fuck up right now and let her read the super chats, I swear to fucking God I will end the stream in the next 2 minutes. Shut
up.
No one gives a fuck about your opinion.
All right, let me read the super chats. Okay.
You need to be careful with just.
Oh my God!
You're so in love with your own voice. You fucking charlatan. It's just so fucking infuriating.
Super chats. Kizza for 5 pounds.
He's been asleep the whole time anyway. You should get a chance
to me.
No, I actually haven't.
Kicking you off the show and ending the fucking stream.
He was saying ZZZ because he was bored. Let me get to the super chats so we can get back to news.
Need to stay.
Okay, Kizza for £5 says, if you deport all non-white Brits from the UK would have significantly higher GDP per capita than we currently do. Yes, indeed. People ignore these facts. Of course they do, because they're convenient lies. Kizza for another £5 says, deporting the Muslim vote would address the housing and welfare crisis, make it possible for millennials and Gen Zs to own a house. Any objections? No. I agree, Kizza. Rat Cheesington for 2 says, okay, so what are the chances Lowe gets assassinated? Very low, no pun intended, I don't think, actually. It would be a very, very bad move. Eldritch Saga for 2 says, you won't get anywhere if you don't make a move. Exactly. Kizza for £5 says, Bill, if I became king, I'd ban usury, excluding Jews, and impose absurdly high interest rates on them for loans and impose high tariffs on kosher food. That's just dastardly, sir. But, you know, kind receives kind. Nachos is here, says, for 10 says, Woman Alliance strong, keep being based, Aiden, thank you, Nachos. And Rat Cheesington for 2 says, iDubbbz is now a VTuber, I know, and not just any VTuber, he is a scaly VTuber.
Unironically, the most bearable he's been in years.
So, this is actually a good segue, or it was originally, to get into the response to Lowe, which is, nobody knows who he is.
So we showed a representative sample of the British public, a picture of Rupert Lowe MP, the new leader of Restore Britain, and we asked them to say, firstly, do you know who this is?
Jesus, look at the physiognomy on this dude.
Can you identify them? And
I mean, I could identify you because of your crooked ass fucking eyes and your fucked up face, dude.
92% of the British public fail to identify or do not know who Rupert Lowe is.
What is up with
in
this
other words,
voice?
only 8%.
He looks retarded.
He sounds like Friendly Geordie's impression of like women.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They know who
like
this,
fucking
who this
Lumpy
man
Space
is.
Princess.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit lumpy space princess.
And that's actually a decrease on where it was this time last year. We polled the same question for GB News last March, and the number was 14% who knew who he was. That's now down.
Oh, wow.
Seriously?
The insane thing is that, do people know who Rupert Lowe was? Wait, can I talk about the time here real quick? The timeline? He's talking about the time when Rupert Lowe was under investigation by the police because of reports from Nigel Farage. More people were aware of and knew who he was in a sample of people than they do right now. Currently, the day after he launches this, which by the way is now 10% of the fucking vote according to one poll, yeah, of course, when it was a scandal, more people were aware of who he was because it was more prescient in the mind. This is a really dumb metric, by the way.
Also, most people just think, fuck me, is Ken Livingstone still alive? I thought he died.
We showed him a picture of the guy, and did you know who he was or not? Not his name. Let's be very clear.
Like a young
Their
version
metric
of
here.
Nick Ferrari.
He does, actually. Be aware of what their metric was for nobody knows who Lowe is. They showed them a picture. They didn't show his name. Be aware of their methodology. Always be aware of methodology when you hear studies and polls.
To 8%. So not only do very few people know who Rupert Lowe is, it's actually gone down since he was in the news this time last year.
Yeah, when he was being attacked by his own party. Yes, people who know, and your certain percentage has gone down, but you also showed them a picture, not his name.
James, how does that happen? How is it reduced in a year? What do you think are the drivers perhaps behind?
I don't actually care. I think I just gave you the fucking reason. Do you want to hear what this doofus's opinion is on why? I don't care either.
GB News are directly affiliated with Nigel. I think he's part of the network. So
yes.
they if they're going to have any bias, it's going to be in this direction.
And I'm going to show you some more GB News coverage because that's how they cover it. Rupert Lowe was known by just 14% of voters last March. Now it's even lower, and it's everywhere on GB News. This is their entire coverage that nobody knows. Doesn't matter. Nobody knows who the fuck he is. He's a nobody. This is pathetic, by the way. Are you sure about that, though?
And I wonder where they're polling.
As I bring up a gun.
If they're polling online, I expect it's just jumped up. If they're polling,
the whole idea is that it's terminally online. So let's address that, right? It's terminally online. It's just an online. Oh no, is this going to be fucked? Hang on, I might have to restart Chrome. Spoon, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to restart Chrome because it's fucked with Twitter.
Did you legit think he was asleep because he posted ZZZZZ?
No, but he didn't.
It's very difficult to do that
work now?
whilst I'm
okay.
not awake.
Skill.
Okay,
I know, right?
Here we
it's
go.
Amazing.
I think the assumption was because he hadn't talked in like an hour.
The shit posting company.
Yeah. All right, so does anyone know who Rupert Lowe is? Apparently nobody does.
Colesville reporting for Vox Populi. Today I'm down here in Great Yarmouth. Yesterday,
to be fair, this is his constituency, okay? Just to be clear, people in Great Yarmouth know who Rupert Lowe. Yes, do people in Great Yarmouth at least know who Rupert Lowe is? But here you go.
Last night, Rupert Lowe announced his brand new party, Restore Britain, on the pier just down there. It has taken the internet by storm. So just before they have their rally, which they're having here today, I'm going to go around and speak to ordinary people here in Great Yarmouth and see what they think.
I've been to the place in the country where people are absolutely most likely to know who he is. Look, they know who he is. I don't find this argument particularly strong against Rupert Lowe either.
No, I don't.
This is not a good defense against it.
It's not. I'm just showing this is the look, if you're gonna make shitty fucking arguments, I'll give you the opposite shitty fucking argument, right?
Mate, could I ask you a quick question?
Yes, right.
What do you think of Rupert Lowe?
Rupert Lowe, I like Rupert Lowe.
How's he been as an MP round here?
Yeah, he seems to get his things done.
Have you heard that he's literally last night just launched a brand new national party? It's gone absolutely viral.
No, I ain't heard nothing.
You feel positive about it?
Yeah.
What do
From knowing absolutely nothing.
I love him. Love him. I think he's for the people. Absolutely for the people. And have you heard the news about last night? So he just announced not just the local party, Great Yarmouth First, but he just announced that he's starting Restore Britain as a brand new national party across the entire country.
Fantastic news. And I think a lot of people get behind him.
He's just announced that he's launching a brand new... You've joined already?
Right, this is Great Yarmouth. Okay, me too, by the way. But if the whole thing is that, like, oh, nobody knows who he is, well, people know who he is. Biased polling all the way around. This is what was fucking insane. Was this... This was 3 days later, or 2 days later after it. Farage was on stage and said this shit.
You know, people think, oh, Farage has done it. We'll just set a party up. It'll be marvellous. We'll sweep the next election. It just isn't as easy as that.
That's a very nervous laugh.
Yes,
yeah.
He does. Is Elon going to support him? Probably. But you see, when he stood up and said that we've got to consider the mass deportation of entire communities, including those born in the United Kingdom.
Let me be clear about what Lowe was talking about specifically when he said entire communities need to be deported. He said entire communities surrounding the grooming gangs. People who were complicit, people who knew, people who lied, people who obfuscated and hid the information about the grooming gangs from the police.
Vocal about that.
All needed to be deported. When he said entire communities, that's actually specifically what he meant. And anyone and everyone in any way tertiarily, secondarily involved in the protection or operation of the grooming gangs, which he has been the only person who has fucking bothered actually investigating at a serious political level, those communities needed to be deported. So when Nigel Farage, I'm sorry, when he says, oh, all communities, these communities need to be deported, what Rupert Lowe was speaking about were the communities that supported, defended, and protected grooming gangs. Just to be clear.
I'm not sure that is entirely fair about what Nigel... No, Aiden. I'm not sure that is what Nigel means, even if that's what Rupert Lowe meant. Nigel has never defended grooming gangs. Now, if you want to infer that he would, in effect, defend them, then fair enough. But I don't think that's what he intends.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he is using Rupert Lowe's words against him. When Rupert Lowe said that he wanted to deport entire communities, what he was referring to very specifically was entire communities that supported, defended, and obfuscated the grooming gangs.
Aiden, I don't know what statement you're talking about there. I'm sure he did say that, but is he also... no, I'm not asking you to find it. I believe you. My point is, it might be that Nigel is referring to not just that statement. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to defend Nigel's position because I agree more with Lowe's. But if Nigel is saying he wants to deport entire communities, he probably is not just saying, yes, I got rid of him because he wanted to deport people that support grooming gangs. Nigel's position has been, as he just said here, he doesn't want to deport people who were born in the UK, and he doesn't want to deport millions or entire communities. I disagree with him. On that, but I don't think he is defending grooming gangs here. That's a big jump.
Okay, but in this specific instance, the deporting entire communities quote. That is a quote. That is a specific comment.
Yes, I don't disbelieve you.
And that is about deporting entire communities who supported, defended, protected, obfuscated the grooming gangs. So when that is a very specific form of terminology, and to use it in this instance, it's either very ignorant or intentionally obfuscatory, or I don't know what else. Or like it's either stupid or evil. Like that's the only two options that you have from here.
Well, this entire clip of Nigel, almost everything he said here was very inadvisable.
Let's continue.
It's going to boost Restore, if anything.
Way beyond a point of reasonableness, of decency, of morality, and that was the moment at which, I realised we just had to get rid of him, and get rid of him as quickly as we could.
We had to get rid of him.
I think in terms of the way we dealt with that, we were probably more brutal than the other parties. But you know what? That's the way it's going to be.
It's one of the dumbest things Nigel's ever said.
Let me pull this up. Whoops, can I pull up my own fucking video and not play it? Open it in... Wait, choose app. Can I not choose to open this in Google Chrome? Okay. There we go. It's just gonna download it, is it? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Spoon, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got one thing. It's 2 minutes long. I'm gonna have to switch one more time. Sorry, because I had to remove the music from this because this was Restore put this out. Let me know when you have it up.
It's still the same browser.
Is it?
No.
It's not. Did it still work though? Okay.
It's on the screen.
Will not hold a full public inquiry. We at Reform will do it. A full, open public inquiry. We will raise the money at Reform UK. I will have no difficulty in raising the money. Live streamed, covered properly by mainstream media.
Grooming gang inquiry is what he's talking about.
To choose for a public inquiry. No, I won't have the statutory powers, but I tell you what, I think this would garner such massive public support that anybody that was asked to appear that didn't appear would look terrible. There's no point me holding an inquiry into this, or Rupert Lowe holding an inquiry into this, unless it has statutory powers. If we have an inquiry without statutory powers, it won't achieve a thing. We've probably got a few weeks, but no more than that.
All the inquiries so far
I resign.
have been shams because the government has been running them.
Not Rupert Lowe's has not been. Have you not seen the findings from the rape gang inquiry that Rupert Lowe has been responsible for?
A lot of them have findings, not all of them. It's good that he has. Good if he has, but it has to actually do something. And under the current government, I don't think it's going to be able to. I think that's what he's saying. Again, not to defend Nigel, but let's be truthful. I don't think he's saying let's just avoid the issue. I think he's saying let's do it when we can actually use the information.
I'll just let the rest of this video
we can actually do something with it.
Play on.
And I said I'd resign. It's right that I should now stand aside as leader of UKIP, leader of the Brexit Party. You'll have to reform into the Reform Party. I'm not going to go on as leader of Reform UK. Coming back as leader of Reform UK, immigration is the number one issue in British politics. We are not, as the party, and no party I've ever been part of, anti-immigration. This is the immigration election. I'm not going to get dragged down the route of mass deportations or anything like that. Deport anybody that's here illegally, as we used to, is impossible to do. Literally impossible. If you read different on X over the last few weeks, sponsored by Indian bots, I suggest you ignore it. It's a political impossibility to deport.
Damn base, I didn't know he'd said that.
We simply...
Well, again, this is a display of his flip-flopping, though. The things that are in gray are in the past. The things that are in color are more modern.
He should be careful with how he words these things, not to make it look like he's flip-flopping, but having to be specific in order to clarify that your views are not contradictory is unwise in politics. So maybe he shouldn't have done this. But I believe the specifics do separate these cases. He is talking about different things. Now, the one thing I will say is that he has switched from hundreds of thousands is too many to hundreds of thousands is good, millions is too many. That is actually a switch. It's a switch in the right direction, granted. But that actually is a switch. But it's
how
not,
many people
it's not a switch in
chat
polarity.
right now
it's a switch
would
in
like to
extent.
tell you fuck off?
I didn't hear most of that bit.
Yes, you fucking did.
No, I didn't. I didn't hear most of what you said.
Oh, yeah, of course not. It's a giant fucking ego up your own ass.
Well, because I was talking, I couldn't hear you. Should we not get started with just bland attacks on ego, Spoon? I think we may both be a bit guilty of that. Do you want to clarify what we actually said so I can respond to it?
No, you have a much bigger ego than I do.
Thank you. Not the only thing I have bigger than you. Do you want to say what you were trying to say so I can actually respond to
this
it?
is just a
No, because it makes you fucking talk.
I wish he would just say what he's trying to say so I can respond to him. I didn't hear him the first time.
Everyone in chat wants you to shut the fuck up because you talk out of your fucking ass and this is clearly cope.
You just want to say what you... Spoon, just let me respond to what you're saying and we can determine then if it's cope or not. Just say what you're trying to say, Spoon, for goodness sake.
By the way, you were brought in at the last second without either of our say, so... Because we both myself and Spoon find you insufferable.
Yes.
Yes, I get that a lot because I'm not susceptible to hype.
You are insufferable.
You want to try and say what you're trying to say, Spoon?
You're a fucking irritating asshole.
Something you pride yourself upon, in fact. The gadfly stuff.
Not particularly, no. I just say what I think is true.
Whilst you've been towing the line on go tactical voting the whole time, you don't stand on your principles whatsoever. You'll have
I do. I voted for the party that I thought was closest to my principles every time. But unfortunately, strategy matters. Power politics. You can't ignore it.
Then why
you would want to?
So your choice in Farage here is purely power politics. You think that reform has more power and therefore
I explained it before.
We did.
My preference in principle is Low. If he can win in practice, great. I'm all on board. I'm not sure he can. We'll see. We'll see how things change in the next few months. I'm not sure he can.
We'll see. I'll keep playing this compilation though.
Do it. I've kept every promise I made in the run up to that general election, and since you don't hold again.
Hi Nigel. Rupert Lowe's threatened legal action.
Good. I'm bored.
Fight him in court on that. If he took to court, would you fight him?
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Do you think that Rupert Lowe is responsible?
Sorry.
For
yes.
Sorry. Rupert did say
he tried to get Rupert Lowe thrown in prison for his position on remigration. So this stuff looks fucking terrible. I mean, like, again, I know you like the guy, but he tried to have him thrown in prison for a position that Nigel now holds, albeit to a more fucking milquetoast degree. So that's insane.
It was a terrible thing for Nigel to do. I think it was more so about the ego than about the beliefs. Nigel probably viewed Lowe as a threat. No, I'm not saying it does. That makes it worse.
Potentially. It's not even driven by
I'm not
principles.
defending Nigel. I'm not defending Nigel. This was a really bad thing for him to do. It really hurt my support of him. Generally, I have some defenses, but I just want people to be honest about what's going on either way. But I really don't like what he did here. Yes, I'm not saying you're not necessarily.
Yeah.
But I really don't think this is a good thing to do. And yes, the flippancy about people asking about it is also much worse. But now admitting that he did it for just trying to get rid of him for political reasons, we already knew that was the case. But admitting it was so stupid.
Sure was, unless again, my best faith, the best possible reason I can figure why Farage would have done that is because he has collected all of the Tory boy traitors and all the traitors in general into reform and now wants to sink it. That is the best faith possible, I think, interpretation of what Nigel Farage has done, giving him way more credit than perhaps is due. But if that's true, and he got them all into reform to sink them so that Restore could ride high, that would be incredibly based, and he would not be remembered favorably by history, despite potentially deserving to be so.
Also, if that is the case, he would be completely opportunistic.
I don't think that's what he did, but if that might be what ends up happening, because his ego does tend to be a strength and a weakness. In this way, it may be a weakness. The one thing I would say is that Nigel's intention may not have been to get Rupert Lowe put in prison. I don't know if they pursued it legally.
They did.
To try and press charges or anything. If they did, then I guess you can make that case. But I think his main goal was just to get rid of him from the party.
As was mentioned in chat from Magic.
Let me show you.
Magic
We'll keep watching this and I'll show you what they did to Rupert Lowe.
That he was asked to tone down his speech.
Yeah.
I think
you all laughed at me. Well, I have to say, You're not laughing now, are you?
Meet the new boss.
You got it, right? I'm gonna go switch back to my other screen here. Share my screen, and let me know if it's working here, Spoon, in a second. Okay, is that up, Spoon? That working?
Yep, I can see in mine.
Oh, I don't know if it's sharing to the stream. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Here is the footage of the armed police raiding my home on a Friday night thanks to Zia Yusuf's lies. Now Farage choice to be Home Secretary. All supported by Reform leadership, supported by Farage. On the 14th of March at 21:30, armed police arrived at my home unannounced, 3 vehicles, 4 armed officers. I'm a farmer, I own guns, all entirely legally and properly. The previous day, I arranged with the police to voluntarily give up my guns because of Yusuf's lies. I was not impressed to then have armed police suddenly arrive at my doorstep late at night. The officers stayed until 23:38. They confiscated my guns and left. It took so much time as I have a large collection, so a wheelbarrow was required. This is the scene out of fucking Shaun of the Dead, isn't it? Not Shaun of the Dead,
Hot Fuzz.
Hot Fuzz, yeah. Of course, everything was dropped and I got my guns back. Yusuf's lives put my family through this ordeal, supported every way by Reform leadership. Today we find out it all happened because Farage didn't like my comment on mass deportations, deporting foreign rapists. Today he announces Yusuf as his potential Home Secretary to lead the police. If he did it to me, he'll do it to you too. The man's not fit to lead the Home Office. None of them are fit to be in government. Here's some images of his guns that were confiscated. These are rifles, by the way. These are very old rifles, if you can't tell. Balls. Yes.
One of those is a Martini Henry. Roll back one. Bottom. That's a Martini Henry.
Oh, yeah, it is.
That's Rourke's Drift Special right there.
These are
action anywhere.
Not, assault rifles. These are clearly guns that are owned by a farmer for farm work.
And then the Martini Henry seems more like if you're wearing armor plating, if you really need the person beaten to death inside the armor
Police
plating.
show up to his house late at night to confiscate his guns that he's legally allowed to own as a farmer because of a now admittedly false report made by Nigel Farage and Zia Yusuf.
Okay, I have to ask, what is the trend with gun grabbers and doing shit when the owner... you'd think that gun grabbers would be more inclined to hit the place when no one is home.
Yeah.
But it's the same with shit with Waco. They could have got old... I can't remember Brash Davian's leader's last name, David, fucking whatever the fuck. Mm-hmm. You could have grabbed him on his jog. Similarly, why are you rocking up at the 11th hour of the night? Why are they... I understand that there are police on, working during that time period. But usually the person who's in charge of firearms handling is a specific officer who's usually a special officer and a gunsmith himself. You really say you dragged him out of bed at God knows fuck at night to go down to Rupert Lowe's house and knock the place over for his collection?
Yeah.
Most of it's a bit ridiculous. Antiques in the US.
Yeah, these are antiques. These are not firearms. Right. These are not machine guns or some shit. These are for the most part bolt action rifles from the look of it.
Now, weirdly, there's a couple in that collection that a lot of the Yanks are probably a bit nonplussed that they don't get because there's a couple of baffles in there.
Yeah.
But that's quite common on farming land because you're using them to kill pests.
And again, as Simply Green says, they came and did this after they called him on the phone and he said, yeah, you can come and take my guns. That was not enough. They showed up at his house and confiscated them anyway and threatened to put him in prison. Why? Because of his position on mass remigration, on deportation. It's such a horrific look. And then for Nigel to say, yes, we did that because we wanted him gone. JPTDM 1517 for 5 says, Aiden, no, accelerationism doesn't work. There are still white libs in South Africa. I'm not in favor of accelerationism, but sometimes you need to accelerate the politics a little bit. Linda Hunter, who's been a member for 7 months, says, hello, did you know I'm gifted? Yes, I did now. Very based. Slosher, who's been a member for 25 months, says, Uzalu, it's fine to play devil's advocate now and then, but the constant goalpost shifting where Aiden corrects you, then you come up with a new hypothesis so you can repeat the process over and over gets tiresome.
I did respond to this. I don't know if you want me to. It's something from earlier. It's my understanding that you want these super chat readings to be just very, very quick. I misunderstood that earlier. I wasn't trying to interrupt or waste time. I was just trying to respond to what was brought up. But if that's not how it's supposed to be, or if that's not the norm on this show, then I will try not to do that.
No, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong.
I wouldn't worry.
I just read them out,
I noticed that people weren't responding. You were just sort of rushing through them. That's fair enough. If that's how it works here, then I'll try and adapt to that. But
I'm trying to catch up. I think the better way to put it.
Talking in circles so fucking often, we're running out of time.
I do think it's necessary to present alternatives, present hypotheses where we could be wrong about something. It's easier to just say what you believe and then no one challenges it. It's not popular to challenge that to make sure we're right. Because I agree with almost everything that's been said. It's the disagreements that get the attention, though, because it's not worth just saying, I agree. I might as well bring up something important. So I might as well make sure we're right. Hence, I bring up things that we may disagree on. So people tend to classify me by the things I disagree on, by the doubts, just doubts, not even necessarily disagreements. They tend to classify me on that basis. So they all think I'm leftist, or they think of all kinds of things. So I can disagree with anyone. I think it's pointless to just sit here and agree. I need to actually make sure we're correct, because I agree with most of you guys on most of this stuff. Well, I don't think it's a waste of time, Rusty. Like if I find something that I think is worth bringing up, then we can change the perspective to be more truthful. Again, maybe we're at the point now where the scientific approach to finding out what's true is.
Totally forgot I can actually do that.
What a disgusting stance.
How about I give you some more evidence? Here's what Nigel Farage has been tweeting about while all of this stuff involving Restore has been going on. Starmer's now trying to evict the Chagosians who have resettled on their homeland. The First Minister Misley was served an eviction notice this morning. It should be rescinded. The Chagosian people deserve their right to self-determination. And by the way, if you think it's just this, Nigel Farage has been tweeting about the Chagos Islands repeatedly. It has been the main thing he's been fucking talking about is the Chagos Islands. Those are like his most, besides just retweeting shit, the thing that he has been talking about since this all happened. Here we go. Incredible news. Overnight, the Chagosians have returned to their homeland on the Chagos Islands. They are now British passport holders on British territory. I wish them well. Great, Nige. At least the Chagosians are now British passport holders. Isn't that excellent? This is the shit. February 17th. That Nigel Farage has spent his last couple of days since the launch and announcement of Restore has been doing. Talking about, oh great, we can give the Chagos Islanders British passports. What the fuck is anyone supposed to take away from this? Other than that, he doesn't give a fuck. I'm sorry, this is, and let me now show you what Reform, the members of Reform have been doing outside of their leader. Because I was genuinely curious about your response to that, Uzalu, because like, what is he doing? Why is he talking about giving more passports to more people in other countries? That's what he's been doing. Since this stuff that should be like, if at any point in time you're going to try and circle the wagons and go, we need to focus on the United Kingdom, he's focusing on the Chagos Islands. That's insane to me. But here's what the rest of Reform is talking about, right?
They're talking about if you're not white and Christian in this country, you're not British, right?
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Back to some kind of like neo-Nazi Aryan race. If you're not white,
because that's what the Nazis were clearly very pro-Christian. Fucking retarded whore.
Neo-Nazis. Dude,
that's quite enough time.
No one falls for this shit anymore.
On TV saying if you are not white and Christian, then you're not deemed to be British. And that flies in the face of wanting integration and assimilation, because
we don't want it.
How much you integrate or assimilate, according to them, you will never.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, because you never will be British. Fucking retard.
You will not. Never.
Being British is blood and soil and genetics. It is not you cross a border and you are part of the British Empire. You fucking moron.
I mean, and again, every single step, this argument falls apart when you apply it to any other country. None of these people, not a single fucking one, would agree that if I, as a Japanese speaker, moved to Japan, that I would become Japanese. right? No one would agree with that. I speak Japanese. I understand Japanese culture. Not a single person on this fucking earth would agree, not this bitch nor anyone else, that I would become Japanese the second that I get Japanese citizenship. You know, fuck off. We all know this is a fake and gay game.
Because no matter how much you integrate or assimilate, according to them, you will never be British.
Well, look, I mean, they're not here to defend themselves right now, but the bottom line is there might be people in their party who say one thing who don't, but that might not be the party line.
This is, yeah, here's your based right-wing party. This is...
A party line is just adherence to reality, you dumbass.
That's... The woman you were just hearing speak is Layla Cunningham. She has shares in a hotel that is fully booked for the foreseeable future, full of guests that don't know how much they pay, and is full of what seem to be Deliveroo bikes outside.
Layla Cunningham, right? Just wondering, your residents that are staying, well, your mother's residents that are staying in the New Dawn at 95 Inverness Terrace, the people that are staying in there don't seem to know how much they pay, and they're here long term, but they don't know how much it costs. They don't know how much they pay each week, and I'm just wondering, do you know how much they pay? Maybe you might be able to answer those questions. You know, and
I don't know if you can trust this woman, by the way. This is just her report.
Like, obviously, these guys, they are Deliveroo drivers.
All on learner permits.
And, there's multiple bikes on the side. And
you can see the great big L's on the back. Learner permits.
Maybe more before the weeknight's through.
On their wages, can they afford to live here? Like, stay here long term? Just wondering, you know, just asking for a friend. I mean, the hypocrisy coming out of Reform. And aren't you wanting to run for London Mayor? Oh. I wonder if Ant Middleton has anything to do with places like this. Don't think so.
It's a bit fucking sus, isn't it?
I've been in, spoken to multiple people inside, and that can't be classed as trespass, right? Because
it's a hotel.
An Airbnb, isn't it? That is completely fully booked out for the foreseeable future. What kind of contract has your mum got on here? Good night.
Here's another.
Always good to see some proactivity.
This.
Oh, not
this
this
Alex
fucking bitch.
Phillips, who has had a complete and utter fucking meltdown.
Rage.
Oh, I know. It's just a 41-second clip.
Visibly crazy.
People.
Oh, dude, it's gonna get way worse.
Are an ethnicity. We are a race. We are a demographic.
Yes,
Every
obviously.
other political party has a nebulous view of British and British people. Okay, so if
this woman is a member of Reform, by the way, just to
It looks like she's
point
about to
that out.
cry looking at the party line, essentially.
She's not a politician, but she is a member of Reform. Just making it clear.
These people are a race. My stepsister is not British then.
No,
Yeah,
she isn't.
She's not. Bye. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
Yes, you do.
If you
Then you're retarded. And the thing is, she does understand. Your stepsister, who's a foreigner, you
The
know,
next
she's
bit is
not
the bit that pissed me
your
off.
biological sister. Yeah, I know it gets worse.
Say the quiet part out loud, okay?
Okay.
They
This
just
is what
fucking
I say to
did, you
Still
stupid
Britain.
bitch.
I'll say it again. If you're not of British Isle ancestry, you're not British. Fuck off. Your stepsister is not British. Fuck off.
Just say the quiet part out loud.
They did.
just
So
did.
we know.
They literally just did.
Otherwise,
You
it
just read it out
sounds
loud.
like Reform.
I know, and she's still fucking coping.
Say it again for the bagel eaters in the back.
But apparently it's not.
No, it's pretty fucking clear. Printmaster for €5 says, you don't know it, but the Deliveroo bikers are paying for boomer pensions and care for the boomers when they get old too. When they get too old, yeah, I am not sane. Deliveroo bikers are paying for the boomers. I don't know how.
I think he's facetiously implying that. The delivery guy's definitely paying tax. 100%.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely not being put on the
hundo.
table in cash.
Arseon45 says, now that the Epstein files have been released, don't agree with monarchy, but I can at least understand why you're monarchist. Voting feels pointless. I wouldn't let the Epstein files persuade you in that direction, but I can certainly understand why it would. more to this.
We just watched this, bitch.
Yeah. We watched this. Sorry. It was supposed to be a different clip, but I guess I have the wrong thing. Anyway, I think we're gonna. There's U.S. news stuff that I wanted to get to, but I think we'll probably end on this stuff just so we can get out of here kind of early because I'm sleepy.
It is 20 past 1 in the morning.
And I knew you were sleepy as well, Spoon. So, I only want to bring this up because John Cleese has been forced to read the copy pasta about him. Alert, alert, alert. John Cleese has been forced to read the copy pasta about him. Who would like... He is an uber boomer. Who would like to read the John Cleese copy pasta?
He was a progressive, liberal, degenerate comedian in the 1960s. Uber white, uber polite Briton that could take the piss out of people he saw as uptight and repressed while enjoying the clean, safe streets and the quiet little hamlets full of those same uptight, repressed, polite to a fault, helpful white Christian Anglos. The best part was that those same conservative British Anglos were generally pretty humorous about themselves, so when you made fun of them, they laughed along with you and shook their heads saying, "Ha ha, you know, Margie, he's got a point." It was heaven on earth for him, be a popular counterculture icon loved by conservatives and liberals alike for being hilarious, but also enjoy the benefits of a strong, stable, homogenous culture. Now he's an old man staring at a desolate wasteland where London is majority non-white. That's also why he left England, by the way. Everyone is suspicious. The hamlets and the villages are economic dead zones. Every week there's a new group you're not allowed to make fun of. No one has a sense of humor anymore. Little girls are being sold as sex slaves by your own politicians. Women are being harassed in the streets. And the white men are all suspicious and surly over their lower living standards. The sinking realization that the world has made fun of, but loved more than anything, is gone forever and will never come back, and the horrifying suspicion that his own counterculture irreverence may have helped kill it. So he impotently gripes on Twitter and wonders where the laughter went. When did the jokes stop? Where are those wonderful, repressed, and uptight conservatives now? Terran Reform.
Yeah. And he responds, "Have you seen Life of Brian? We did not mock Christ. We mocked him, some followers of great spiritual..." By the way, I love Life of Brian. It's a fantastic film. And I actually do not think that they did mock Christ. I would even defend that. I don't really care about his response here. The reality is, what I care about is that John Cleese was forced to read the copy pasta about himself. And that's really worth it, in my opinion, that he was, now, definitively, he was forced to read the copy pasta about his bourgeoisie, fucking boomer gay beliefs. I think that's a win, because now I know he's had to read it. That was a win for me. Also, here's a win.
It's a good copy pasta, but I don't know if he actually responded to it. He doesn't seem to have responded to it in what he said there.
No. He didn't, but he responded to a tweet posting it, which means he's at least seen it now. I remember I mentioned last week
He is insufferable.
I mentioned last week that this app, he probably didn't read it, this Peace and Quiet app, where you can go in and see areas to avoid, and you can choose by all of these filters: rape gang hotels, HMOs, asylum support, asylum seeker something. What does that say?
Is this the English
Muslim population,
version of the black
Islamic
one?
Buildings. Yes, this is the same thing. Kebab, Middle Eastern chops, curry, Turkish barbers, and you can see the massive eating black hole that is London and Luton and Birmingham and Manchester and Leicester also. And
God, it's like seeing a metastatic map.
It really is. It's like looking at...
And you can see here precisely where it spread to your lymph nodes, and now you're fucked.
I didn't realize Leicester was this bad. What the fuck? It's a big terminal node there. But you can now sort by all sorts of things if you feel so fucking inclined. Oh no, look at Bath. That's sad. It's not actually Bath, it's Bristol. Oh. That makes sense. Oh, Spades. Cardiff's fucked too, unsurprisingly. Interesting. So if you want to look up...
I wonder if they're weighting this by population density in the first place. Because if they're not...
Do you expect this to be overly scientific?
No. But if they're not, then the cities would of course be hotspots. And I'm sure that they are actually, but by population density, they might not be. I'm not sure. Depends how you measure it.
Maybe.
Other one is.
It's just a funny... It's a bit of a funny meme. You know, I want to end on something funny. I have, here's the, no, well, that didn't work. Why did it not? Oh, it's
that is funny though.
Over something else. Elsewhere in the Commonwealth, Sudanese rapist jailed for 2 years as judge calls him a wonderful young man. This is in Australia. Fucking whole Commonwealth is doing great. Wonderful young man from the Toowoomba district.
No, yeah, the judge is a woman.
Raping a victim. Her life has been ripped apart, but he had an early childhood marked by extreme hardship. Both his parents died when he was still a child. The village he grew up in was remote and extremely under-resourced. Food insecurity was common. While he was not directly involved in combat, he was exposed to war conditions from a young age. That means he's allowed to rape. This shit cannot be tolerated. It cannot be allowed to continue. The liberal woman must be erased from the face of this earth, and the way that you do that is by fucking her. Sorry. All right, I got two little ways to end this, which I've got for you guys.
As the white man not taking enough bullets.
There is a new face of the left. Here it is. This is the face of the left. I'm kidding, by the way, but just put up with my joke here for a second. Here's the face of the left, fucking Hasan Piker.
Perceptions of China, American preconceptions of China, and potentially platforming a controversial nation state.
I don't think you can platform a controversial nation state. I mean, I guess there's like differences.
Israel's doing it.
You can't platform a... Yeah, Israel does, but he's against Israel. But he thinks that China's not controversial, is what he's saying here.
Hassan once again taking the unwise position of actually putting his ideas in competition with someone else's, because he is one of the stupidest political commentators I'm aware of.
He's about to say that it's perfectly fine, essentially, for the Chinese to imprison and re-educate Uyghurs and other Muslims within China, but definitely it's wrong when Israel does that to Palestinians. Here's the thing: I don't like Muslims, I don't like Islam, but it's the same fucking thing whether China or Israel is doing it. So either re-education camps are okay or they're not. Pick a side. Sorry.
For example, but I don't consider China to be in the same wavelength of or.
It's fine when China does it.
Of cruelty that Israel is.
Do you think the Uyghurs, the Tibetans, the Taiwanese would agree with that?
Well, I don't think the Taiwanese are even remotely comparable to what has happened to the...
Yeah, let's talk about the actual Uyghurs. People the Chinese rounded up, put in re-education camps, sterilized. If you have any empathy or sympathy for the Palestinians... How could you not? Yes, harvested their organs, exactly.
I'm sorry, China, you now no longer get to talk shit about Unit 731. You are one massive nation-scale version of it.
They've always been that way. And the thing is, yeah, you cannot be, the poor Palestinians. And by the way,
angle makes
I am pro-Palestine, okay?
He's got tiny legs.
Well, he's got tiny feet. He's got petite feet.
Have you ever seen him throw a kick? It's hilarious.
It is funny.
And that's actually one area that I'm very critical of China on, and
yet have never expressed.
I feel as though if Benjamin Netanyahu's treatment of the Palestinians resembled the Xinjiang policies, which were horrifying, dragnets, mass surveillance, and camps as well, like re-education camps in general. If this was the Israeli policy over the Palestinians, who then would have full-blown citizenship in the aftermath of this process, I think the Western world would consider Benjamin Netanyahu to be the most peaceful leader of all time.
Just to reiterate what he said there, if Israel did what China did, re-education camps, mass sterilization, then Benjamin Netanyahu would be the most peaceful leader in the world next to Xi Jinping. So... I'm sorry, but it sounds to me like he just said that the solution for Israel to be the most peaceful nation on earth is to round up Palestinians, put them in camps, and sterilize them.
Now, I think to
this
argue...
is the face of the left.
Now, I would say that generally speaking, his intent was probably more along the lines of the left...
I'm sorry, but that's what he said.
I think what he's getting at is... the West would still prop up Israel, no matter how bad things were.
If that's what he meant, it's a very strange way of framing it.
Yes.
So I think that
Yes, he is retarded.
The Chinese system, the Chinese control over Xinjiang, or the apprehension methods used were completely unethical and against my principles, something that I've criticized over and over again.
No, he's
in
not,
comparison to Israel's genocide. It's still not even on the same wavelength.
No, so he is saying if Israel did what China did, it would be much superior, it'd be better. If Israel, which they've done, so he's saying he would be okay if Israel did what China did to the Uyghurs.
Again, what I think
round them up in camps and sterilize them.
That the West would still glaze for them. I hate to try and defend fucking Hasan here, but that's what it sounds like.
Maybe, but that's unfortunately the argument he made. Slytherin for 5 says, "Are you telling me my wife's sister twice removed, third cousin's daughter isn't British?" Yeah, I know, weird, right? K-Test for 5 says, "I am your father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate. What does that make us? Absolutely British, Dark Helmet." Yeah. The Pritmaster for €5 says, "I am judging by the content of their character even harder now, indeed." And Ardent Party for 2 says, "1 for sword, 1 for spoon to rate Hasan's build." Spoon, what do you think about Hasan's build? As his body build.
Well, I can't see shit. He just looks like an average dude. He just eats a little much.
Yeah, but he thinks
this is
he's
on
like
the juice.
Hottest man. And but just kidding. Here's the real face of the left. The left has decided to make this their face in the United States, at least. This guy, he punched an ICE someone who supported ICE with a sign said "I love ICE." He punched them in the face. This guy is They've run his face through filters, so he looks cuter.
I was wondering why I saw so many Peter Griffin memes yesterday.
Yeah, because this guy is now their new hero. This is the face of the American left, chosen by their own hands. Some fat, dysgenic freak punching a guy in the face. And I want to end, since we're not going to get to American politics tonight, more so than we did, with the... Also, this is the face of ICE. The people that he hates. That fat queer.
Oh, is it the zesty ICE agent?
Over. It's the zesty ICE agent. If you've not seen this, it's well
we have run into
watching.
Too many white women with deploying the tactical homosexual.
The awfuls in Minnesota have gotten so awful they have deployed the tactical gay black squad upon them. And the thing
a man who joined ICE because he heard their guns had rails on them.
The thing I find... The thing I find funniest about this is that this is ICE, a gay guy and a black dude. And this white woman is gonna say the most insane shit. But now, importantly, she's gonna say what I made my whole last video about. Do you care about these migrants that you're out here, trying to stop us from doing our job over? Her answer, no. What does she care about? Social media.
To be fair, a gay guy and a black guy, this is prime Groiper recruitment territory.
This is prime buddy cop film material. I'd watch a movie with these two characters.
This isn't where I live.
Less than lethal weapons.
That's fine.
Oh, less than lethal weapons. So good, bro.
Rush Hour with an even more DEI.
If my parents paid all my...
Rush Hour? What?
Yeah, Rush Hour. With
yeah, it is
Rush Hour, but they're both fruity blacks rather than just one of them.
Yeah, well, one's fruity.
I'm looking up other. I'm looking up other ones.
We just want to make sure you got home.
This isn't where I live.
It's okay, Olivia.
Damn.
I appreciate it.
You can go.
It's a shame he's.
Well,
it's a shame the black guy's black and not Turkish. We could have called it Hot Fez.
By the way, this guy's is so polite and nice. It's okay, Olivia. Whatever you do, whatever. She's gonna be such an insufferable cunt over the next couple seconds that he cannot help himself but become sassy, as he is, in my opinion, well right to do.
I live.
So if this is not where your vehicle's registered, you might want to look that up with their state.
It is, buddy.
Jaquan
my address is correct on my ID and where my car is registered. Okay. Good try, though.
All right.
Fed heat. Olivia. There's a good one.
Yeah.
Do you feel strong or what?
Do you?
We're good. Have a great day, okay?
I'll keep following you, okay?
This woman, by the way, there's tens of thousands of these just in Minnesota. This woman, there's tens of thousands of identical copies of her who have, they do nothing. They don't work. They just sit at home all day, freak out about shit on social media, and go and harass police officers trying to pick up rapists and murderers.
Okay, folks. I've got perhaps the best one I can think of right now for the buddy cop name. Considering that one of them's black and one of them's gay, 1.6 break. That's 1 3/5 of the people who want fractions on these factions.
That's very good. Ratchie's into for two says Ratchie's into for two. Glad to see Milo and friends have jobs now. Yeah, indeed. And then Printmaster for 2 years said, deploy the what now? What has become of fascism? This is fascism. This is fascism right now. A sassy gay guy and a black dude being like, you have a nice day, Olivia.
Turner and Gooch.
Sorry, no, come on. She doesn't care? She doesn't care. They never do.
I've got an awful one. 21 Pump Street.
Feel to be a race traitor.
You know,
amazing. She says to a black guy, how
Instantly.
does it feel to be a race traitor? Yeah,
Fucking
you know
reflexively.
what? Yeah.
Look at his eyes. What the fuck is the exact difference?
Dude, I hate the Democrats are the real racist thing. But these people are racist as fuck. They're as racist as the rest of us, easily, if not more so. How's it feel to be a race traitor?
The best you can say about that is that the Democrats are just as racist as the most racist of the right, but they're really bad at it and have no idea like how to use it
when to turn it
or
off,
what to do with it. Like they just use it for ways that are destructive to everyone, not just other people, but also themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And there's way more of them as well.
They're way more openly racist because they don't think they can be racist, so they'll just say racist.
Yeah.
Like they're not worried. They're not no way worried about losing their job or getting punished for being racist. So they're actually, astonishingly, way more openly racist because they have no concept of any repercussion for being racist.
Okay, I got another one. Men in Blacks.
Weren't?
Yes, we were.
How would you know?
Because it was a woman you
Bundle of
talked to.
sticks net.
By the way,
what
a telling thing. They're after a pedophile, and she says, I heard you talking to a woman, so I know you're lying. Another white woman myth. Women can't be pedophiles.
Jesus.
Well, Ghislaine Maxwell and the Epstein files are all out here in the fucking public. Women can't be pedophiles or protecting pedophiles? Get fucked. It's stupid feminist nonsense.
You see a woman school teacher who's been fucking a schoolboy. People don't think the same way about that as if the gender's reversed, do they?
Recently,
it's disgusting.
A really high-profile one came up where the boy, when he turned 18, was sued by the woman who raped him.
Yes.
And is being forced to pay back child support.
Child support, because she got pregnant. That happened years ago. But yeah, a teacher raped an underage boy. She got pregnant with his child, then sued him for child support. He not only did not get any protection because he was raped, but then ended up having to pay her child support for the product of his rape. I hate women so much, it's unreal.
And then his plate came back as murder.
Also, I just want to say, calling someone a race traitor.
But you guys don't care.
I hope you realize that is the most racist thing you can say as a white woman.
Of course,
and
it is.
So you know.
And that's the thing. They know it. They revel in it. They know.
It's weird that she just agreed on that.
I was
expecting her to deny it.
No, because deep down, they all know this. This is just a rare case, and it's not that rare anymore. I'd say it's 1 in 5 encounters rather than like 1 in 10, where they just admit, yes, I am racist because you have some other quality that allows me to be racist against you. I do have racial opinions, but I will turn them off when you are useful. Yes, but it's all about this. I hate you because of your race or whatever, as everyone else does, by the way. It's like, I have opinions about you, which may be hate or not, but I have opinions about you because of your race. But whether or not I will discriminate against you is based entirely on some other factors. Once you have crossed a line, I will be openly racist against you. Yes, she knows. They're all like this, by the way. This is universal.
This isn't a good look for you.
You think I care about my look?
No, trust me.
When you guys
it is evident by how you look, you don't care. We get that.
My god!
With the stance and everything, and the fact that his fucking plate carrier looks like it says like arrow on some shit.
Oh no! Oh no!
I was not expecting such fucking sassy destruction from a man on the job for the federal government.
I told you he was a sassy queen. Oh no, girl, we know you don't care how you look. Trust me, it's evident.
That's the thing. The gays will hit him where it hurts.
That's yeah. Don't
gay
fuck
best
with
friend
gays.
ain't your friend no more.
No, don't fuck with gays, girls, ladies, girlies. They know what hurts you.
They have all the advantages of women and all the disadvantage, or all the other advantages of men when it comes to this kind of thing.
Now here's the thing.
Or some of
The astonishing thing about this is she uploaded this video.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she uploaded this thinking, wow, I'm such a great warrior right here. Wow, give me a bunch of praise and attention.
She doesn't care how she looks, though.
But she doesn't care how she looks. She uploaded this.
She wanted to see how she looks. She doesn't care how she looks.
Yes.
You could not have gotten this video at me with a blowtorch. Good fucking God. If you get mobbed
But she was proud of this. This is, and I posted my last video. And by the way, I'll give you guys my update on that. It turns out one more ad to do with my sponsor with private internet access. That video will be short. It will be a why I'm leaving this channel video. It'll be that kind of thing, and it will be just kind of an advertisement for the new channel. It will come out probably about a day before the new video that will launch on the new channel. So it'll be sort of a launching point into that. I'll make the thumbnail something like why I'm leaving this channel. I don't know. I'll make it a little bit clickbaity just to get. I want to get my advertiser their money out of it too and their views out of it as much as I can, which is very limited because YouTube has destroyed my channel. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm just algo fucked. Even when like all the comments are super positive and the other half of the comments are, I thought you had enough. I thought you quit 2 years ago or a year ago, whatever. Whatever. So I'll be doing one more video and then I'll be moving on to the new channel.
No, that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying this. Trying to be a social warrior. If you actually cared, you probably would care about the child who got raped and also the person who got murdered by the person that we were looking for. But see, you don't.
She's out here, yes, doing all this to defend rapists and murderers, as they always are, because they don't care.
I'm very impressed because usually, sorry, go on.
No, I mean it's true. She said, "I don't care that children were raped or murdered, or adults were murdered or raped." She doesn't care. She doesn't give a fuck. Of course, she doesn't give a fuck. She's just there because she wants to be an obnoxious, narcissistic piece of shit.
Yeah. I'm very impressed by these officers because usually when you see police officers on body cameras or on leftist uploaded videos, they're all being very professional and just saying, that's all right, Mom. No, that's all right. I don't care, Mom. Maybe because they know they'll be punished if they're sassy. Are these guys, for some reason, the lead is off? And I'm so glad it is because he's just owning her. I guess so.
Right. The feds don't have to give a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's this is the ATF. This is the ATF. Her dogs would be dead by now.
Indeed. Well, fuck the ATF, but yeah.
No, I don't care because you guys tried. You just tried to detain.
Can't kill a white woman's dog right before Valentine's Day.
No, I don't care. No, I don't care about rapists and murderers. No, I don't care.
None of you actually give a shit. Really? If you were here,
well, you don't give a shit either. So who gives a fuck about any of this? By your own admission, you don't care.
Go ahead and tell the person currently arresting the rapist and murderer that they don't care about stopping rapists and murderers.
Hello, I don't care about rapists and murderers, but you don't care about rapists and murderers because you're just arresting them and putting them in prison. Okay, lady,
it's
what
so
the fuck?
Fucking backwards.
I know.
To get illegal, violent immigrants off the street,
which is what they're doing.
That's not what you're doing.
It's not. No, hold on.
It's literally what they are. They're doing.
What the fuck?
I know, dude. Oh my god.
It's literally the black guy meme of the fucking.
Dude, wait a minute. It gets so much better. His reaction, everyone feels it.
It's okay. She
you
said
need to back up.
There it is.
He's just using the Almighty because he knows he needs the help right now.
Please, God, Jesus. Send manna from heaven to fucking protect and save me.
Jesus Christ, Son of God, please have mercy upon me, a poor sinner, and send me the strength to withstand this.
There's no communicating. These people are fucking retarded, and they all vote, and they vote aggressively, and they vote illegally. You can't communicate with them. They're gone.
It's not.
Luckily, there aren't enough of these people for the party to get elected just with these people, fortunately. By the way, Aiden,
like I said, they vote illegally and do all kinds of crazy shit.
Yes, which hopefully will be prevented. ERO is actually what it says. ERO as in erotic, but ERO meaning, what was it in chat? Someone said, enforcement and removal operations. Or, which basically, I would guess that's just a thing to put on there to make it not say ICE, but it really is just the same thing. It's just a different acronym meaning the same thing, just so that they're not hounded quite as much.
Maybe.
It's like CTU, Counterterrorism Unit.
Mario Trillo, who has been a member for 12 months, said, good luck on the new channel, Aiden. Thank you. I will be announcing it and sharing it here every week once I launch it. I've got a really cool new video that I will be launching it with. I hope you guys will like. I think it'll be... That video... I still might occasionally post politics video to Aiden, but the channel's just been killed. Like, there's nothing I can do. I have tried everything, and it doesn't matter. I'm so suppressed on it that I just have to move to a new channel. It's not my wish nor my desire, but it's something YouTube is forcing me to do. Printmaster for gave 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, man. And said, keep up the good, honest work, Aiden. Thank you for the 5 euros as well. We'll watch the end of this and then we'll get out of here.
Just so you know, if you were to spray that, you would be arrested.
That's fine. Okay. Don't come close to me.
She's got her pepper spray out, ready to spray this guy.
I'll tell you this.
What's it going to be called? I'm trying...
These guys are being overwhelmingly reasonable with her.
Yes, and she's pulled out her pepper spray to attack them.
FBI would have been arrested. ATF dog shot, possibly killed. The DEA definitely arrested, if not killed. The fucking parks, the forestry service, dead and missing.
I'm not going to announce the name quite yet, Ardent, but it will be something that it does not obfuscate in any way who I am. You know, I'm not trying to hide that shit.
Stop following us?
No, it's not illegal.
So you don't want us to come close to you, but you keep riding our tail.
I have given you plenty of distance the entire time.
Okay, just so you know, if you do impede, I want you to hear this.
Me following you is not impeding. I'm well aware of my
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're honking your horn, you're following around, trying to announce that there's police on the way so that they can so that rapists and murderers can escape. And yeah, now she's brandishing a weapon.
Raper at that.
Yeah, if that's a fair argument, I think you could go for that. If she may not be directly physically impeding, but yeah, that could be an argument.
Tipping off someone that the police are there is 100%
well, that's the whole reason they do that.
Yeah, indeed.
But no, I'm saying, but by their stated,
she's brandishing a weapon. Even if she doesn't use it, just brandishing it is enough.
She is.
They are being gentle with her. Yeah.
And by their own stated internal messages, the reason why they say go follow the ICE vehicles, go honk your horn, follow them around, is to alert immigrants that ICE is coming. They go ICE, 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 and they scream and they blow their whistles and they honk. That is what that does is allows rapists and murderers to get away. That's what she's doing. Yeah. That's what she's dedicated to doing.
Okay, one thing that should be noted is, isn't the left the same people who were bitching and moaning over that farmland, like that grazing ground altercation happened between the feds and some locals? And the locals were having to hold off the feds at gunpoint, and they were spurging out your
Ruby Ridge
gun at a federal agent. No, not Ruby Ridge. It was
ones,
over the grazing grounds dispute.
Oh, I remember. I can't remember where that was. However, I would say that it's astonishing she published this herself. The reason why she did is because she is honestly, at this point, I would be willing to say clinical narcissist.
Look at her face.
Anyone who does stuff like this. Anyone who does this is a narcissist.
I've never seen such a cut and dry BPD physiognomy. Look at that.
In my opinion, this woman, based on my very brief watching of this video, is 100% a clinical. I would bet pretty hardcore this woman has clinical degrees levels of narcissism and probably subclinical, if not clinical levels of sadism. Because this shit is endemic in these people. They are narcissists. Narcissist is their predominant trait. Out of everything else, we got to get rid of that whole big five thing when it comes to evaluating the left and all people who are active in politics. Just look at dark triad, dark tetrad, because these people are narcissists through and through. And occasionally, and I'm not saying that like in a vacuum, I'm saying it because it's backed up by psychological, psychometric data. These are narcissists and sadists. Sometimes Machiavellians, but most of the time, narcissists and sadists.
And again, pointing a weapon, non-lethal or otherwise, at a federal agent would normally get you shit canned and thrown in fucking guillotine.
A sadist means sometimes these people want to be hurt. right? They want to hurt and they want to be hurt.
I say masochist.
Danny Delete in chat is saying that he may actually have known this woman, and if so, that's a picture of her from 15 years ago, and she's a short-haired lesbian now. It just keeps making more and more sense, doesn't it?
I hope you didn't know her in the fucking biblical sense, you poor soul.
I have seen a more recent picture of this woman. So hang on, Olivia Jensen. I have seen a more recent picture of her.
There are only images of me from fucking 20 years ago.
Do they have a more recent picture of this woman in this article? I have seen one because people have posted on social media. Maybe not. She's not attractive now. She doesn't look like she looks in her picture.
Of course not. She's fucking guys, for God's sakes. Also, it's 2:45 a.m.
Okay, I know. All right. We'll just finish the end of it.
I'm just letting you know.
What are you looking for, you fucking weirdo?
She put that old thing, that's right.
Yeah, she did. But
what are you looking for, you fucking weirdo?
It's items.
It was iDubbbz. All right, guys. Sorry. As Spoon has said, it's very late in the evening.
Okay.
Thank you all for hanging out. We'll cover some of the stuff from the U.S. That happened this week, which wasn't a ton comparatively. I really wanted to get through the
Before we continue,
stuff.
I will clear up the air for Danny DeLito. No, he did not know that woman in the biblical sense.
He said he worked with her.
Okay, so I because I said that, I also, it's my fucking duty to make sure that it's known that he did not put his dick in that crazy.
He just worked with her, apparently. That's insane, though, dude. I've seen more recent pictures of her on Twitter, but I couldn't find it on a Google search real easily. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for showing up. Thank you to V for hanging out. Thanks, Isla, for coming by. Thank you, Spoon. I know you've stayed up really late. And we'll see you all next week. Cheers.